Nagesh, shall we begin? You're muted. You're muted.
Good morning to all. On behalf of the Kerala State Planning Board, Government of Kerala, I welcome our esteemed guests to the Kerala Looks Ahead conference. We are honored to have you here today in this session on role of new technologies in bridging yield gaps. Before we proceed to the session, I would like to draw kind attention to all participants towards certain guidelines to be followed in this online conference session. The exact topic of the discussion will be announced by Dr. Ramakumar. I request all the participants to mute their audio while others are speaking. Participants are requested to address their queries through the chat box and use the discussion time to express their views or clarify their doubts. I also request speakers to strictly adhere to the scheduled time of their sessions. We look forward to an interesting session. I now request Professor Ramkumar, Honorable Member, State Planning Board, to take over. Dr. Ramkumar, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Nagesh. Good morning to everyone watching from wherever you are. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to invite you and welcome you to this special set of panels on agriculture, animal husbandry and fisheries, which will run through the whole day as part of this international conference on Kerala Looks Ahead being organized by the Kerala State Planning Board. There are people watching this session in the Zoom room here, as well as live on Facebook and YouTube. I'm very happy to welcome you all to this conference. Friends, I'll just make a few very initial comments here. Throughout the last 5 years, which we call as the 13th five-year plan for Kerala, a major slogan put forward for agriculture by the Kerala State Planning Board was productivity, profitability, and ecology. We wanted an emphasis on these three pillars when we look at agriculture and its future growth. We could make certain progress in these spheres, but to be sure, our record in growth was marred by factors outside our influence every year. We had the demonetization exercise of 2016-17, which destroyed supply chains, which sucked out cash from rural areas significantly. We had a flood of the century in 2018. We had an extreme rainfall event of 2019. And then we had this COVID-19 pandemic of 2020 and continuing in 21. So much of the good work done by our scientists and officials were set aback by these natural calamities and adversities beyond our policy control. This international conference is intended to help the progress of preparing a new plan to revive and modernize Kerala's agriculture. Here, we hope to learn from other countries and states, from their successes, from what they have done right and well, and what we can adopt and adapt in our own customized environment. This is the primary objective of this international conference. I shall have a little more to say on today's session, which is on using new technologies to raise productivity in Kerala. But I should first invite the Honorable Minister for Agriculture in Kerala, Mr. V.S. Sunil Kumar, for his introductory opening remarks to this session. Nagesh, can we please invite the Minister?
നമസ്കാരം. കേരള ഗവൺമെൻറ്റും കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ആസൂത്രണ ബോർഡിൻ്റെയും നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ കേരള ലുക്സ് എഹഡ് എന്ന പേരിലൊരു കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാവിയെ സംബന്ധിക്കുന്ന കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ വികസനവുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് ഓരോ മേഖലയിലുമുള്ള സാധ്യതകളെപ്പറ്റി ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു അന്താരാഷ്ട്ര വെബിനാർ സംഘടിപ്പിച്ചിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ആസൂത്രണ ബോർഡ് നേരത്തെയും കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ വികസനവുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ടുള്ള കൃത്യമായ നിലപാടുകളും ആവശ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള ആസൂത്രണങ്ങളും എത്തിച്ചേരുന്നത് എല്ലാ വിഭാഗം ജനങ്ങളുമായിട്ട് ചർച്ച ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടും എല്ലാ തരത്തിലുമുള്ള ആശയവിനിമയങ്ങൾ നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടാണ് ആസൂത്രണ ബോർഡ് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാവി വികസനത്തെപ്പറ്റി ചിന്തിക്കുകയും അതിനനുസൃതമായിട്ടുള്ള നിലപാടുകളിലും നിഗമനങ്ങളിലുമൊക്കെ എത്തിച്ചേരുന്നത്. അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് ഈ ഒരു വെബിനാർ ആസൂത്രണ ബോർഡിൻ്റെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ നടക്കുന്നത്. ഈ വെബിനാറിന് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ കൃഷി വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി എന്ന നിലയിൽ എല്ലാവിധ ആശംസകളും നേരുകയാണ്. ഈ വെബിനാറിൽ കാർഷിക മേഖലയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാവിയിൽ കാർഷിക മേഖലയുടെ പങ്ക് വളരെ പ്രാധാന്യത്തോടു കൂടി ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതും വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കാര്യമായിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ കാണുന്നത്. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ കാർഷിക മേഖലയെ ഈ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാവി വികസനത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ചാലകശക്തിയാക്കി മാറ്റുക എന്നുള്ളതായിരിക്കണം നമ്മുടെ ഭാവി കേരളത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് മുന്നോട്ട് വയ്ക്കുന്ന ആശയങ്ങളിൽ പ്രധാനമായിട്ടുണ്ടാകേണ്ടത്. കേരളം ഒരു കൺസ്യൂമർ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് എന്ന പദവിയിൽ നിന്നും മാറി കേരളത്തെ ഒരു ഉൽപ്പാദക സംസ്ഥാനമാക്കി മാറ്റുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഭാവി കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട നമ്മുടെ ലക്ഷ്യങ്ങളൊന്നായിട്ട് മാറേണ്ടത്. കഴിഞ്ഞ 5 കൊല്ലമായിട്ട് കേരളത്തിലെ ഇടതുപക്ഷ ജനാധിപത്യ മുന്നണി ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ നടന്നിട്ടുള്ള ഇടപെടലിനെ തുടർന്ന് കൃഷി ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട അജണ്ടയായിട്ടിന്ന് ജനങ്ങൾക്കിടയിലേക്ക് ഉയർത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഈ ഉൽപ്പാദന മേഖലയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് നമുക്കുള്ള ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഡ്രോബാക്കുകളൊന്ന് നമ്മുടെ കാർഷിക വിഭവങ്ങൾ അടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുള്ള മൂല്യവർദ്ധിത ഉൽപ്പാദക സംരംഭങ്ങൾ തുലവും വളരെ കുറവാണെന്നുള്ളതാണ്. നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ കാർഷിക മേഖലയിലുള്ള പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു വളർച്ചയ്ക്ക് വിഘാതമായി നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഘടകം കാർഷിക അധിഷ്ഠിത വ്യവസായ സംരംഭങ്ങൾ കേരളത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടാവുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ലോക നിലവാരത്തിൽ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ വാഴപ്പഴം, ജാക്ക് ഫ്രൂട്ട് തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾ ഒരു പ്രൈമറി പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് എന്ന നിലയിലുള്ള സാധ്യത മാത്രമല്ല, അതിൻ്റെ മൂല്യവർദ്ധിത ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾ തന്നെ അന്താരാഷ്ട്ര മാർക്കറ്റിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അതിനുള്ള സംരംഭങ്ങളാണ് നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടത്. ഹൈലി ക്വാളിഫൈഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ടെക്നോളജിയും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അത് നടപ്പാക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന സംരംഭകരും നമുക്ക് ആവശ്യമാണ്. അതിനുതകുന്ന തരത്തിലുള്ള സംരംഭകത്വ സാധ്യതകളാണ് ഇതിവിടെ കേരള ഗവൺമെൻറ് ആവിഷ്കരിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന FPA പോളിസി തന്നെ. ഈ ദിശയിൽ നമ്മളെ സഹായിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള ഒരു FPA പോളിസി തന്നെ സംസ്ഥാന LDF ഗവൺമെൻറ് പുറത്തിറക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടുത്തെ സഹകരണ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾ, നമ്മുടെ ഇപ്പോൾ പ്രൈമറി അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ് സൊസൈറ്റികൾ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സൊസൈറ്റി, അവരുടെ ഒരു മാൻഡേറ്റ് തന്നെ കൃഷിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട മേഖലയിലാണ്. ഈ മേഖലയിലേക്ക് അവരുടെ ഉൽപ്പന്നം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ മൂല്യവർദ്ധിത മേഖലയിലേക്ക് അവർക്ക് എങ്ങനെ വരാൻ പറ്റും? അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ സംഭരണ വിതരണ മേഖല, അതായത് നമ്മുടെ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾ സംഭരിക്കാനുള്ള കൂൾ ചേമ്പർ സിസ്റ്റം അടക്കമുള്ള ലോജിസ്റ്റിക്സ് സംവിധാനങ്ങൾ, ഇതിൻ്റെ മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ് മേഖലയിലൊക്കെ തന്നെ സഹകരണ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളെ നമുക്ക് ആ നിലയിലേക്ക് ഉയർത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇന്ന് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സഹകരണ മേഖല നേരിടുന്ന പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾക്ക് പരിഹാരം ഉണ്ടാക്കുമെന്ന് മാത്രമല്ല, കാർഷിക രംഗത്തേക്ക് സഹകരണ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് നമുക്ക് വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കാൻ കഴിയണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അങ്ങനെ വരുന്നതോടുകൂടി കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ മുഖച്ഛായ തന്നെ മാറുന്ന സാഹചര്യം ഉണ്ടാകും. മറ്റൊന്ന് നമ്മുടെ പ്ലാന്റേഷൻ പോളിസിയിൽ വരുത്തേണ്ട മാറ്റമാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ നേരത്തെ തന്നെ പ്ലാന്റേഷൻ പോളിസിയിൽ മാറ്റം വരുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് ഗവൺമെൻറ് തീരുമാനമെടുത്തിരിക്കുകയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ പ്ലാന്റേഷൻ നിയമം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഭൂപരിഷ്കരണ നിയമത്തിൻ്റെ അന്തസത്തയ്ക്ക് ഭംഗം വരാതെ, പ്ലാന്റേഷൻ്റെ ഏരിയയിൽ ഒരിക്കലും ഒരു റിഡക്ഷൻ വരാതെ പ്ലാന്റേഷനായി തന്നെ നിലനിർത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ ഇന്ന് പ്ലാന്റേഷൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് വരുന്ന ക്രോപ്പുകൾക്ക് പുറമെ നമുക്ക് ഈ പ്ലാന്റേഷൻ മേഖലയിൽ നമുക്കൊരു നിശ്ചിത അളവിലെങ്കിലും ഫ്രൂട്ട് ക്രോപ്പുകൾ, അതായത് ഇപ്പം അവക്കാഡോ, മാംഗുസ്റ്റിൻ, റംബുട്ടാൻ പോലെയുള്ള നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ കാലാവസ്ഥയ്ക്ക് അനുയോജ്യമായതും വൻതോതിൽ ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന, കമേഴ്ഷ്യലായി തന്നെ ഉൽപ്പാദനം ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ കഴിയുകയും ചെയ്യുന്ന തരത്തിലുള്ള ക്രോപ്പുകളുണ്ട്. പ്രീമിയം വില ലഭിക്കുന്ന ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള പഴവർഗ്ഗങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു ഉൽപ്പാദനം വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കാൻ ഒരു 5 കൊല്ലം കൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കും, ഈ നയം നമ്മൾ നടപ്പാക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ. അപ്പോൾ ഇന്ന് നമ്മുടെ പ്ലാന്റേഷൻ മേഖലയിലുള്ള കാപ്പി, തേയില, റബ്ബർ, ഏലം, കശുമാവ് തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള ക്രോപ്പുകൾക്ക് പുറമെ ഈ പറയുന്ന എക്സോട്ടിക് ഫ്രൂട്ട്സിനെ കൂടി അതിനകത്ത് ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന ഒരു വലിയ നേട്ടം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, അത് നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ കാർഷിക ഉൽപ്പാദന രംഗത്ത് ഒരു 20-25 കോടി രൂപയുടെ ഫ്രൂട്ട്സ് ഉൽപ്പാദനം തന്നെ ഉണ്ടാകാനും അതിനെ അടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുള്ള എക്സ്പോർട്ടിങ്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ മാർക്കറ്റിങ്, അതിൻ്റെ ഈ പറയുന്ന തരത്തിലുള്ള മൂല്യവർദ്ധിത സാധ്യതകളെല്ലാം നമുക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ ഈ ഒരു പുതിയ പോളിസിയുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ കൃഷി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന പ്ലാന്റേഷൻ, സ്പൈസസ്, ഞാൻ ഈ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെയുള്ള മറ്റ് മേഖലകളിലുള്ള വിളകളെല്ലാം അടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് സംരംഭങ്ങൾ എല്ലാം നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിൽ ഉയർന്നു വരികയാണെങ്കിൽ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമ്മുടെ കാലാവസ്ഥയും നമ്മുടെ പ്രകൃതി വൈവിധ്യങ്ങൾ, ഇപ്പം തന്നെ നമ്മൾ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ജൈവ വൈവിധ്യം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ ഒരു വലിയ അസറ്റാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ടൂറിസം പ്രൊമോഷൻ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കാര്യം നമ്മുടെ ജൈവ വൈവിധ്യമാണ്. ഫാം ടൂറിസം പോലെയുള്ള ടൂറിസത്തിൻ്റെ സാധ്യതകൾ, നമ്മുടെ മലയോര മേഖലകളിൽ ഉള്ള നമ്മുടെ ഇന്നത്തെ ഭൂമിയുടെ ഉപയോഗക്രമത്തിൽ മാറ്റം വരുത്താതെ നമുക്ക് അതിൻ്റെ മണ്ണിൻ്റെ അഗ്രോ ഇക്കോളജിക്കൽ സോൺസിനെ അടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ കൃഷി ക്രമീകരിക്കാനുള്ള നയപരിപാടികളും സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഇപ്പോൾ ആവിഷ്കരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. കാർഷിക അധിഷ്ഠിതമായിട്ടുള്ള സംരംഭകത്വത്തിലൂടെ നിരവധി സംരംഭകർക്ക് നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള സാധ്യത കാർഷിക രംഗത്ത് തുറന്നു കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു അവസരമാണ് നമുക്ക് വരാൻ പോകുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ ഒരിക്കലും ടാപ്പ് ചെയ്യാത്തൊരു വിഷയമാണ് ഫ്ലോറിക്കൾച്ചർ. ഇന്ന് നമ്മുടെ ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ പൂക്കൃഷി മാർക്കറ്റിൽ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള പല പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഇപ്പോൾ എല്ലാ അലങ്കാര ഇലച്ചെടികളുടെ മാർക്കറ്റിൽ നമ്മുടെ കാലാവസ്ഥയാണ് അലങ്കാര ഇലച്ചെടികൾ ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കാൻ ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ് കാലാവസ്ഥ നമ്മുടെയാണ്. പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പല ഹെലിക്കോണി അടക്കമുള്ള പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പുഷ്പങ്ങൾ ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന കാലാവസ്ഥ നമുക്കുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെയെല്ലാം തന്നെ ഫ്ലോറിക്കൾച്ചറുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ടുള്ള ഒരു വലിയ മുന്നേറ്റം ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കും. ഇത് ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഇന്നത്തെ കേരളത്തിലെ കാലാവസ്ഥയുടെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അലങ്കാര ഇലച്ചെടികൾ യൂറോപ്യൻ മാർക്കറ്റ് അടക്കമുള്ള സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലേക്ക് പോകുന്ന ശ്രീലങ്ക പോലെയുള്ള രാജ്യങ്ങളെക്കാൾ കൂടുതലായിട്ട് അത് ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന സ്റ്റേറ്റ് നമ്മുടെ കേരളമാണ്. അത് നമുക്കെങ്ങനെ അതിൻ്റെ സാധ്യത നമുക്ക് പ്രയോജനപ്പെടുത്തി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ രംഗത്ത് നമുക്ക് ഒരുപാട് മാറ്റങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ കഴിയും. മറ്റൊരു മേഖല എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഹണി പ്രൊഡക്ഷനാണ്. അപ്പം നമ്മുടെ ഏറ്റവും ഗുണനിലവാരമുള്ള ഹണി ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുന്ന കൃഷിക്കാരുടെ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾക്ക് ആ ഗുണനിലവാരം മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുന്ന കർഷകരെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവരെ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുള്ള ഈ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾക്ക് കേരള ഹണി എന്ന പേരിൽ നമുക്ക് പ്രോസസ്സ് ചെയ്ത് മാർക്കറ്റിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി കഴിയും. അപ്പോൾ കേരള ഹണി ബ്രാൻഡ് ചെയ്യുകയും കേരളത്തിലെ ഹണി ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഉൽപ്പാദകരെല്ലാം തന്നെ നമുക്ക് ഈ പറയുന്ന മിൽമ മോഡലിൽ ഹണി സംസ്കരിച്ച് വിതരണം നടത്തുന്ന സംവിധാനത്തിലേക്കാണ് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. കൃഷി അധിഷ്ഠിതമായിട്ടുള്ള സംരംഭങ്ങളും ചെറുകിട വ്യവസായങ്ങളും ആണ് മറ്റേതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതലായിട്ട് കേരളത്തിൽ ഇനി സാധ്യതയുള്ള ഒരു മേഖല എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും ഇങ്ങനെ വളർന്നു വരുന്ന മേഖല മറ്റ് വ്യവസായങ്ങളെ പരിപോഷിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്നതാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ടൂറിസം ആണെങ്കിലും ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ആണെങ്കിലും അതിനെ പരിപോഷിപ്പിക്കുന്നതായിരിക്കും ഈ ഒരു വ്യവസായ മേഖല എന്നുള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് ഭാവി കേരളത്തെപ്പറ്റി ചിന്തിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും അധികം ഊന്നൽ നൽകേണ്ട ഒരു മേഖല കാർഷിക മേഖലയാണ്. കാർഷികാധിഷ്ഠിതമായിട്ടുള്ള മുന്നേറ്റത്തിലൂടെ മാത്രമേ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സുസ്ഥിരമായ ഭാവി നമുക്ക് നിലനിർത്തി മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ കഴിയുകയുള്ളൂ എന്ന ആശയം പങ്കുവെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ ഉപസംഹരിക്കുന്നു. നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We shall now get into the task at hand, which is inviting the different speakers for this session. I shall make my introductory remarks a little later as we are running a little short of time. I'm very happy to invite to this conference Dr. K.S. Subramanian, who is the Director of Research and NABARD Chair Professor at the Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Coimbatore. Dr. Subramanian did his PhD at the University of Ottawa in Canada. He has more than 32 years of research and teaching experience in the Tamil Nadu Agricultural University and expertise in the field of nanotechnology in agriculture and soil biology. He was the founder head of the Department of Nanoscience and Technology, and he assisted the Indian Council for Agricultural Research in developing a research framework of nanotechnology platform in agriculture. He has significantly contributed to the development of nanotechnologies for fruit preservation, design and fabrication of nano-agri inputs, nano-based on-site detection tests, and so on. I'm very happy to welcome Dr. Subramanian, a good personal friend of mine and a fellow NABARD Chair Professor, to this conference. Dr. Subramanian, you have 15 minutes to make your presentation. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks, Ram Kumar, for a nice introduction. And Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Secretary Dare, and the Director General of ICR, the Vice Chancellor of Kerala Agriculture University, the participant in the webinar. In fact, it is very interesting to note that Kerala is organizing such an international event to take lessons from the innovative technologies and move forward from here. I'm very happy to present in Kerala, in this forum on nanotechnology, how it is useful in agriculture. The Minister for Agriculture nicely presented the status in which what exactly Kerala prefer to do it, and I think I have an answer for this. The nanotechnology is an emerging field of science, and this is one of the areas which the Indian agriculture, particularly Kerala, has to consider. Kerala is known for its wide array of fruits, the spices production. Certainly, the minister set a nice stage in which I have answers how exactly the innovative technology would help. The nano is very innovative, and the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University started as early as 2010. And as a founder head, I built the facility, and we have a lot to share for Kerala. So this is the view of the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, those who are not familiar with. And we are celebrating 50th year in July of this year, 2021. And nano, because it's a general population watching this particular presentation, I should explain what is nano mean. Nano is 1/1000th of a meter.
Dr. Subramaniam, are you sharing a screen? Dr. Subramaniam, are you sharing a screen at this point? Because we can't see it.
You're not seeing the screen? Yeah.
We can see you, but we can't see the screen. I think you have not shared the screen.
I'll do it. I also shared the PPT to the organizer as well.
Can you do it from there?
Yeah. Can organizer share it, because I already shared the slides to them.
Okay. Just a second. We'll just check. Nagesh, I'm very sorry for this. Just give us a few seconds. We'll set it right.
Nano is 1/1000th of a meter. 1/1000th of a meter, typically 100 crore, 1 in 100 crore. I always explained nanotechnology comparing with the Indian population. We have 138 crore people. If you consider that the population of India, cubed them in 1 meter length, each Indian is the size of a nanoparticle. I am just speaking, but by the time the screen can be shared, are they sharing the screen, or I have to do myself?
We are trying to do from here.
Can you please also try from there, Dr. Subramanian? If it works, we can do it that way.
I am doing it.
Yeah, you can share it. We have opened it. Please share it.
You are a co-host and you can share it. Yes, now we can see your screen, but can you please put it on a slideshow mode or a full screen mode? No, it's become smaller now. Yeah, actually, this is fine. Please continue in this mode. This is better. Yeah.
Can I have the next slide, please? And as I explained a little earlier, nano is 1/1000th of a meter, 1 in 100 crore. I always explain with comparing with the Indian population, it is 1.38 billion people live in India. And if you queue them in 1 meter length, each Indian is the size of a nanoparticle. By doing the size reduction, certainly the surface area get extended. That is a unique property of nanotechnology we exploit in agriculture. So typically, nano-agriculture refers to atom-by-atom manipulation, enables the development of a process and product that are very precise to deliver input in agriculture. So that's what we try to do. We ultimately use nanotechnology for food security. Whatever the point the minister has indicated, I have answered during my presentation. Next slide, please. And there are four. Next slide, please. This is a view of Nanotechnology Center of Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. As I said, it was built in 2010, and we have this facilities shown here. We have got a complete equipment that are available for characterization as well development of products. And our vision of the center is to develop solution for unresolved issues in agriculture. Primarily, we focus on nanodiagnostics, agri-input, food system safety, and within 10 years of time, this particular university has an education program in nanotechnology, PG and PhD programs, and I have the 30 crore worth of projects in nanotechnology in agriculture. We have trained manpower as well. And Kerala has lots of strength in nanotechnology by itself. and you will be surprised. You have ICER in Trivandrum, you got all in Amirta Institute of Medical Sciences in Cochin, and we have Indian Institute of Spice Research, where nanotechnology research is going on as for under NASF. And Kerala Agriculture University is also interested to set up a nanotechnology center, for which TNA would be very helpful. Next slide, please. And there are 4 areas in which nanotechnology has to be considered for agriculture. The foremost thing is nanodiagnostics. This is very important. Ram Kumar also indicated. The diagnostics is very important, and lab-on-chip technologies are very important for export of commodities to assess the quality on site. And Kerala produces a wide array of fruits, vegetables, and if you want to really export, these are the devices you need to develop. These are some of the developments in TNIU. We have got a moisture detection device, nitrogen detection device, the viral diseases on spot with the lateral flow immunoassay, and the ENOS technologies for quality assessment on the spot. These are the devices that are in the development stage, but these are very important for Kerala agriculture. Another important issue Kerala has to consider is the residue detection. If you want to intend to export fruits or vegetables, certainly the residue-free produce are to be developed, and for which we have on-site detection device as well, where the nano sticker, which can be attached to the fruits and vegetables, within a minute time we will know what is the residue that is present with the help of surface enhanced plasma technology. Quickly we can detect what it is. So this is very important. This is a need of the work for the country as well. And Indian produce are very frequently referred to the export market on the residue problem. Next. So we develop some of the nano input for agriculture, particularly nutrients. The fertilizers are very important input for agriculture. We invest 1,30,000 crore is invested every year on fertilizer. So the nano can help in reducing the input that are used. So we use the nanofiber technology. Nanofibers are made of polymer. We use electrospinning machine to develop nanofiber. By giving a coat on the seed, we can substantially reduce the input. We also developed a NutriCapsule. One capsule is enough per plant, which can supply the entire course of cropping. It is possible. Recently, the Indian the government recommended IFCO nano fertilizers, which is in the testing stage across the country. And this is the first product coming to Indian agriculture, which is extensively studied. I am one of the scientists responsible for the scientific validation of IFCO nano fertilizer. Nano sulfur can improve the use efficiency as well. These are the input that are developed for agriculture crops. Certainly, it can be designed to develop for horticulture crop, which is predominant in Kerala. Next. So this is a lure. It is a Silverboga insectivorous, the stem borer in rice, which is badly affected. The monitoring system, traditional lure, is a very short-lived, and we developed a nano lure, which can release the pheromone molecule for a longer time, so that continuous monitoring is possible. So this is in the commercial testing. TNA has already released this technology for adoption. Next. So we have, this is one of the areas of interest for Kerala. Tea mosquito bug is earlier when we were studying tea. This is considered as a very minor pest. Now it is a major pest. Tea mosquito bug, Helopeltis antony, which is causing havoc in the tea industry. As we all know, Indian tea industry is suffering a lot. And this is one of the pests for which we develop a nano solution, nano pesticide, which is very effective. And it is extensively studied in Valparai tea estates in Tamil Nadu side. And this is a potential technology we can share for further commercialization. Next. So this is another important area of research we need to consider is the viral diseases. After COVID-19, people are serious about plant viruses as well. And we have a nano solution for this. And we have nanosilica, which is fortified with a biomolecule, either anoscomosin or acidiractin, which can effectively inhibit the transmission of virus from one plant to the other. And this is explained. And we have tested this particular nano product against mung bean virus, and which is effectively controlling. And this is another important disease. Most of the fruits, the minister has explained, the viral disease is a major issue in horticulture, and certainly we have solution for that. Next. And I think because we started developing nano products, which is very small quantity, and the next we want to go to the next level of application. Certainly drone technology is very important. We have optimized drone technology for certain crops, rice and maize, and where we know how to fly the drone, what is the height and what is the speed, what is the delivery mechanism. So we the lots of nano interventions are there in drone application as well. And I think TNA is the first state agriculture university initiated research in drone technology as well. And we can help you on that also, which is also monitoring as well, the delivery of input. Drone can be helpful. Next. This is an important areas which the minister was indicating about wide array of fruits that are being produced. It is not the export value is not there. This is a technology would be helpful. We developed a nano emulsion, which is basically carries hexanol. When the spray is given, or the fruits can be dipped in the solution, the fruits can be stored for 3 weeks longer. During the transit for a long distance travel, this would be very helpful. And for fruits, in general term, we would say that this particular technology will help in extending shelf life on trees by 3 weeks, and during the storage another 3 weeks. So 6 weeks we can extend the shelf life of fruits, and which is very important. So if you want to go for an export or long-term transport, certainly it is a very useful one. And when the country is facing a problem at the time of demonetizing, at the time of glut in the market, and this technology is very powerful, and we can make use of this technology. And already we have tested extensively in banana as well. So we can share the technology for adoption in Kerala. Next. So we have another, this is a technology which I have the pattern. A nano sticker, a small sticker would help in extending shelf life. It's made of nanofiber, which is loaded into the hexanol, loaded with the hexanol. You make a sticker which is attached to the box of fruit like this, what is shown in mango or banana. A sticker costs about 2 to 3 rupees only, and it can extend shelf life. We were tested in many varieties of banana. We have tested in different districts in Tamil Nadu, and which is very helpful. Yes, a small sticker or pellet will help extending shelf life without much diseases like spotting, like anthracnose that causes trouble in the storage, that can also be minimized with the help of a nano sticker, which is loaded with hexanol.
Next, 2 minutes more.
Yeah, I'll complete it. So this is a nano film, which is made of the fiber, which is extracted from banana plant, and which is converted into cellulose, and we can make a film. In fact, the Mahatma Gandhi University also working in this area in Kerala, and we can help you on that. Next. I think that's last. Next. Okay. This is one again to improve the value addition to the fruits and vegetables. Encapsulation will help, and for which we have the technology. We take the, whatever the active compound, we can encapsulate them. Next. I think that's last one I just want to say. Next, the regulation is very important, because you are talking about nanotechnology. There is lots of powerful technologies have been presented. Certainly, you need the regulation in the country, whether it can be useful. And we have TNAU played a very important role in the regulation. I'm one of the core committee members in the regulatory framework for the country. The nano fertilizer, which I mentioned, IFCO, we have got a FCO under which nano fertilizer has been listed. The NASF in the way ICR is helping. All India Institute of Agriculture University, our Vice Chancellor has said that there should be a separate coordination network of nanotechnology, for which I am one of the coordinator. Next. So these are the books that have been written by myself, so you can read. Most of the books are online, so you can have a look at it. Next, I think that's the last one I want to say. Thank you very much, Ram Kumar, for giving me opportunity to share my thought. And certainly, I'll be available for discussion, and any area of interest in nanotechnology, I'll be more than happy to link with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Subramaniam. Just to keep the session alive, can I pose a quick question first, which has come from Dr. Reggie Jacob Thomas of the Kerala Agricultural University. Can you give the list of nanotechnologies commercialized by TNAU, at least major 5, and the firms which are selling the technology? Can you quickly answer that question now?
That is very good. There are 14 products, nano-based products are available with us. 2 products have been commercialized, and now there is a negotiation going on with the company. Within a week or 2, it is going to be commercialized and it will be available. So I can declare here, yeah, those who are interested to test some of our product, we'll give you free of cost so that you can test it and validate our technology.
Thank you. There's another question from the Krishi Vigyan Kendra in Kannur. Is there the availability of nanonutrients to address micronutrient deficiencies? And have you checked the economics of the use of nanotechnology? How does it affect profitability in agriculture?
As of now, as I said, IFCO has come up with the nano nitrogen, zinc, and copper. Those who are interested to use it, it is available. I can give the data to them who are interested, contacts, so that it will be given free of cost, so that test yourself. And as of now, it is a single nutrient based only. For a multi-nutrient deficiency, as a person from soil science, the Nutri capsule is a very important technology, which is tested for maize and pulses, and not for a horticulture crop. Certainly, we'll work on that.
Dr. Subramaniam, could you please post some of the links that you want to share with the audience in the chat box here, so that they can click and go and see it, whatever they find it interesting?
Okay, my work is quite known. If you,
I know, but just for the sake, we have hundreds of people watching from across Kerala. Not all are scientists, so if you could post some links for the publications or some sites they can go to and look at your products, that would be lovely.
Yeah, right now my assistant is doing it right now, and
Sure.
that will connect you. Those who do not have the correct link, you put my name, you end up there.
Thank you very much. Please stay on. We'll have more questions for you after the other speakers complete their presentations. Thank you very much, Dr. Subramaniam, for your presentation. Much appreciated. Friends, it's now time to invite our next speaker, Professor Kathleen Heffron. Professor Kathleen Heffron received her PhD from the Department of Medical Biophysics, University of Toronto, and currently teaches microbiology at the Cornell University. Professor Heffron has published multiple research papers, chapters, reviews, and has written 3 books. She is the Fulbright Canada Research Chair of Global Food Security and has been a visiting professor at the University of Toronto over the last 1 year. Her research interests include the use of biotechnology to promote global health. And it's my great pleasure to invite and welcome Dr. Kathleen Heffron to speak now. She will be speaking on the question of use of CRISPR and gene editing in increasing agricultural productivity and food security. Professor Heffron, over to you. You can take 15 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well. Please go on.
Okay. Oops. It looks like my screen sharing is disabled. Do you have to do something?
Can you please make Professor Heffron a co-host, Nagesh, quickly?
Yeah, control room.
Okay.
Yes, done.
Yes, Kathleen, you can speak now.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. Yes, I'm going to talk about using CRISPR to increase crop yield. So I thought I'd start just by talking about population increases and agricultural productivity, trying to keep up. And here on the left, I'm showing you a graph of increase in population across the world all the way up to 2050. And you can see that the light green are developing countries and the dark green are developed countries or industrialized countries. So not much increase in industrialized countries, but an enormous number of people will be, born in the next few years. So it's really increasing, and we have to find a way to increase our agricultural productivity as well. And here in this graph, I'm also showing that this is quite a challenge, because looking at current amounts of productivity for different staple crops such as maize, rice, wheat, and soybean, we're not nearly reaching the levels we need to double our productivity by 2050. So we need to find other ways or novel technologies by which we can increase our agricultural productivity. So certainly new breeding technologies are the way to go. And the three main ones that I'm thinking about are molecular plant breeding, genetically modified foods, and genome edited crops. So first, very quickly, molecular plant breeding, it has been around for a while. It's very extremely useful. It's a good product of our great sequencing technologies and our ability to find markers and be able to figure out how to breed more quickly and readily and select for the crops with the traits we want. Genetically modified crops, I'm sure you're aware of BT cotton, which I used as an example here. On the top, I'm showing the adaptation of Indian farmers for insect-resistant cotton, or BT cotton, and that's in the dark blue, and the light blue is the conventional cotton. And so certainly it has been widely adopted over the continent. Here's how BT cotton is made. We start at the top left here. I'll see if my mouse works. Yeah, at the top left here with a bacterial gene that is then inserted into the genome of cotton cells. And then we grow a cotton plant from this. And the bacterial gene actually produces a cotton or a toxin that harms cotton bollworms. So it causes the cotton to be insect resistant. And this table here just shows you how incredibly effective this is. I think, on my screen, I'm having trouble seeing the last column, but basically I've put in India here in red, and you can see that for India using BT cotton or insect-resistant cotton, and on my graph it's or on my slide it's blanked out by the Zoom photos, but there's an enormous, a huge amount of pesticide reduction. So I hope that makes it's clear to you. It's the EIQ is the environmental impact quotient, the impact of pesticide per hectare. And you can see that for India, it made a world of difference for Indian farmers using BT cotton and reducing their reliance and dependency on pesticides. So it's been extremely helpful. So now I'll talk a little bit about genome editing, which I think is up and coming and widely used certainly in research labs, and it's a very handy tool indeed. So there's several types of ways to perform genome editing. We have the meganucleases, the zinc fingers, the talons, and CRISPR. So CRISPR seems to be the most popular right now, but I wouldn't forget about the others because they're always being developed and there's lots coming along. CRISPR is nice because we just make a double-stranded break in a DNA strand, and then we can insert or delete a nucleotide from DNA and therefore change the DNA the way we see fit. So it really is just editing us in a target region of DNA. I'm putting up here a figure which I think is really interesting, but it's genome editing to cure sickle cell anemia. This has just come out recently in the US, where we have here a patient who might have sickle cell anemia. We can take the hematopoietic stem cells, progenitor stem cells, and then perform genome editing on these cells, and then transplant them back into the patient. And here you can see on the bottom left, these unedited sickle cell anemia patient blood with these characteristic sickle cell shapes where all the arrows are. And on the right-hand side, this is after genome editing. So most of those shapes are gone. And this person is actually having a perfectly normal life. and has lost all the symptoms of sickle cell anemia. This is this person here. So she's been pain-free and symptom-free for over a month now. And similarly, there are trials underway right now in the U.S. regarding curing blindness for people who are born with blindness, and they're actually able to cure it using CRISPR-Cas9. So it's very exciting, and really is going to revolutionize medicine. At the same time, genome editing can be used for crops and crop yields, and that has been expanding enormously over the last few years. So this is a very busy and complicated slide, but I just want to show you that there are many, many different types of Cas proteins. So there are many types of bacteria that we still haven't really characterized very well at all, and many of them have CRISPR-Cas9 systems. So we have no end of new Cas proteins coming along for the next, I would say, decade or 2 decades that have to be analyzed and that have different and unique properties. So it's a very exciting time indeed. And these CRISPR-Cas systems can have multiple applications. So on this slide I'm showing you on the left here, we have this blue Cas9, which we usually think about for making a single nucleotide mutation in a strand of DNA. But beside it, we have Cas13, which is another type of Cas from another, that's another system. And it actually doesn't cleave DNA, it cleaves RNA. So it cleaves it into these small pieces. And then over here, on this side here, I'm showing that Cas13 is very handy if you wanted to make a plant that was resistant to a plant virus. And because this will cleave the RNA, and most plant viruses are RNA viruses. Some are DNA, but a lot of them are RNA viruses. They've been very difficult to handle in the past. So now we actually have a really robust tool to stop plant viruses. And similarly, this Cas13 can be used to cleave RNAs that are being produced for gene expression. So we can actually target gene expression and turn on and off genes. And down here I'm showing other ways as well that we can actually even methylate genes, and we can do all kinds of things to affect gene expression using these CRISPR-Cas systems. So it's not just a change in nucleotide kind of technology. It could do many, many things, and we'll have even more in the near future. So I put here plant breeders have genome editing to improve crop varieties, and I'm showing you some of the benefits here. So in terms of accuracy, genetically modified is not so accurate. Genome editing can be highly accurate. You can target a specific gene and specific site on a strand of DNA. It's pretty fast to work with, and it's certainly in the U.S. where we consider them not to be, not to go through the same regulatory hurdles. It can be very low in cost as well. So it's easy, fast, and cheap, basically. And here's how we use genome editing. On the bottom, we select an RNA sequence that we want to target. We make this construct. We have the Cas protein gene and our RNA that we want to target. We put them into plant cells. There's several ways we can do this. They're very well established. We produce an edited plant, and then usually we sequence it to find out that we've got the right edit made. So this whole process can be quite quick, and again, it doesn't require a lot of expense or even a lot of sophistication, really. Here's a timeline of gene editing over the last few years. So you can see on the left here in 2012, we have blight-resistant rice, which was pretty important. And moving all the way to closer to 2020, we have high-yield rice. And here we are even making gluten-free wheat or non-allergenic peanuts and these sorts of things. So as far as agriculture is concerned, we really have a lot we can do with CRISPR-Cas9. So how could genome editing be used to improve crop yield? And I'm showing you here, it's a rice plant and kind of its anatomy and the different characteristics or properties that are important for crop yield. For example, flowering time, or maybe even the number of flowers on a single rice plant, the number of grains, the size of the grains, the depth of the roots, how much of a carbon sink can this plant be, what kind of nutrients can be taken up, and how quickly and how much nutrients could be taken up. Can they be taken up into the seeds? These sorts of questions are, a lot of the genes we know, or many of the genes involved in these sorts of, metabolisms for plants we are already familiar with. So it's just a matter of going to these genes, or going to transcription factors, or different pathways that we're familiar with, and starting to edit the genes involved. And so here I'm showing on the left some of the things that we can do just by tweaking some of the genes involved here in these different metabolic pathways. So we can get plants with pest resistance or herbicide tolerance if we want. We can improve photosynthetic ability, so they're able to handle a hotter world, for example, or even grow faster or more in more sunlight. We can have resistance to temperature stress, like heat shock or even cold shock, drought resistance, tolerance to flooding or salinity, or even using nitrogen. So perhaps we could use less fertilizer because we're making the plant uptake nitrogen in a better manner. We can change fruit and grain size, shape, numbering time, senescence when the plant is ready to be harvested, and even increase the number of micronutrients and yield of protein yield of the plant. These are some examples here. We have drought-free rice that's been made with genome editing. We have salt-tolerant rice. This is golden rice, but it's not a transgenic plant. It's been made with CRISPR-Cas9, and it's just been tweaked so that the beta-carotene is now highly expressed in the rice grains. So it's not a GMO, but it's still producing this golden color, and it's producing vitamin A. And here's another rice that's producing low amounts of cadmium. So we've been able to figure out the transporter system of cadmium coming into the plant, which is actually toxic at high levels to consumers. We can reduce that the efficiency of that cadmium transporter so that this is a better rice to eat. Other examples, here are CRISPR tomatoes, and here we're tweaking this branch gene so that we can make these bunches. And this is more suitable for someone who wants to grow tomatoes in an urban setting. So we're just able to use what we know about genes and development to make these plants more suitable for different purposes. Again, here's a
Kathleen,
yeah.
2 minutes more, please.
Almost done. Almost done.
Thank you.
So here's on the left, here's a citrus that's resistant to citrus tristitia disease, which is just an awful disease. And by CRISPR, we've got one that's resistant now. And this is a golden banana. So this is a CRISPRed banana, and it's got this beta carotene being produced. So it's going to help people with who have micronutrient deficiencies. And this is almost my last slide, but these are just some of the ways genome edited crops could be helpful. Lower inputs such as fertilizers and pesticides, have better resilience to poor climate conditions, ward off pests, and as a result, reduce post-harvest loss, and more nutrient-dense foods, and bigger seeds, more seeds, this sort of thing. So thank you very much for listening. I put here on the side some very snowy pictures because we are in the middle of a snowstorm here, 12 to 18 inches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. Stay safe. Maybe a quick question to you before we move on to the next speaker. Dr. Mani Chelapan asked this question. He would like to know more on pest resistance that can be inculcated through CRISPR technologies. Can you provide some examples if you
Pest resistance, yes. So I think that the virus resistance, I think, is really interesting to me because I'm a plant virologist by trade. But certainly, if you can find how, for example, a bacteria enters a plant that is a pathogenic bacteria, for example, you can change if there's a receptor or some kind of protein that the bacteria is using, you can alter that receptor in such a way that the bacteria no longer recognizes it. That's one thing we can do. Or you can even increase transcription factors that turn on the immune, the host defense response to plants. So there's different ways you can do it, but it would depend on the pathogen and what we know of how it causes harm.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be more questions coming, so kindly stay on.
Okay.
We'll take them after the next speaker completes his presentation. In the meantime, Dr. Subramaniam, I'll pose a few questions to you that have already come to you from the chat box. First, Dr. Pramila, Professor AACRP on weed control in KAU, asks, we are interested in taking up trials on nano herbicides for weed control, especially in rice. Can we undertake some trials on nano herbicides? That's one question. Second, Dr. K. Pratapan asked this question, any finding on nanotechnology helping to enhance the shelf life of perishable vegetables? Any crop shelf life enhancement is being practiced in Tamil Nadu or not? That is the second question. Another question from Dr. Prema of KAU. She says the KAU IFCO chair has one nanofertilizer trial in vegetables going on. Can you please enlighten us on the comparative cost economics of using nano products in agriculture? Kindly keep these three questions. We'll come back to you with a request to answer them. Thank you. It's my pleasure, friends, to invite a very distinguished panelist to this session, Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra. Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra is presently Secretary, the Department of Agricultural Research Education, and he's also the Director General of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. We are very happy to have him with us. Thank you, sir. Prior to this, he worked as the Director of the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi, and the National Rice Research Institute, which was formerly CRRI in Cuttack, Odisha. He worked as a researcher and teacher and has over 25 to 30 years of experience at the National Research Center on Plant Biotechnology, Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi, and he specializes in molecular genetics and genomics. It's our great pleasure to invite Dr. Mohapatra to speak. Sir, 15 minutes for you, sir.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to this particular session. Since there is only 15 minutes, I will not use any slides. So I will speak without any slides. Okay, so the international conference is a very timely step on modernizing agricultural situation, agriculture and animal sciences, animal resources, and how new technologies can bridge the gaps that we have in terms of productivity. This country has realized quite a bit of yield advantage over several decades. From ship to mouth situation, we have plenty of food grains today, and we are exporting. So that's the kind of situation which has been built over a period of over a period of 5 decades, and we continue innovating and providing new directions to agriculture at the national level, and also the state departments are working accordingly to boost agricultural production. Uh, Certainly, the kind of situation we are in with regard to food grain is highly satisfactory. We have increased our production 5.5 times, and similarly the egg production more than 48-50 times, milk production 17-18 times, and the fish production about 14-15 times. So we have been able to really sustain the gains that we had during Green Revolution period with regard to crops. But the kind of challenges that we have today, we need to really reinvent and deploy technologies which are more disruptive in nature. Green revolution happened because we deployed gene technology in its crude format. And that gene technology was a semi-dwarfing genetic technology that brought in, along with semi-dwarfing traits, fertilizer responsiveness and responsiveness to water, irrigation, and other management practices. So obviously, the management of pests and diseases was a very important component of the Green Revolution. So the Green Revolution technology, while enhancing productivity, brought along with a host of management practices which were not followed as per the recommendation over a period of time. So consequence of that we have seen in terms of depleting resources, particularly the soil, the natural resources which are there, the water resources, as well as polluting environments by way of unmindful use of pesticides and also at times fertilizers. Though the technology, both gene technology and management technology with regard to the fertilizers and pesticides and water, brought in the much needed advancements in agricultural production and productivity, the associated problems are always there, and we continue to have it because of unmindful use of, rather sometimes misuse of these inputs. That is one part of the story, but the other part is the climate is changing, the population is increasing, and so on and so forth. And the food needs are getting diversified over years. The situation also is demanding, that we have to enhance the income of the farmers. Otherwise, there would not be anybody to do farming. So while taking all this into account, what do we need to really do, whether at the national level or at the state level? The need of the hour is, number one, enhance productivity, further reduce the costs involved in production, and reduce the wastage which is happening, and have sustainable production systems in place When I say sustainable production systems, it amounts to use of technology and maybe disruptive ones where the input use is reduced, the environmental footprints are reduced, and the impacts of climate change are also addressed. And the produce is of such quality that it's acceptable by consumer. It creates markets nationally and globally so that agriculture is more remunerative than what it is today, and consumer gets the value of whatever he pays, and in the process it's a healthier planet, healthy human beings, healthy animals, and a healthy environment, and so on and so forth. So when we say that the population is growing, the demands are getting diversified. Of course, by 2050, we will cross 9 billion mark, maybe close to 10 billion. And India would be the most populous country in the world. And obviously, this is going to be a very big challenge. And I don't have time to really elaborate on what I would be actually touching upon. So one of the focused efforts has to be on enhancing yield per se and breaking the yield barriers. Mention was made about use of few of the technology in the previous lecture. I will go beyond that so that I have some additional points to be deliberated upon subsequently. When I say that yield gaps are there, obviously per se yield improvement is important. Whether you enhance the fruit number in terms of zinc, size and number. So the fruit number and fruit size, as the example was shown with regard to CRISPR manipulated, fruit number in tomato by the previous speaker. So there is plenty of opportunity to actually manipulate the zinc size and zinc capacity, zinc number and zinc size in the process, the zinc capacity, and at the same time, and use other kind of tools which are there to enhance, reduce the time taken, time that is being taken, and have a much faster progress with regard to breaking yield ceiling. So that is one approach which is for being followed globally. And in India, we have also initiated, particularly targeting those genes which are responsible for abiotic stress tolerance, particularly the master regulators which are there in the pathways of biosynthesis of those kind of compounds which are required for regulating the pathways, and particularly the stress tolerance pathways. It could be the transcription factors which are involved in, for instance, ABA biosynthetic pathway. And similarly, there are a host of other genes which are targeting and to enhance productivity, rather have stability of production under varying climatic conditions, say in case of limited water availability. Or identifying genes in the germplasm resource, which is a huge resource, and Kerala itself has thousands of rice germplasm, for instance, and using the germplasm resource. Kerala, the line has been utilized to identify genes, for instance, salt tolerance, and a host of other genes. So deploying those germplasm lines and transferring genes to backgrounds which are agronomically superior to have stress tolerance. And this is routinely happening in the country through genomics assisted breeding. And that is one area where Kerala can take maximum advantage. They have the trained human resource, they have the germplasm available. The country has also additional germplasm available, and I believe we should take full advantage of the technology which is available and trained human resource and expertise available, so that the germplasm is utilized, they are deployed, and we have higher productivity and stress tolerance in the background of agronomically superior lines which are available today. So we've developed tomorrow's multi-stress tolerant, highly productive, nutritionally enriched lines. India has developed more than 70 biofortified crop varieties. And why not, Kerala? I believe Kerala should be able to deploy some of those which are already developed and high yielding backgrounds. And Kerala can also develop its own, biofortified crop varieties with a higher yield, with stress tolerance, so that we actually meet all the requirements of the state. And new value chains can be built around such varieties which are productive, nutritious, and at the same time climate resilient. So this could be one, focused, effort that can be, actually planned out strategically and then implemented for Kerala. The use of CRISPR-Cas, as I was telling, a number of genes have been identified, cloned, characterized, and those can be very strategically in a targeted fashion manipulated, as it was highlighted by previous speakers. Let me not really go into those details. But while I was talking about genetically manipulating for higher productivity, but what we see in this country, it is not just per se productivity, but the yield gaps are because of management. The use of technology to bridge the management gaps is very, very essential to have higher productivity, per unit area, per unit time. And how do we really do this? Unless we again deploy technologies which have been already validated, will not be able to really address these issues. Number one, that can we really opt for nano-based solutions in management? Nano-based technologies are there, plenty of them are there. One question was raised with regard to pesticides and fertilizers, and in recent years, IFCO has introduced nano nitrogen in this country, and you know that nitrogen use efficiency in this country is less than 30-35%, 40% maximum, and 60 to 70% of fertilizer is lost in the environment, in the water and in the air, and pollution happening in the process. And nano-based fertilizers, which IFCO introduced, and ICAR with IFCO elaborate way, and try to carry out trials and understand that one can at least substitute 25% of the chemical fertilizers by use of this nano-based nitrogen, for instance. So this is one intervention where you save on fertilizers, save on losses happening, and save on environment, and then improve the environment health, and the process cost is also addressed. And similarly, nano-based pesticides and there are several other applications. I will not go into those details. And while doing so, even micronutrients, there are many soils which are deficient in micronutrients, including Kerala soils. And can we really address micronutrient deficiency by use of nano? I think this is one area where we are working, and Kerala can focus on this to improve upon the deficiencies which are there in the soil and use nano-based solutions. Nanopesticides can also, one has to address the biosafety issues which are associated, but that's another aspect which can be utilized for enhancing productivity, and the process have more returns for the farmers and saving on the environment. When I say nano, at the same time, I must focus on technologies which are highly now being deployed and in a wider sense acceptable. They are based on Internet of Things and artificial intelligence platforms. Artificial intelligence platforms which are being deployed globally And in precision agriculture systems, at country level, we are trying to actually implement those, and Kerala can actually, initiate such programs. For instance, I'll cite one, two points, and then take to the last part of my lecture, and that is that when one wants to spray pesticides or apply chemical fertilizers, certainly a timely application at the recommended dose enhances productivity. But that's where the problem lies, and the farmers do not really know at what time and how much to apply. In the process, misuse happens, loss happens, cost of cultivation increases, productivity doesn't really increase. That kind of gains we don't see. And to do that, that's a need to really deploy large scale. There are a few examples now in the country. Deploy large scale sensor based application systems and automations associated with it, and the data analytics again associated with this. So the data real time coming regularly from the field situation to the computing systems where the decisions are taken, and the decision to apply fertilizers in right quantity and and the right time, and similarly pesticides can be done. In fact, all crop management can happen. Drone based systems can be deployed to do precision application of pesticides, and then nano formulations can be sprayed as desired. So use of drones to understand soil systems and nutrition systems, and so that appropriate application of fertilizers can happen at the right time, to go for right time of planting, to go for right time of spraying, and then do practically spraying of pesticides, and then even growth promoting substances, and do irrigation at the right time, and appropriate quantity of irrigation water being applied. So reduce footprints of all these in the environment, enhance yield, and then in the process increase the income of the farmer. So the host of technologies, including sensors and automation and artificial intelligence and machine learning system associated, can contribute greatly to enhancing productivity, bringing in more precision in agricultural systems, and in the process, also having sustainable production systems in place. So I believe that very strongly that as we go along, there will be more use of robots in agriculture. Driverless tractors are already there, introduced, and as we go along, when we use the remote sensing and then drone-based applications and more. Today we know that with hyperspectral imaging platforms, the kind of disease situation in case of crops, the amount of yield a crop particular field is going to give, and many other things. We are doing remote sensing based and hyperspectral imaging based platforms which are being used at this point in time in experimental fields, but large scale use of those such technologies in country and also in Kerala would be very useful. Recently, we have developed a technology which is a drone based, and for harvesting of coconut, the kind of imaging platforms which it uses, and then identifies which coconut to be harvested, and again the robotic arms and the way it goes and picks the coconut and then cuts it out and then brings it from the tall trees. That's a wonderful technology which is recently developed, and similarly spraying by use of drones in tall trees. So use of technology, use of artificial intelligence platforms, and genome editing, and sensor as well as nano-based platforms are the things which are technologies which can be deployed large scale. But you all know that kind of wastage that happens in this country. These huge wastage can be addressed to a great extent, and globally, this loss is quite huge. Annually to the tune of $1 trillion US. So why do we say that this kind of loss is happening? And so also in India, and processing happens very little, less than 5-6% are produced getting processed. So there's a plenty of scope for actually occupying that particular space by use of technology. We have not been able to actually deploy technology in that particular space, and including Kerala, where I visit very frequently the Kerala state, and then see how things are happening there. Obviously the post harvest processing, value addition, and along with market linkage has tremendous scope, and Kerala's agriculture can get a boost. My time is over, so I'll not to really want to really prolong my lecture. But there is scope for use of blockchain technology. Blockchain technology has been used very successfully in cryptocurrency systems. And today, blockchain technologies are being promoted in management of post-harvest losses and establishing market linkages from production site to the marketplace and to the consumers, and establishing whole chain, and in the process eliminating the inefficiencies, so saving the produce and adding value, and linking with the traceability platform, and then providing consumer the best kind of nutritious food as per his or her demand is very, very essential in today's context. And as we go along, and this should be required far more than what we are needing today, because the consumer is becoming more and more conscious with regard to nutrition requirements. So this should be another area to focus on, and today we have not really been able to deploy this large scale. And so certainly sensors should be can be combined with those, and then it can be very precisely used, a combination of tools and technologies. When I say that agriculture today and agriculture tomorrow, obviously today still large part of the country is practicing agriculture, old format of agriculture. When you say old format, certainly the traditional practices have been important. But when you come to the new format, where the efficiency is higher, cost is lower, and then time factor, which is very, very crucial, is reduced by several fold. And for instance, speed breeding platforms which are being employed globally, and it can reduce your breeding time in case of crop varieties at least by bring it to 1/4. So that's the kind of newer interventions, innovations which are happening at a global scale. And I believe very strongly that once we adopt those technologies, we should be able to actually meet the needs of the country and the state. So, I can go on, but I believe very strongly that, Kerala has plenty of potential, whether it is rice, whether it is spices, whether it is fishery sector, whether it is, the root crops. We have tremendous potential. And how do we really take advantage of the technology in these, areas? Spices, for instance, which are being exported, if we can establish blockchain technology, in case of spice system, and see traceability, and also go for appropriate use of pesticides using proper technology, and we should be able to really have a greater export market, number one. And number two, if we can have value addition happening in Kerala, having brilliant minds sitting there, if we fail in adding value, discovering new molecules out of spices. And today, in the context of Corona, we say there are immunomodulating chemicals sitting there. So, in immunotherapy and boosting immunity, and number of compounds sitting there, undiscovered, unexplored, unexplained. And I believe that Kerala can take advantage of new tools and technology to discover new molecules, and then sell them in a global market, and billion and billions of returns can happen, dollars return can happen to Kerala. So much of engagement and employment Kerala can generate for the country. And Kerala people, getting engaged elsewhere. In fact, Kerala can attract engagement and employment from abroad. It's on its own soil and in God's own country. I believe there's plenty of opportunities. So also in fishery sector, the export of fishes happening from some other state, and Kerala having so much of potential in terms of water availability and in terms of technology which is there, the seaweed cultivation and the kind of chemicals one can harvest from seaweeds, again immunoboosters and various other properties, whether the anti-diabetic, anti-cholesterolic, you name a thing, they're all there, and there are plenty of things which are yet undiscovered. We have not been able to really fully discover them and add value further. One can modify those compounds further and then have industrial application in addition to application in health sector. So I can go on, but I believe there's plenty of opportunities. Coconut oil, for instance, what we have done out of coconut oil? Nothing. So much of potential to use coconut oil and value addition further, and then have again a $1 billion industry built around coconut oil. We haven't not been able to really do that. So sky is the limit for Kerala. You have the human resource, you have the tremendous genetic resource, and you have tremendous policy support happening there, and a lot of other things can be worked out very well, and then strategies can be planned out, and we can really build Kerala for tomorrow in the field of agriculture and going beyond agriculture, in fact generating employment, for instance, and then building 5 trillion US dollar economy for the country in the process. So I can go on, so I don't want to. Thank you very much so giving me extra time, and we can deliberate some other time. So thank you, all the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mohapatra, for that extremely important and enlightening presentation on the role of science in improving productivity, and with the special focus that you had on Kerala as well. I think I should invite a quick and brief question to you from the Vice Chancellor of the Kerala Agricultural University, Dr. Chandrababu. Dr. Chandrababu?
Honorable DG sir, thank you very much for your valuable time and also your vision.
Thank you.
And also highlighting the potential that Kerala and Honorable DG rightly said that we have vast gem blossom and also a great human potential. Both can be harnessed for the benefit of the state of Kerala. Especially the value chain, the Honorable DG highlighted that the processing value chain, value addition is happening only in a very small percentage, 3 to 5%. So there is a great scope, and there's a great scope to market both inside as well as outside the country. So in terms of export preparedness, I would like to know from the Honorable DG, what is your vision and guidance for the state of Kerala? So much spices, vegetable market can be harnessed through our R&D infrastructure and improving the export preparedness. I would like to learn from DG's vision, sir.
Oh, see, I lost a few of your statements in between, but see, Dr. Chandrababu, the point is that scientists and scientific organizations alone cannot solve the problem. It goes beyond, the scientific domains. And I believe that the earlier I had a discussion with Honorable Agriculture Minister of Kerala, and regarding this, how do we really build Kerala, tomorrow's Kerala? And it needs quite a bit of discussion and deliberation. And I believe if you organize a special program on this, only on post-harvest processing and value addition, and how there was an expo also on this in Kerala. So to be very brief, let's have a discussion on this. What all medicinal plants, and then whether it is coconut or spices or fishes. Fish also offers plenty of opportunity, or seaweeds. So let's focus on this and then see what all would be needing from the government to support this program. What all schemes, infrastructure funds available at the central level can be capitalized on, and what university can offer in terms of its own expertise and available manpower, and what we at the central level can offer to Kerala in terms of technical backstopping and strategy formulations. So let's build this program and see Kerala. If we out of all these conferences, if we can build one particular program and take it up, that would be very, very useful. So I'll not go into the details and what can be done. So that's what I will suggest.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mahapatra. Thank you. It's a pity that we don't have more time to extend this discussion, but Professor Heffron, there is one question to you. Are the plant characters edited by the modern genome editing tools heritable? That's a question from Ms. Gayatri that has come. Maybe you could have a very quick answer to that. Thank you.
Yes, they are heritable, sure. So once you make those changes, well, you have to make the change you're growing a plant from single cell, so it should be fine. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Kathleen. I will go back to Dr. Subramaniam to answer the questions that we had posed to him earlier. Dr. Subramaniam, I'm very sorry, we have got only 2 minutes more for your responses. So I'm sure we can continue it outside the room. Your email is here and things are here. So please be brief. Thank you.
There are 3 questions posted to me. One is the herbicide, nano herbicide. And TNAU is working on nano herbicide for the past 10 years. And we have agronomists working on that. And his interest is to develop nano herbicide against Cyperus rotundus, which is a very notorious weed. And we have the technology for that. And we also work on Striger, which is a parasitic weed. We have developed a sequential technology, which both herbicides are in the development stage. It is not at the commercial scale. Number 2, the question is whether nanotechnology would help in improving the vegetable production. Yes, certainly possible. We can modulate some of the products which I referred to agriculture crop that can be suited to vegetables. My last the question which you raised was cost of the nanotechnology. I was mentioning wherever I showed the product, I mentioned it cost 2 rupees. It is affordable. It is affordable, very much affordable. About the IFCO nanofertilizer, the cost is not worked out yet. It is at free of cost. It is given, and once it is introduced, as our honorable DG was mentioning, you can save about 25% of the fertilizer nitrogen, which would be very economical. 500 ml for 25 kg nitrogen. It is going to be a huge cost benefit. All the 3 questions have been answered. Further question you can post to me by email. Thank you,
Dr. Subramaniam. There are a few more questions, but I'm very sorry that I'm unable to put it to you because of lack of time. There are some more questions to all the speakers, but I'm very sorry that we have a long day ahead till about 7 o'clock in the evening. So we need to be sharp on time, and I have to close this session now. A lot of questions are there, a lot of comments are there with respect to encouraging the KAU and the department to start more demonstration plots and research projects on nanotechnology. I think nanotechnology has really has been a hit from this session. Thanks to Dr. Subramaniam. Also, there are a lot of comments which request the KAU to start new research centers on gene editing, CRISPR, and so on. That's from Professor Heffron's presentation. And there are a lot of questions also related to what can we learn from Green Revolution and so on. But those are broad questions that I'm sorry, we need to postpone them to another session, another time. Thank you for all those questions. Thank you for your participation. I should now request SS Nagesh, Chief of Agriculture at the Planning Board, to offer the vote of thanks. I'm sorry, Nagesh, your time is also just 1 minute. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ramakumar. I thank Advocate B.S. Sunil Kumar, the Minister for Agriculture, Government of Kerala, for offering his opening remarks. Dr. K. Subramanian, Professor Kathleen Heffron, and Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra. We are fortunate to have you in this session, sir. Madam Kathleen, thank you so much. Thank you very much on that. And we have some special guests like Dantewada SDU Vice Chancellor Dr. Aram Chauhan, Navsari Agriculture University Vice Chancellor Dr. Patel, Dr. Motilal Madan, Dr. Aram Chauhan, and Head of NBSS. Thank you very much for joining us, and please stay with us for the other session. Some more sessions are coming. And finally, I thank the team from Planning Board for doing the assigned works. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nagesh. I formally declare this particular session closed. We will immediately begin the next session, which is cooperatives and agriculture, learning from global experiences. We will start in about 30 seconds from now. Thank you very much. This session is closed.
The participants can remain. The participants can remain. The new speakers will join in the meantime.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. We will start the next session now. This session is titled Cooperatives and Agriculture, Learning from Global Experiences. Basically, here we are looking at different experiences from across the world as to how collective action can be harnessed to increase agricultural growth and productivity. Kerala is a state, as you all know, which has a rich history of cooperatives. The unfortunate part, however, is that while we have used cooperatives in the field of credit provision and marketing, at some areas of marketing quite intensively, we have been unable to use cooperatives adequately or any form of collective action adequately in the sphere of production. And that is something that we are very interested today. There is a lot of emphasis that national policy places on farm producer organizations, including farmer producer companies, cooperatives, etc. But we have not been able to use that adequately in the state, in the sphere of production. Can we do that? Second is the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us that supply chains and networks of marketing, which are resilient to shocks, are extremely important to ensure that economic activities are not affected adversely in the future. This focus on resilience in supply chains has also meant discussions on how Kerala or states like Kerala can use different forms of collective action to ensure that we have resilient marketing systems in the state. These are some of the issues that we are very interested in learning from other countries, other economies, etc. And we have two brilliant speakers on this, and I'm very happy to welcome Dr. Sukhpal Singh and Dr. Bols Strasser to this discussion. Professor Sukhpal Singh, I'm a bit constrained by this role that is bestowed upon me because both Professor Sukhpal Singh and Dr. Bols Strasser are very close personal friends of mine, and I have to switch my role into a formal role to welcome them to this conference. Dr. Sukhpal Singh, one of the most distinguished agricultural economists of India, is professor and former chairperson at the Center for Management in Agriculture, IIM, Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He was formerly Director General of the Center for Research in Rural and Industrial Development, Chandigarh. He has also been involved in the Agricultural Economic Research Unit in the Institute of Economic Growth in New Delhi earlier. He has been conferred the title of the Fellow of the Indian Society of Agricultural Economics for his contributions to the discipline and the society in 2018. He's the founding co-editor of the Millennial Asian International Journal of Asian Studies, published by Sage Books. Author of many publications, many books on the question of agriculture, agricultural marketing, contract farming, and so on. Dr. Sukhpal Singh will today speak on how a country like Thailand has used methods of collective farming as well as farmer producer companies to focus on agricultural production and growth. Dr. Balstrasser is the managing director of BioSwiss. He graduated in agricultural economics from ETH Zurich and in knowledge management from the Wageningen University in Netherlands. He is no novice to Kerala. He spent long years in Kerala doing fieldwork for his PhD. He wrote a dissertation at the University of Zurich on the income strategies of small-scale farmers in Kerala. He focused on rubber tappers and rubber farming in Kerala for this dissertation. And between 2006 and 8, Balls worked as a program coordinator for Helvetas in Zurich. During this time, he founded what is called as Pakka AG, which is a very interesting company which specializes in developing sustainable food value chains from developing countries. Walk into a bar or a pub in Switzerland and ask for something spicy, and you will get Pakka AG cashews from the counter. That's Balls' company. Thank you very much, Balls, for joining us today. And he has been with the managing director of BioSwiss from 2017. BioSwiss is a federation of Swiss organic farmers, and it also owns the well-known organic label called Bud. So I'm very happy to welcome both Dr. Sukhpal Singh and Balstrasser to this panel. I now invite Dr. Sukhpal Singh to make his presentation. Professor Sukhpal, 15 minutes to you, please.
Oh, thank you. That is great to know. I thought I have only 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Ramkumar. I think what I'm going to talk about is extremely relevant, as the organizers found it fit to ask me to speak on that we are now grappling with this new set of acts, one of which is about contract farming. And we are also on the policy front, looking at role of FPOs, farmer producer organizations, to move forward on agricultural front.
Professor Sukhpal, can you please put it on slideshow mode? It's too small. Yes, it's correct now. Yeah.
So what I would do is I would share with you some sort of experience from Thailand of how they leveraged contract farming for agriculture development years back, maybe 25 to 30 years back, and how we also need to look at the role of farmer producer companies, which are you can call new generation cooperatives. And what do we make of the policy and of the practices? So I would not really spend too much time on the slide, but I just wanted to tell you that it's important to discuss Thailand, which is closer home. Of course, its farmers are not as small as ours on an average, but it has the most extensive experience of contract farming since the early 70s. Yeah. Since we are also looking at this, the role of private sector in this country now in agricultural sector, Thailand is known for giving a very big role to the private sector for bringing about agricultural development. But the difference there is that the state played a big role and mediated the very happening of the contract farming in terms of its interface with the farmers. I want to highlight this because when we are talking about contract farming in India, we are only talking about some regulation or some promotion and some facilitation by law, nothing more, nothing less. Yeah, until now it was at the state levels, different states doing their different things. Now there's one act, one size fit all, given to everybody. The importance of looking at Thailand is that Thailand used contract farming as a mechanism or strategy in their rural development planning. They wrote the role of contract farming in their 5-year plans for 10 years, that Thailand would use contract farming to bring about agricultural development. So it's very different and focused approach compared to what we are doing. And today Thailand is known as the kitchen of Japan. And you name any crop, it's contract farmed in Thailand. And some crops, 100% production is through contract farming. And in India, we need to look at it because as of now, and even going into the future, we can't look at corporate farming option at all. That's what I sincerely believe. So if we think that there need to be new channels for farmers, and contract farming one more important channel other than the APMCs and other channels or direct purchase and so on, then how do we really examine this? It's not that everything succeeded in contract farming in Thailand. There were half a dozen crops where contract farming failed, but there are also dozens and dozens of crops where it had a vibrant success. So I'm just listing those crops here, not going to details. Yeah, look at anything, even rice. Yeah, all kinds of rice also being contract farmed. The important thing is this figure. I just spent a couple of minutes on this, that this is how they planned a strategy around contract farming, which was called 4-sector cooperation plan. That the contract farmers, contracting companies, the government extension department, and the Bank for Agriculture and Agriculture Cooperative called BAC, they came together saying we would work together to use this for everybody's sort of betterment or win-win for all. But the departure there, as against what we are trying to do in India in terms of taking contract farming to farmers, was that they prioritized group contracts. Given that the farmers are generally small, they said we would encourage, state would encourage group contracts, not individual contracts. And that made all the difference in terms of farmers benefiting from contract farming. Yeah. And the important thing is the state just didn't watch from outside. State came in with extension support to the contract farmers, including training farmers in contract farming. And also state came in with the banking support in terms of credit, lower cost credit for contract growers. Yeah. Here we are not talking about anything like that. We are only talking about giving freedom to companies to do contract farming. And that too with some act which is more about facilitation and promotion rather than regulation of the mechanism. So I think that's what needs to be understood, that contract farming as a mechanism is neither good nor bad. It depends how you leverage it, how you plan into your strategy and actions on the ground to make it deliver for smallholder development, so that smallholders are not excluded. Right now in India, I keep saying this, most of the time, contract farming does not include smallholders. So 85% of the farming community in India is not touched by not only contract farming, even direct purchase by supermarkets. So if we want to make it inclusive agriculture development, then you need to do more than just letting contract farming happen in the country. So what did Thailand do? A couple of things. They did this standard model contract farming agreement. They came out with the state came out saying this is how you should do contract farming. This should be the agreement between farmers and the companies. We did this in 2003 with the model APMC Act. There was a model contract farming agreement, but over time we have been moving away from that, right? And I talked about the other aspects of it, how state came in, invested in contract farming to make it deliver aspects of agriculture development. Yeah, a lot of issues of coordination, the interest compensation for contract farmers at 3.5%. Yeah, and later farmers could obtain lower cost 5% per annum credit. Yeah, so that kind of thing, very dedicated policy to make farmers enabled to participate in contract farming rather than trying to fend for themselves. So physical infrastructure, institutional infrastructure, and extension infrastructure by the state played a great role. And not to forget, even the cooperatives there. There is a potato growers cooperative called PGC, which has been there for many decades, which actually does contract farming for Frito-Lay, that is Pepsi's subsidiary. Yeah, so cooperatives are also involved proactively to protect their members' interest when they do contract farming. Potato groups I talked about, not only potato, but many other crops had groups. State encouraged group contract farming, not anything. The more important part here is that contract farming delivered because the way state looked at it, it promoted competition in contract procurement. Yeah, instead of giving one area to one company for one crop, you brought many companies for the same crop in the same district. So that made all the difference to the farmer realization in terms of what they could get out of it. Yeah, over time, of course, state has now started withdrawing because you have achieved the basic entry of this mechanism, and farmers are now aware and so on. So now companies and farmers work for each other. And also there's some malpractice, which is of brokers. Brokers have come in over time. But important thing is that competition in contract farming led to all the good things for farmers because they have a choice of companies now, not dependent on one single company. And the state pumping in capital in the farm sector. We keep talking about declining public investment in agriculture, but nothing much is done. Here, the banking sector, the cooperative bank, brought investments in the farm sector by providing lower cost credit to the farmers. Now, if I look at the role of FPCs, because this is also an issue which has come up because the two new acts, the APMC Mandi Bypass Act or the Agriculture Produce Trade and Commerce Act and the Contract Farming Act also have some aspects which relate to farmer producer companies. It's very important to look at this because one side we are trying to promote this mechanism of collectivization of farmers. On the other hand, we are not paying that kind of attention when you look at regulation. So since the government is trying to promote 10,000 more farmer producer company or farmer producer organization, but mostly companies, as we all understand, over the next 5 years, there has been also tax holiday for 5 years, next 5 years now since last year. There are already about 7,000 plus farmer producer companies in India. Many more incentives from RBI, from NABARD, priority sector credit and whatnot. And it is also sort of a happy situation to know that there are some farmer producer companies in Maharashtra which are running private wholesale markets. When even private players could not come and set up wholesale markets other than the APMC in the same area, the companies have taken this call. And there are quite a few dozen companies which are running these markets. So it's very important to look at the role of this kind of collectivization going forward. I believe that this is the way to go. If you want small farmers to be part of the agriculture development agenda in future, then you have to give them platforms for what I call not for farming. I know Kudumbashiri may come in here, but not about farming, but what I call pre-production and post-production aggregation, that to make farmers enabled to deal with markets for better buying and better selling. So that's where the role of farmer producer companies comes in. The acts have something about this which is both positive and negative. The positives are that when, for example, it relaxes Essential Commodities Act by an amendment, the FPOs can benefit if they have warehouses and storage facilities, because every value chain player is allowed to do stocking now without limits. They are also allowed to set up e-markets. Yeah, of course, many of them may not have that kind of capability to set up private wholesale market e-markets, but this was allowed earlier also under the APMCs. So there's no major change that this facility is maintained, and they would also have more level playing field now because there will be no mandi taxes and so on, because now they can also buy like any other buyer. They don't need to necessarily go through the APMC because they have a license and therefore buy from there. But at the same time, it also creates more competition for them to buy better and sell better. On the negative side, which is very worrying actually, it is shocking that despite all the focus on FPOs, the government has chosen to club the FPOs with the farmer in terms of definition. I somehow believe that there's no FPO in this country which does farm production. They mostly do buying and selling, buying of inputs and supplying to member farmers and non-members, or selling and value addition to output of the farmers. So they should have been on the buying side, not on the selling side. So that is a disservice to the very concept and practice of FPO in this country. So that is one. The second and more shocking thing is the way we want to do this regulation. There is a separate payment mechanism specified for FPOs. Now I wonder why. Why do we need to regulate how Amul, for example, pays its members, when and how? These are member-owned, member-controlled entities. The government should not really come into the way of how they deal with their members. The member themselves own the entity. So even that has been done. Separate payment rules have been framed under these acts for the FPOs, which is completely unnecessary and undesirable action. So this is what I would like to say. I would say that there is a great potential with the FPO or rather the FPC route in terms of taking the small and marginal farmers along. Only thing we need to put our policy and practice in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sukhpal Singh, for that very crisp presentation on how Thailand used the farmer producer company model to increase its productivity. And there are ways other than keeping doors open for private corporates to come into this sector. This is something that the whole country is discussing at this point of time. Thank you very much for that. I think we'll pose some questions to you very soon, but let's invite Dr. Balz Strasser for his presentation on the learnings from the Swiss experiences with cooperatives in agriculture. Balz, over to you, 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ramakumar. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, and you also see my screen now, eh?
We can see your screen, but could you please put it on a slideshow mode? Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, great. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to share some of the Swiss experiences in this very exciting two-day conference. I would like to congratulate really the State Planning Board, the Kerala State Planning Board, for organizing this. I think it's really important also, if you are in the beginning of a transformation like the one you're planning to really also, you know, get experiences from across the world, despite the fact that, of course, situations can be quite different. So really a big pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I said things can be quite different, but I also believe, on the other hand, that things can be quite similar. So having had some experiences, a lot of experience working in India and in Kerala, and also studying a bit the agricultural sector in Kerala, despite the fact this was in the 90s, but I've also been back since then, of course. I would like to share now some experiences from Switzerland. I would like to speak about some of our, or make an example of our biggest cooperative here. But before I start, I would like to set the scene a bit. Of course, how could I not show a picture of beautiful Switzerland? But this beautiful Switzerland is also Switzerland which costs a lot of money to the taxpayers to be maintained. I think this is really important to understand. So while in the 20, 30 years ago, Swiss agriculture was still heavily subsidized in terms of a product price. So basically when farmers produced, let's take our biggest commodity, milk, produced milk, they were paid a big subsidy per liter of milk or kg of milk they were producing, which made, of course, farmers produce even more milk, because the more you produce, the more you get subsidies. So this regime stopped around 20 years back, when the Swiss government realized that milk production is always growing, and that there was too much milk. They decided to stop this and change it. Also, of course, because of some pressure by WTO and others, they changed to a policy system where they introduced the direct payments as a compensation for communal and environmental services provided by the farmers. So basically, you're not getting paid because you produce, but you're getting paid because you maintain the landscape. So sometimes we say that, you know, we don't have farmers, but we have kind of gardeners in Switzerland, which are being paid by the government, which of course farmers don't like, because they still see themselves as being producing, and they are proud of course, producing. So we have at the moment now a good situation where there is still some pressure on one side to produce, you know, a good product that you can sell in the market, because borders are more open, not completely open, they are more open also, for example, for products from the European Union to come into Switzerland. And also, of course, consumers can go, you know, just across the border to buy those products, and to a very cheap price. So basically, if the Swiss farmers want to produce something which is requested by the local consumers, you have to produce something very special. You have to produce something which is produced locally, which is ecologically, which has maybe kind of a geographical denomination, and just work on the value addition. So make your milk into a special cheese with a special local taste, maybe with some local herbs, and then transform this into something that the consumer would buy. So I'll share some of these thoughts at the end as well, because I also see there are some similarities for a potential development of Kerala in the future. But I think it's important for you to understand this setting with a very protected Swiss agriculture, and of course it's still also protected by strong customs regulation. Because that will be the scene when you want to learn from agricultural cooperatives as well. So I would like to make the example of FENACO. FENACO is the biggest Swiss agricultural cooperative. It's really a huge conglomerate of different companies, so that it's typically from their homepage. You see this picture in the middle, you see the farming family and the producers with their farms, and on the right side, excuse me, you see the different, or you see around the different sectors where FENACO is active with its companies. You have the energy business, or they're into fuel, of course. Everything around basically agriculture and food production is really also controlled and dominated by the companies belonging to FENACO. So they're into the energy business, they're into the agro business, into the agricultural input business, they are also into the food business, and at the end they also own retail shops at different level, retail shops for farmers, more specific for farmers, but also retail shops in villages, where you and I, all the consumers, would go and buy their eggs and milk and bread and whatever they need. So the most important objective of FENACO is, and has always been, to support Swiss farmers in their economic development, so the economic development of each and every farmer. There are around 80 companies belonging to FENACO at the moment. And you as a farmers can be a member of this FENACO. So that's the way it works. So basically we have around, the figures around 40,000. We have still left 60 to 70,000 farmers in Switzerland. It's diminishing each year. Farmers are getting bigger and you have less and less farmers. And we still have around 70,000. 45,000 of those farmers are directly member of Alandi. Alandi is basically the local cooperative, the local shop, which is across Switzerland. So in each region, when you drive, each 10 to 15 to 20 minutes, you would find Alandi. Alandi is kind of basically a shop which buy products from farmers, but will also sell products to farmers, inputs, fertilizer, seeds, and so on. So basically farmers are member of this Landi. And then these Landis, of course, have their delegates, and which come together at the Swiss level and then vote or choose the board of directors of FENACO, which then has its management. And then FENACO is basically, sitting in Bern in a big, I would say, palace, and they have then controlling, and that's maybe the next slide you see here below, these AGs, which are basically the companies which are belonging to FENACO. So FENACO has really around 80 of these companies. So that's just an example here. They have 80 of these companies. They are really strong. They have very strong brands. They are into the retail market. They have restaurant chains. They are delivering the hotel industry, catering industries, and so on. And they have also retail channels, as I said. They have a strong focus on Switzerland. So I would say one of the DNA of FENACO is really to be Swiss. So whenever they sell things in their shops, they try as much as possible to really buy products from Switzerland, from their own farmers, and sell these products again to their farmers and also to other consumers. Turnover in 2019 has been around 7 billion, so 7,000 million Swiss francs. It's more or less same as the USD, so 7 billion USD. Might not be a lot, but don't forget Switzerland is small. They have around 10,000 employees in total as a group, so it's one of the biggest employer in Switzerland. And as I said, they have these around 80 companies. So basically, what's the benefit, or what's the range for the Swiss farmers at the end if he is a member of this cooperative? So I would like to make a small critical analysis. So I think on one hand, it's very important for the farmers to kind of feel that he's member of Alandi. It's where you meet also, fellow farmers. It's where you come together, where you basically buy your seeds, buy your things, and you know that you are a member of it. But does it make a difference in terms of price that you get, of other advantages? I would say probably not directly. So FENACO is really a player which is quite traditional in the way it operates. It's basically at the end of the day, these 80 companies are companies, so they need to maximize their profit. But maybe with the difference that there is no pressure from single investors who only want to have a financial return, but of course the return of the benefits for each producing farmer as a member of the cooperative would be the most important, one of the most important goals. But the company still needs to survive in the very fierce competitive setting. But on the other hand, we also need to acknowledge, or maybe there can also be a critique, that more or less 1/3 of the business that FENACO has would still be very much affected if Switzerland would really open the borders towards the European Union. So I think that's important. Lots of the price of the margin which is made is because FENACO still operates also in the European Union, so buys a lot of fertilizers, for example, in the European Union, and to a very cheap price, of course, and can sell these to its own farmers to a higher price than the farmers would buy from the European Union if they would buy directly, which they cannot, of course, because you need to bring the volume together. So there is still a good margin at the end of the day, while the Landis and the FENACO group always earns more money each year. You see that the farm community finds it still difficult, to get a fair price for their own product. So we are still in this dilemma. We still have, this big discussion about margin for farmers and about fair prices and fair margins, which is still going on despite the fact, that farmers would also own the FENACO. Of course, each year you get your package, as a kind of a member, just also to keep those members happy, but that wouldn't make probably a big difference to you. What really makes a difference, now maybe just one more example, it's also important, or I also feel it's a bit problematic that FENACO as a group, or that many of these Landis which are belonging, or which own FENACO, many of these regional members which are active in the boards are strongly also involved in the Swiss agrarian policy. So there's really no way that you can strongly have a cut there. So basically, when the ones doing the business also kind of set the rules to be able to still do this business in future, it becomes problematic, I feel. Just to say also that our two biggest food retailers, so now I quit with the FENACO case, Coop and Migros, which control 80% of the Swiss food market, they are giants in Switzerland. These two are also organized, and not many people know this, also organized as cooperatives. So basically, you can, as a single or a simple consumer, be member of both Migros and Coop. The first thing you would get is, of course, the weekly magazine with all the offers you have, trying to pull you in the shop, and you would go to the shops, and you would be also members of those. With some of benefits like buy lots of food at a cheap price. But there was a trial also lately from some consumers to try to really have a stronger influence in those retailers, because they realized that we would like to influence also the strategy that Coop has, for example, in kind of investing in climate efficient, climate friendly activities more, because we believe that Coop is not doing what Swiss people really want the development to be. So they try to kind of, I wouldn't say take over, but really, use all the potential of this as a cooperative member to do this, and they try to change the rules. But whenever Coop discovered this, that there was kind of this coup d'état, you could say in French, they quickly changed the rules. And the whole game was over. So basically, they are at the end of the day still just companies, acting in the food business and having to make the most out of it. And of course, the big competition they have is against the Aldis and the Lidls of the world. And in terms of which are also entering Switzerland at the moment with a very small market share.
Just a small question. I'm sorry. Are you by any chance staying at the same slide, or are you changing slides?
No, I'm still. No, I don't have many more slides. Just have one more slide at the end.
I just thought it was stuck at one point.
True. No, I just want to show the cooperative. Yeah, but I'm not just giving my thoughts. Okay, and you have to realize that against Aldi and Lidl, which are really belonging to single people in Germany, Coop and Migros have a lot of sympathy, so positive values associated to them because they are cooperative. So I think this is really a big advantage both of Fenaco, Coop and Migros and of some of the cooperative banks we have in Switzerland, that people know somehow that they are members of this. And that they have the feeling that because of that, it's more like, you know, there is not one single person getting then all the benefits, but the benefits are somehow shared into the society. And I think that's probably the biggest thing. Okay, I don't think I have lots of time left, but I just would like to give you some remarks on Kerala and Switzerland, because I see some similarities. So what I see is that we both, probably Kerala and Switzerland are similar in terms of highly developed. You know, I mean, I don't have to explain the Kerala case. You have a good, also probably middle income or a good developed middle class, and also probably well developed or upper class. And I think the quality of life you have still in the States and we in Switzerland is quite high. So I think what I find difficult is, or what we have realized in Switzerland, for example, is that when you try to compete against production conditions that you have in the European Union or in other places in the world, it becomes extremely difficult. So we are really not really doing any investments to try to subsidize things or try to, you know, become an export economy when it comes about agricultural goods. But the only thing we can do is really produce local foods that are demanded by the local population, because we have a very high price level in Switzerland, and only if the farmers produce something that the Swiss local consumers wants to get, you can survive with it. So we have beautiful examples, even of farmers who could, you know, probably survive without direct payments from the state, because they produce in an amazing way specialty cheese, specialty products. They transform, they value add, they go full into organic. Or they have a system of really collaborating locally with the consumers. Coop and Migros, the two big giants, want to buy more and more regional local products. They're forced to do it because the consumers in the shop, now in the retail shop, demand for regional products. So we have, despite a very small Switzerland is divided around in 5-6 big regions, because when you go to Coop in my region, there is kind of this label saying this is a regional product, and there is the limitation of kind of 80 kilometers around the shops from where the product needs to come. So this is really something which is working, and it has big market share and big market growth. So all the retailers are running for these regional local products, and then you don't have to compete against any, you know, EU price and EU product, and this really helps the farmers. So I think it's important to focus really on its own consumers, on your own consumers. Your own consumers know the Kerala product, know the Kerala taste, know that if an eco-friendly product is produced in Kerala, in the village nearby, that this maintains probably also the landscapes, this maintains also, you know, the cultural value of the product. And then you just need to make sure that you really also give a fair margin to those farmers. I think another thing is also, of course, that you need to make sure that the farmers, or that this new generation of farmers that we have also in Switzerland, sometimes also even coming from the urban areas, but who want really to, you know, take care of land, invest into farming, that these are able to do so. We have in some cases very strong, still all strong regulations in Switzerland, which for example, not allowing, you know, people from urban area to buy a farm in Switzerland, because the farm is just giving to the next generation, and the next generation may not be motivated. So that farm is then going to a bigger farm or bought up by a bigger farm, instead of being given, you know, by somebody from an urban area who really has the amazing potential to develop this farm into something great, producing exactly the product that these urban consumers want. So it's also about laws and regulation for the production base. Yeah, I think this is when I always look at Kerala, I always think about, you know, this how you have developed tourism. I mean, tourism development is not, you're not competing against, you know, the beaches in Thailand and the beaches, you know, in the destinations where just everybody flies there with cheap airlines, and you have developed, or you have maintained, you know, the cultural heritage. You have focused on Ayurveda. You have focused on a clientele, on a single traveler, independent traveler, which is ready also to spend money. And that's exactly, and you have also, started schemes where, for example, there is this ecotourism where you can visit the local farmer and really, enjoy the local food and so on. And I think that's what you should probably also do.
1 minute,
in terms
please.
of agriculture. Yeah. I'm done basically. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to questions.
Thanks, Waltz. Thanks. Thank you to both the speakers for very interesting presentations. Dr. Sukhpal Singh, given the current environment, you have a lot of questions on the new contract farming legislation in India and so on. So there's a question from Dr. Prathapan. In the light of India's new agriculture bills, how can farmers make farming profitable? There's yet another question from Jayakrishnan Menon. What were the reasons for the failure of contract farming for some crops and success for other crops in India? What are the critical factors governing their success and failures? Balls, there's a question for you. What about the farming cooperatives practicing in Venezuela with South-South cooperation produced for the producers and the local people against ALBA, PTA, and so on? What are the Latin American experiences in the cooperatives that you're talking about? That might be one question. Another question from Manivarnan. Kerala has immense potential in cooperative sector and is underutilized. Can we emulate the Thailand model for small farm holder development in Kerala? That is a question to Professor Sukhpal Singh. Dr. Prema has a question. In agriculture, federalism cannot be done away with, and FPOs, FPCs need to be promoted, which are more suitable. The multiplicity of institutions for doing the same business or promoting the same crops may be done away with. Another question from Dr. Prathapan to Balls. Could you please explain the co-op model of cooperatives, a farmer cooperative functioning among the cocoa farmers in Switzerland and Germany? I think you mentioned a little bit about Coop and Migros, but maybe a little more about their suitability to the Kerala context in the form of a marketing cooperative might be welcome here. There's another question as far as Kerala is concerned. We have a positive cultivable land. We need to bring in collaborative work between cooperatives, LSGDs, agriculture departments, primary agricultural cooperative societies, etc. Thus, local agricultural development can be the focal agenda item in the days to come. What is the scope for such a policy framework? Is a question to Professor Sukhpal Singh. There's also another question to Professor Sukhpal Singh and Dr. Strasser. Is not increasing or broadening the private sector options rather than a single buyer seller driven contract at each node of the value chain a better option to avoid contract failures and promote a neutral policy on private sector support in agri-value chains? That's from Ajit Radhakrishnan. Dr. Strasser, another question of an alternative model that you presented. Please enlighten us on your scale of operation and what are the value addition options that are available there, and how does it benefit? How is benefit shared in these cooperatives with the farming community in Switzerland? That's another question from Dr. Prema. Finally, one more question to you, Balls, from Mr. Kunyamu. The prospects of cooperatives in procurement, preservation, and marketing of agricultural produce at local levels is a challenge in Kerala, given the heterogeneity of cropping pattern, proliferation of small marginal farmers, etc. So what is the take-home experience or take-home lesson for Kerala from your experience in Switzerland? These are the questions. We have about 3 to 4 minutes, not more than that, for each panelist to respond to these questions. May I invite Dr. Sukhpal Singh for his responses.
Okay. Thank you, Ram. Yeah, I took note of some of the questions. Let me start with Dr. Prathapan's question first. How can new acts make farming more profitable? I think that is asking the wrong question. The laws are not made to make anything profitable or loss making. That is to protect the interest of the weaker party, to ensure a fair play. If we need to have farmer income increased, then need to look at policy options. So let's not make the laws or expect the laws to do the job of policy. Policy is a separate action of the government, and legislation or law or regulation has its own function which it has to perform. The two can't be replacing or substituting for each other. I would just stop at that. The second question is about how can Kerala leverage cooperative potential? I think let me also add that on this acts helping farming profitability. Look at the case of Bihar. They completely deregulated the market more than what the central acts do now. What farmer development we have seen there, what investments have come there, what has changed there in the last 14 years, that's in front of everybody. We can examine that again and again, and you can make out that only changing of laws or opening the market free for all is not going to help farmers. Kerala's case, very interesting question, because yes, Kerala can leverage a lot of potential because Kerala has a history of cooperatives and even producer companies. Some of the earlier producer companies first came up in Kerala in the last early part of the last decade. So Kerala definitely stands to gain from this, and Kerala can be also very innovative. As I will talk about a little later about something called planned production and marketing. With the example from Taiwan, a small country like Taiwan, which can be compared with Kerala in very many ways. So there is a potential. I'll come to that. Just let me attend this question of removing multiplicity of institutions. No, I don't think that is the right approach. We need to let 1,000 flowers bloom. Let farmer decide which type of legal structure they want to opt for. Only thing policy should do is give equal policy treatment. The unfortunate part is that when we came out with this act on farmer producer companies, for 10 years, no development institution was even thinking of looking at them. Yeah, in 2012, the Ministry of Agriculture had to come out with a letter to the state government saying, please treat producer companies equivalent to cooperatives. So I'm not for taking one single route to collectivization and so on. Let people decide. It may differ depending on which state, which district one is talking about, depending on the history and experience of cooperation and collectivization, and so on. The last question from Ajit, very good question again. Why not give options on the private interface of the farmers? Yes, nobody's saying one. There are options. There is the cooperative APMC. Kerala doesn't have them, of course. Then there's a private APMC or private wholesale market. There is a direct purchase option. There is farmer consumer market yards. There are e-markets, there is e-NAM, and then there is a contract farming. Now, why I'm arguing for contract farming over other channels is very important to highlight that. If you want changes at the farmer level, improvements in production, if you want to reduce farmers' production risk and market risk, then no other channel does what contract farming does. See, it's not about prices alone. Improving farmer lot is not only about prices, it's about yields, it's about costs, it's about new technologies and so many other things. Learning the rules of the game. So that's why I'm saying that contract farming has a much bigger and deeper impact on farmers, provided we can leverage it on the positive side. Yeah. So now let me just spend 1 minute, Ram, on the example we have. I talked to Thailand, but I didn't talk about Taiwan. Last night I was talking about it somewhere else. The Taiwan did a wonderful job of using what India is thinking of now. Some people are talking about, it's called planned production and marketing. That you want markets to benefit farmers, then you need to do planning of what to be grown, where, how much, by whom, and for what, which market, and how much, yeah, and why. So Taiwan had 6,000, for small countries, 6,500 agriculture production and marketing teams consisting of a few dozen farmers each, collectivized into farmers associations. I just give you two crop examples. One is mushrooms, canned mushrooms and canned pineapple. Within 20 years, Taiwan became the leader in exporting these two products, global leader. They did this. They had what Kerala is doing actually. Kerala is doing very innovative things, and I want to highlight that. Kerala's Kudumshiri was done by Taiwan. They had something called big tenant youth. The youth leasing in, landless youth and marginal youth farmer leasing in land from state and private agencies to undertake mushroom and pineapple production. and then doing contract farming with companies through farmer associations. Yeah, and state played a very, state said you would not be allowed to grow pineapple or mushroom if not under the plan. No canner could independently decide where to buy and how much to export. They were given quotas, and all canneries had to quote the same price for export. Cooperation among competitors. So all this is the way every stakeholder has to come together to attend to a market in a competitive scenario to make things happen for farmers. New areas were not allowed to grow this crop without permission. So this kind of arrangement is required. It requires a very significant role of the state. The state can't wither away from agriculture. The state and institutions have to play a proactive development role, enabling role, not necessarily regulatory. Some regulatory role is required, but that has to be more effective rather than more. Yeah. So I think that's important to highlight in the context of our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sukhpal Singh. I'm reminded by a listener, one of your teachers is listening to this, Dr. Mridul Eapen.
Yes, I got her comment. I couldn't react back to her. Thank you very much, Mridul.
Yeah. Balls, over to you. 3 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Ramakumar. Well, there is a question on the question of Venezuela. I cannot reply because I really don't know the case. I just know that cooperatives are, of course, extremely well developed in Latin America, and there is a huge, also heritage of let's say cultural heritage in terms of managing and dealing with cooperatives. But I have no knowledge about it. But I have knowledge about Switzerland and a bit about India. So I would like just to give a short answer on the different questions. Try to summarize a bit. I think what is extremely important for the farmers at the end of the day is not how they are organized. That's maybe, you can do it in one way or in another. It's the form of organization, doesn't really matter, as long as you get, a fair and good price for the products you transform or the products you produce. I think this is really important. I know it, in my federation of organic farmers, there are like 7,000 farmers. It's around 16% of the farming community in Switzerland at the moment, 16. And the most important things, so in my office, there is a calm atmosphere when the price is good. When I have a problem with the price, either of milk or meat or anything else, despite the fact that we are not buying and we cannot influence the price, but when there is a problem with the price, I really have to run around to make sure that we can fix it. So what we do, what is very important, and I really agree with you, Dr. Sukhpal, we are not really speaking about contract farming, but what we do is market transparency. We really try to show how the market is doing. So where, in which produce we need, what kind of production, how much production. It's difficult to do a planning which is too much, dealing also with the whole value chain, because you're not allowed by the government to do this in detail. So basically what we do is we work with a traffic light system, we call it, where for each product we show, at each week, whether it's red, orange or green, and whether farmers should produce more of it or less of it. And of course, this is really important because it's one way of kind of managing the market to make sure that price stays good. What I believe is extremely important is that as an agricultural policy, you really support, initiatives which help the farmers to go into value addition. So the Swiss Federal Administration on agriculture has a scheme, for example, whenever you come up with a brilliant idea on how you can value add something in a specific region, you will get you can hand in an idea, and then the Swiss administration will give you half of the money to invest into it. So the Swiss Federal Administration really wants to promote good ideas, great ideas, also developed by the farmers together with maybe consumers or with the transforming industry, and to test whether that's an option for the future. We also, farmers themselves, by the way, when they sell products, so each liter of milk which is sold, you have to give certain amount of cents away for marketing campaigns. So there is a marketing campaign at the Swiss level being done on Swiss milk. So that if you travel by train, you will see these big ads where, you know, there is just an ad with milk, with Swiss milk on it, and the ad would say, hey, buy Swiss milk because, you know, it's your local milk. And then you can go on, and as a Federation of Organic Farmers, you can also make, of course, advertisements for the organic milk. You can make advertisements for the regional milk. So it's funny sometimes when you travel across Switzerland, you see all the different ads, all sponsored, paid by the farmers themselves, because they reduce, you know, the amount of money they get for the products by a certain cents. But if you collect all these cents together, you have enough for making good advertisement. And you need to promote local products. You need to promote Swiss products. That's the only way. You need to speak about the quality of your products, because you know the people, you know the farmers which are around your villages. And I think that's really important. So really focus on this local value addition and set up schemes which promote this also at the regional, at the government level. The government should support these things instead of dumping, you know, huge amount of money into infrastructure, trying to export products all across the world. I think that's not the solution. Just one last thing, Ramakuma. COVID has shown to us that so we are also in a lockdown. The lockdown means that people stay at home. When people stay at home, they're not eating out in the canteens and in the restaurants in the cities. So all these restaurants are closed down. The consequence is that in the shops in Switzerland, Coop and Migros, where you're still allowed to buy food, organic, local, and fair trade food has had a market growth of 20 to 25% in different product sectors. So basically, when people go themselves in the shops and they choose in the shelves what they want to buy, they would choose, you know, organic, local, and fair. When they eat in the restaurants, they don't know what is on the plate. They don't know where it's coming from, what is on the plate. And that's really amazing, a big learning for us. So basically, you really need to go into it. When people choose themselves in the shops, they will always try to buy what is local and what comes from farmers they know around themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bols. Both your papers were extremely important from the Kerala context, and I think there's some doubt in people's minds on contract farming in Kerala. First, we must understand that there are many examples of contract farming that already exist in Kerala. Let me give you 3 or 4 examples. First, it's widely prevalent in Kerala's spices sector. In the production of oleoresin and spice extracts, many private firms enter into purchase contracts with growers of spices in the state. Synthite is an excellent example of a company which does this. Mr. Jacob, who founded the company, passed away day before yesterday. Secondly, many private companies have arrangements with farmers in places like Sholayar, Attapadi, etc., regions of Kerala to source what are called integrated pest management, IPM compliant cardamom for exports to Japan. Small cardamom is preferred in many of these contracts. Thirdly, many organic exporters have contracts with farmers and farmers groups in Idukki district for sourcing spices like ginger, turmeric, and pepper. And the organic certification for these products is also facilitated by the exporters themselves. Fourthly, contract farming widely exists in broiler farming in Kerala. Here, a company or a cooperative supplies young chicken to households to grow them until a certain age. And these companies also provide chicken feed, veterinary services, and technical know-how to the households as part of the contract. The household sells back the chicken to the company after a certain number of weeks at a predetermined price. And that's the contract here. There are also many Karnataka-based companies that sign contracts with vanilla farmers in Kerala to purchase vanilla at predetermined prices. Many farmers of North Kerala cultivate crops like Safed Musli, which is a medicinal crop, and they enter into contracts with private companies outside the state for the sale of their harvest. So contract farming is not new to Kerala, but the point is how to use this institution to Kerala's advantage. Not allow huge private corporate firms to profiteer in this sector, but to reformat the sector in such a way that farmers' interests are held supreme. A larger share of the consumer's rupee flows into the farmer's pocket, and how do we utilize contract farming, utilizing Kerala's historical strength in cooperatives, using new forms of collective action models like FPCs that are available, and how can the state facilitate such a process, including facilitating the establishment of large cooperative marketing networks as Coop, Migros, Fanaco, etc. And we can't copy them, but we need to see what are the best practices there and see what is adaptable for Kerala. Many lessons out there for Kerala. Thank you very much, Professor Sukhpal Singh and Dr. Balstrasser, for that extremely important presentations. I now invite Mr. Nagesh, Chief Kerala State Planning Board, for a quick vote of thanks. Nagesh, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramkumar. I thank Professor Sukhpal Singh and Dr. Balstrasser for delivering an extremely important and interesting talk, citing from various case studies and examples. The speakers have flagged the need for encouraging farmer collectives like farmer producer organizations and the advantages of collective and demand-based production for the state. This would help us modify our plans and programs and add value to implementation of schemes. I thank Dr. Ramakumar for conducting the session, and I also thank the distinguished delegates, including the Vice Chancellors, academicians of eminence, and other officials from the government, and also doctoral students from various universities. I especially thank Dr. R. Chandrababu's involvement in the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nagesh. I formally declare this session as closed. We will now move on to the next session. I'm sorry for this back-to-back organization. I'm sure we'll leave you for lunch at 1 o'clock for sure. This is another very interesting session, something that the Minister for Agriculture focused enormously in his opening address in the morning, the promise of value addition, the importance of value addition in Kerala's agricultural sector. We have three very important speakers here. We will, right from the time that I was a student 25 to 30 years back, we have been hearing about the prospects of value addition in coconut. That coconut has X number of products, byproducts, etc. Why can't we commercialize? 30 years have passed, but we are still in the first square. So we have a very interesting presentation from Thailand, which looks at value addition in coconut in Thailand, from Mr. Nuthanai Ninek, who is the business development manager of the Tropicana Oil Company Limited in Thailand. We have the second presentation in the session on rubber, which focuses on value addition, processing and marketing of rubber. Mr. John Jacob, the senior economist with the Association of Natural Rubber Producing Countries in Malaysia, joins us. And the third presentation is about coffee, where Kerala has begun a very ambitious program to reorganize coffee cultivation in the district of Wayanad, based on the models followed in Araku Valley and other examples that we have across the world. We have Mr. David Hogg, who is the Chief Agriculture Advisor of the Nandi Foundation, joining us to throw more light on what can be done in the coffee sector. Thank you very much, Mr. Ninek, Mr. Jacob, and Mr. Hogg for joining us. I now invite Mr. Nuthanai Ninek for his presentation. Each speaker gets about 15 minutes, not more than that. I'll sound a warning to you while you are on the 13th or 14th minute. I invite Mr. Ninek for his presentation on the value addition in coconut in Thailand. Mr. Ninek.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ramakumar. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you, the host of the conference, and to give me an opportunity to share some experience about value addition of coconut in Thailand. And I realized the name of the Kerala is mean the land of coconut. So I think most of you are very used to in the coconut industry because there are so many coconut tree in Kerala. But if you know, like coconut have a lot of benefit in terms of food and cosmetic and pharmaceutical industry. So today I'm going to share you a little bit about how to develop the product from coconut oil in my point of view and my business experience. Okay, so I will share you the screen. Just a moment, please.
Ninik, I think you're in the wrong slide. You are sharing
Yeah. I'm switching.
Sure.
Sorry about that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So my topic today is processing and value addition of coconut in Thailand. So first of all, I want to introduce myself a little bit about my background. So I'm the business development of Tropicana Oil Company, which is the company that manufacturing about the coconut oil and coconut cosmetic product. And my background, I'm graduated from School of Cosmetic Science, Mae Fa Luang University. So I'm study from scientist field, but working in the marketing field. So in Thailand, there are also a lot of coconut farm as well, but is especially in southern Thailand, like India. In southern India, you have a lot of coconut tree, right? But the coconut in Thailand is not economic plant, but the economic plant in Thailand is rice and rubber and also the sugar cane. But coconut in Thailand is not economic plant and the price is very low in like 10 years ago. So people not use the value addition of coconut at all. They just sell a normal coconut into the market, and in the market they have just reproducing as a coconut milk, the fresh coconut milk, and use in the local area. And after that, this idea is start from my father, which is the founder of the company, Mr. Suradet Nin Ek, and he realized that his hometown in Surat Thani, if you have been to Thailand, Surat Thani is close to Samui Island, that there are a lot of coconut in Tapi River Basin that have very enriched of the nutrient in the soil that and proper to grow the coconut. And he realized that the price of coconut in his hometown is very cheap and not profitable. And after that, he want to change the local product to be profitable and value addition of it. So he start producing virgin coconut oil in Thailand, and we are like the pioneer of the factory that produced virgin coconut oil from Thai coconut original. And we developed from coconut from Surat Thani, which is his hometown. So we make a brand story that this coconut have a lot of nutrient, and we set up very small factory because at that time we have no the budget for investment. So we start from very small entrepreneur and produce a normal coconut oil and sell to the local market and a healthy shop in Thailand. And people in Thailand at that time, they don't know even how to use coconut oil. We educate the customer how to use and the benefit of coconut oil to the customer. And after that, we expand the market to the tourist destination. And many foreigners, they get to know about coconut oil and they use it for a long time. So they use it for sunbathing before go to the beach in Phuket and in Pattaya. So the sale revenue become high and high from the small business. The main product of our company is organic virgin coconut oil, which have organic certification from international standard. But normally coconut in Thailand, they are originally organic origin because we don't have to use any chemical fertilizer, any pesticides to plant it. But many foreigner customer or foreigner standard, they don't believe that the coconut in Thailand or even in India, I trust that many farms has organic cultivation, but we have to pay for the international standard to make it international certification. And I realized that the price of coconut in Thailand is quite very low, and then it's going high and high after like 5 or 4 years ago. Because of Thailand, it protects importing coconut from Vietnam, from India, or maybe from Indonesia. And the price of coconut in Thailand is going high, almost like $1 right now. So I think that to produce only coconut oil is have less profit because the cost of the raw material is high and high. So we have to think about the value addition of the product. So in my father's generation, he is just the small entrepreneur, and he think that to value added the product, he has the traditional product development process. Like it starts from the owner need that what he want to sell, what he want to add the value to the product, and then he decide the product based on his taste or his favorite, and then he just launch the product in the market, and then the product is good, sell good, it's good, but some product is not sell good, but he create the new product more and more. And we found that we have a lot of SKU. And right now we have changed the process of product development to be the modernized product development process, because recently we have a lot of product from coconut oil, and we think that we have to focus on some product that sell good, or have to focus on the marketing that rather than only develop the new product more and more. So the modernized product development process is about human development and invest on R&D and marketing first, because the human resources is the more important resource in organization. And this is the one factor that you cannot control everything. You have a machine, you can control them. If they doesn't work, you can fix it. But the human is the thing that you cannot control, but you can develop them, you can train them to be a good brain for your company. And after you develop the human, you have to get the customer need and use the design thinking process about what they need, what they really need to develop the product. And after that, you have to test the mock-up product before you list the product in the market. And then before you sell the market, you have to set up the plan and the marketing and the sale plan to make it smooth when you launch the product. And then you launch the product in the market and follow up the feedback again and again to reorganize the product and adjust the product all the time that you running the business. But by follow up the feedback, we can use many tools in the marketing to analyze the data. For example, BCG metric or customer survey or segmentation, targeting and positioning, or STP or SWOT analysis, which is very simple things, or 5 force model to analyze the data. And I show you some example of my company that I do the BCG metric, because since I told you right now Tropicana have more than 100 SKU from coconut in cosmetic field, food product field, and dietary supplement from coconut. And I organized my product into 4 categories. Like for example, this one is the star product is the product that have a market growth good and a relative market share good. And then the cash cow product, for example, the coconut oil is make the money for the product. And then the coconut cooking oil is a dog product because it have low market share because of the price. And then you have to reorganize everything and make the development plan again. And this is another example for the development product. This is called segmentation map about coconut oil in Thailand among the other brands in Thailand, because in Thailand there are many competitors of coconut oil. Since we are the pioneer of production of coconut oil in Thailand, but the processing of coconut is very easy about producing coconut oil. But so it's make many brands can follow us, and then we have a lot of competitors. So we have to make it different from competitor by doing the segmentation of our brand. For example, this.
Yannick, 2 minutes more.
Okay. For example, in this product, so we categorize our brand like a high sensory coconut oil and organic certification coconut oil. So to be different among the other, you have to make a quality improvement, achieve international standard, and create your own innovation. And also branding is not just a logo, but it's the whole. And the social responsibility, environmental sustainability, globalize and digitalize. For example, this one is the example of social responsibility, environmental sustainability campaign in our company. Because we have a waste from the production like coconut shell and coconut husk, we utilize this as an organic plantation material and grow the organic vegetable and sell it to the people around the factory with the cheap price, and we reproduce it as a healthy food and deliver to the people in the society. And this is what we developed the product. We have right now almost 3 brands in a company, consists of the facial care product and the coconut skincare and hair care product, and also the food product like coconut cooking oil. Okay. And we are now export to almost 20 countries over the world, such as Russia, Hong Kong, Japan, Singapore, because we're starting from the souvenir market in tourist destination that many of you can follow up our plan, because Kerala have a beautiful tourist destination as well. So I think this is a good starting, because you have to invest a lot, and people will get to know your product from the tourist destination market. And we can exhibit in the international fair in many countries by supporting from the governments. So I know that Kerala government have some support to the entrepreneur as well. So I think it's good for be globalized and get people know about your brand. And the last thing is be digitalized, because right now, since COVID-19 pandemic, people cannot travel to other country. I have a problem about sales drop in tourist destination as well. So to make it online is very important thing. Like a good example now is the Facebook live show that you can sell your product in Facebook Live. Normally we sell the product in the exhibition. We have to pay a cost about setup, traveling. We have to pay about the staff salary to sell the product. But right now I sell the product online in Facebook live show, just only 3 hours, but you don't have to pay about a traveling cost, about the staff salary. But I can sell almost 100,000 baht in only 3 hours. That is very good example of be digitalized. And the new generation is very important to encourage about digitalized in your organization. So this is the whole thing that about value addition from the coconut oil. Only one coconut oil can make $100 million by value addition. So this is the end of the presentation. And if you have any question, you can ask me by the text box, because of my English is not quite good. But if you text, I can read the question and I can answer you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ninek. Thank you very much for that fascinating presentation. There's already one question to you in the chat box. We'll take it up at the end of the session. Kindly have a look at it.
Okay.
It's now my turn to invite Dr. John Jacob, Senior Economist with the Association of Natural Rubber Producing Countries in Kuala Lumpur. He's a Keralite, knows Kerala very well, so there's no other introduction needed. He has been in the rubber industry for more than 3 decades as a global market analyst, industry writer, and conference speaker. He has great experience in analyzing rubber markets across the world. He's based currently in Kuala Lumpur as a senior economist at the ANRPC, which is an international intergovernmental organization of natural rubber producing countries. Dr. John Jacob, my pleasure to invite you. I think I made a mistake by saying 15 minutes earlier. It's actually 10 minutes. So 10 minutes to you, Dr. John Jacob. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramkumar, for the introduction. And good afternoon to all from the ANRPC. We appreciate the government of Kerala for initiating and organizing this international platform in spite of the COVID disruptions, and thank the Kerala State Planning Board for this opportunity. In fact, ANRPC was already introduced. This is an association of, it's an intergovernmental organization of countries producing natural rubber. This was established in 1970, headquartered in Kuala Lumpur. As of now, there are 13 member governments for this organization. They are Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, China, India, Malaysia, Cambodia, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Philippines, Bangladesh, Papua New Guinea, Singapore. And these 13 countries account for 90% of the world production of natural rubber and 65% of the world consumption of natural rubber. And the rubber board is representing the participation of Government of India in the organization. In fact, actually, our organization is focused on the production sector of natural rubber. So even though the title is on value addition, I'll be talking less on value addition because our activities are mainly oriented to the production sector. But of course, I will share my experience in that area also. Over the past several years, we were extensively deliberating on the challenges facing the natural rubber sector. It is more important to look into potential opportunities by learning from the experience of other countries. So in the next maybe 8 minutes, I will briefly point out some of the experiences and the best practices in the value chain of the natural rubber industry across the world. I have some 8 observations here to share with you. First, number one, actually one of the major issues confronting the sector is the non-availability of labor, and the COVID situation actually aggravated the situation. And we have seen Thailand and Malaysia facing the problem of severe shortage of laborers because these countries are depending extensively on the migrant laborers from neighboring countries like Myanmar, Bangladesh, Cambodia, and all. So there was severe shortage of labor. In fact, the COVID disruption brought the importance of local sourcing of raw materials as well as local sourcing of skilled manpower. The work from home system has now increased the availability of family labor at their home in rural villages. Non-availability of TAPEs during the lockdown period compelled many smallholders across producing countries, not only in Thailand and Malaysia, even in other countries also, to attempt tapping of their rubber trees by themselves without depending on hired labor. The availability of Chinese-made motorized tapping knife. It is a Chinese-made motorized tapping knife. That knife requires only the minimum skill for operation that made tapping task easier for newcomers, that anybody can tap with a training of maybe 1 or 2 hours. Tapping became so easy. An increasing number of smallholders are now tapping their trees by themselves. And by tapping just 50 trees per day, 1 day 50 trees under a new system called a low frequency tapping system. That is tapping a tree only once a week, not every day or not alternate days, once a week. Tapping a tree once in a week without sacrificing the yields. That in that, if we follow that method, a farmer can manage tapping 300 trees by himself at the rate of 50 into 6, 300 trees by himself. As a new trend, even young professionals and young businessmen are increasingly getting inspired to tap rubber trees by finding 2 hours in the early morning. So this has become a new trend in many countries. Even in Kerala, we have seen similar cases. Tapping wage constitutes 70 to 80% of the total variable cost of production of natural rubber. So that means tapping by self is going to have some major impact on the net return from that venture. Second observation, in almost all producing countries, the promotion of rubber cultivation and its production, the promotion of production as well as cultivation are activities undertaken by the respective governments. There is a different model in Vietnam. Enterprises or public sector enterprises as well as private sector enterprises, they encourage and support smallholders to cultivate rubber. So enterprises are encouraging farmers to cultivate, landholders to cultivate rubber. They are doing this with a motive. These enterprises have their own large plantation as well as they have factories for processing raw rubber into tradable forms such as technically specified rubber. I use the word TSR and centrifugal latex. They have their own plantation as well as their own factories, processing factories. But the raw rubber produced from their own plantation is inadequate to run the processing factories. So for ensuring adequate local availability of raw rubber to run their factories, enterprises encourage smallholders in the neighborhood to cultivate rubber. The enterprises provide them high-yielding planting materials or saplings, advisory services, and training. And finally, purchase the raw rubber produced by them without involvement of any intermediaries. So this is a new trend. The prices are benchmarked with the rate prevailing at the Singapore Commodity Exchange. So that means that there is no exploitation in price as well because it is benchmarked with the Singapore Exchange price. So this is a new trend, and there is no government agency to promote the cultivation, and there is no intermediary. Farmers can sell direct to the processing factory. And another observation is from Brazil. This is somewhat a model which is somewhat similar to the Vietnam's model. Every factory that processes raw rubber into TSR or centrifugal latex employ agronomists to provide advisory services to their neighboring farmers. They provide advisory service in disease management, quality improvements, yield improvements, and adoption of improved harvesting practices. Farmers sell the produce to the processing factory either in the form of capillum or field latex without middlemen, based on the price benchmarked with the Singapore Commodity Exchange price, SICOM price. So this is another model there. So this is actually to take care of the quality. The processing factory even provide cleaned collection trays. Means farmers are selling the capillum they produce or produced in the tray provided by the company. So the farmers enjoy assured buyers. They enjoy access to technology and advisory services. They enjoy higher yields, and the price they enjoy is matching with the price prevailing at the Singapore Commodity Exchange. So these are some of the advantages of this model in Brazil. And also for the company, they are ensuring the local availability of raw material. So here also there is no intermediary. There is no price exploitation because price is benchmarked with the Singapore Commodity price. It's SICOM price. Another observation. Rubber processing factories often heard as a cause of water pollution. This is a serious issue in thickly populated region. There are rubber processing factories which are good models of wastewater management. In Brazil, some of the processing factories recycle the entire wastewater and reuse it. Although the water recycling is not mandatory in Brazil, processing companies are voluntarily doing it. Around 80% of the water requirements is met by recycled water. That means that they use the fresh water resource only for the remaining 20%. So this model addresses the water pollution problem, wastewater problem, as well as minimize the dependence on the water resource. Then another observation. One of the major reasons for the poor competence of rubber goods manufacturing units operated in the MSME, micro, small, and medium enterprise sector, is their cost disadvantage arising from the low scale of operation. This is a case of India as well as Kerala. And even the manufacturing units operated in the same industrial cluster, they individually source the various raw materials. Raw materials could be natural rubber, synthetic rubber, rubber chemicals, or carbon black. They individually source it in small quantities rather than adopting a group approach. Moreover, they individually prepare the compounds needed for manufacturing the various end products. So, and we have a model, which is commonly followed in some of the Eastern European countries. Rubber manufacturing factories do not buy raw materials such as natural rubbers or rubber chemicals. They do not buy. They do not prepare the compounds. ready-made compounds are delivered to each manufacturing units according to their specifications. And there are separate companies which prepare and deliver the compounds according to their specifications given by each manufacturing units. So this is just similar to ready-made concrete mix reaching the concrete sites, something like similar to that. The company which supplies the compounds sources the various raw materials in bulk at competitive rate from low-cost regions. For example, they source natural rubber from African countries, including Ivory Coast, in the raw form. So this is another model.
1 minute more.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
so I finished. Yeah. Then another model is a special economics. I will talk about special economics one. SEZ and industrial clusters immensely contribute to the development of manufacturing. Special economic zone usually function in a standalone way without linking to other special economic zones within the country or outside. The potential disadvantage, the potential advantage of cooperation among special economic zones by linking them either through national or sub-regional chain is seldom explored. We have a model here. Cooperation among the special economic zone in different countries is the essence of the joint policy initiative by the governments of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. The new initiative, this is called the IMTGT, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand's Growth Triangle, IMTGT, aims at exploring the potential business collaboration in fostering the overall sub-regional chain. And this is one important model, and how this cooperation among the special economic zones can be explored. And I have a few more points, but I think I will finish now. And there are some of the observations. These are some of the observations from the practices prevailing in different countries. And the issues in the rubber sector need more detailed deliberations. I hope the government of Kerala and the State Planning Board will later on organize an event exclusively for the rubber sector. Thank you very much for the attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jacob. There's already a lot of messages coming to us to the effect that we should focus on each of these sectors separately and should focus different meetings or discussions on each of them separately. Thank you very much for your presentation, and you can see the Zoom chat box for the questions, which you will be able to answer after the next presentation. It's my pleasure to now invite David Hawk to make his presentation. David leads the Livelihoods Division of the Nandi Foundation as its Chief Agricultural Advisor. In the course of David's 50 years of stay and work in India, he has had a wide experience in animal husbandry and certified organic crop production. He was appointed to the Indian Coffee Board Advisory Council for the Palani region from 2003. He was the co-director of the Basil Academy, Mysore, and he has also been a past consultant to IFAD, FAO, and so on. His special interest has been to apply organic or regenerative principles to the various fields of agriculture and develop organic protocols for sustainable coffee production to ensure product quality and assure profit for farmers. In David's role at Nandi Foundation, he oversees sustainable livelihoods for small and marginal farmers and gives expert input and advice in supply chain management and importance of shared values to ensure that agriculture is profitable. Over to you, David. 10 minutes. Look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ramkumar, and greetings to the distinguished panelists and to the public. It's a great honor to share experiences of the last 35 years that I've been working in coffee in India, particularly because for me, coffee is an important crop for India in the watersheds. I can't stress it more that it's extremely important for the ecology, and the unique feature of Indian coffee is that it's all shade grown. So to ensure that Indian coffee is sustained by a good price, by confidence of the coffee farmers, the coffee growers, most of whom are small farmers, it's very important to give support to them in value addition. So this was part and parcel of our mandate when we went to Araku. 20 years ago, we got involved, Nandi Foundation got involved in Araku to develop to alleviate poverty. There was a health crisis there and mother-child mortality. There was very little educational services. And as we addressed that over a couple of years, by about 2002, we got approached by the farmers to say, look, if you want us to be part of an educational change and a health change, we also need a cash crop. And we have coffee, but we're not making any money. Can you help us with the marketing? So at that point, at that request, we decided to take up the challenge, and that began a long partnership with this community. And it has developed into a very interesting model of value addition for the coffee. We got it into an international brand. We took it from a very, very ordinary coffee that was considered a non-traditional area of coffee growing, and we made a product of it recognized throughout the world. I just want to give some key learnings to this, because I think all of these learnings are relevant to the Wayanad, to the Kerala experience, and what it is now has decided to take the bit in the teeth and decided to go into a value addition of its coffee in Wayanad. So some of the learnings are, let me just list them, and we can discuss them as I go. I think one of the most important things is organizing farmers in a collective. If you are going to sell coffee and create a product, you need a certain volume. And over the period of years from 2002 to the present, we've gone from 500 farmers to 1,000 farmers, 5,000 farmers, and now we have around 12,000 farmers in our cooperative. It's a max cooperative. We have annual elections. And I think the most important thing is that the farmers feel that they're being looked after. As we evolve from collecting coffee from them, processed by them, we discovered to our amazement that the coffee was not very drinkable, because it was not exactly the farmer's fault. Each farmer has 1 acre, and each one was processing his coffee as best he could on cowdung floors, on Tarsio roads, storing the coffee in smoky attics in the night. And the problem was to get a consistent cup, to get a clean cup. So at a certain point around 2006, we took the decision to develop a quality coffee by setting up a central processing unit. Now, this is not a usual model for India. Usually these central processing units are more common in tea. But we set up a central processing unit, and we decided to take the entire drudgery of processing the coffee, the primary processing of the coffee, away from the farmer, pay him for the cherry, and then get professional processing equipment to do a quality product in Araku itself. We were given land by tribal farmers. We developed see if I can get, we got a central processing unit. We developed various techniques for fertilizing the soil. You can see here is an example of a compost system. We did not want to have the farmers go through the drudgery of making individual composts. We developed a very specialized form of composting to ensure that there would be good quality coffee. Essentially, we had to develop the soils of Araku, bring back that forest soils, bring back the microbiology to ensure that the coffee got healthy. And in the course of that, in centralizing the processing, we were able to produce a better and better quality coffee. So in the course of that, we had to synchronize quality harvesting and procurement. And it became quite a large logistical exercise. You can see here the coffee beans. You rarely ever see coffee beans, coffee cherries like this that are all red. We work with the farmers in ensuring and educating that only the ripest of ripe coffee cherries should be harvested because you need sugar development. We did a lot of educational videos and talks at each village, and we eventually managed to work with the farmers on a quality product that ensured a quality price. So in the course of that, the central processing unit was set up in a very professional way. We got the best equipment. We've got, to the right, you can see a Penagos coffee equipment that pulps the coffee. You can see the raised bed drying beds for the coffee. None of the coffee touches the ground. We ensure that we get a clean cup and we get no surprises when our cuppers, our international cuppers, come to check our coffee. And each year we get reassurances from our buyers that we've developed a specialty coffee. We've gone the Cup of Excellence ratings from a sort of an average 75. Last year we're getting ratings of up to 94, which is very good. So these were the learnings that we had, where we could turn a very mediocre coffee with attention, with specialization, with expertise. We could turn a coffee into a coffee that could take on any coffee in the world. So this involved cup tasting. It involved partnerships with Cup of Excellence judges. It involved working out coffee festivals to excite farmers. We needed to have all of the organic processes in. All of the coffee is certified organic. So there's all of those processes that were needed to ensure that the farmers get a higher price by leveraging organic. We also have a fair trade certificate. And all of these things led us to realize that we could take this coffee from even a good coffee, even a specialty coffee, all the way to a terroir coffee. So we began meticulously looking at the different plots of the coffee, from the higher altitudes to the medium altitudes to the lower altitudes. We started categorizing soils. We started getting experts to cup the coffee to ensure that each cup of coffee was differentiated. We developed SKUs. We developed a multitude of different products, which then excited more buyers. And we were able to sell coffee in Paris in a dedicated article coffee store. We were able then to come back to India and set up an online store. And I think it was this news that excited Dr. Thomas Isaac. And he was quite actually almost offended that whenever he met Chandrababu Naidu, the chief minister then, who would give him a packet of Araku coffee. And he was almost offended because he was saying, what is this? Kerala is known for coffee. Andhra Pradesh is not known for coffee. And so what is this Araku coffee and what's special about it? So he took it upon himself to visit us he came to Araku.
David, 2 minutes more.
He came to Araku and he saw just the excitement of the farmers. As you can see, he's there. He's never happier than he's with the local farmers. He met our president. He talked with him. He understood their journey, and he asked us whether we could help him develop a quality coffee. And what we advised was not to ape the Araku model so much as look at the Kerala market, develop the Robusta coffees of Wayanad, and develop a a specialty coffee for the common man of Kerala. In other words, look at the domestic market. There's a lot of demand in the domestic market. We have 35 million people in Kerala, and in South India, there's a lot of discerning cuppers. So we advised that, and we had several visits to Wayanad. We had discussions, and then the government took it upon themselves through the Planning Commission to set up a central processing unit, work with farmers in Wayanad, and assure that the farmers would get profit. That is the main issue that we need to look at. We need to know the farmer's P&L, and we need to ensure that the farmer is making a profit. If he's not making a profit, he's not going to work in the field. He's not going to work towards a quality coffee. And that has been our learning. The most important other element is that we've got to develop our soils. We've got to look at climate change. We've got to address the uplands. We've got to reforest the surrounding areas of the coffee forests. And we've got to then take it upon ourselves to ensure that we develop a quality coffee that has got a high bricks content and that the coffee is healthy. The main thing is to develop a healthy coffee through a healthy microbiome in the soil and ensure that the pathology is dealt with by avoiding the lifestyle diseases of coffee through a good, healthy soil. So that took us to all the way to, I just wanted to share a screen with you and just to give an idea. This is a Wayanad scenario. You have a very, very rich, carbon-rich landscape here, which is, it's Arabica. You can see the transition here on the right to a exotic trees coming in, silver oaks. You get less and less carbon in there. And then you get to the bottom picture, you've got Robustas and a very, very low carbon landscape. So I think what's important for us, for Wayanad, is to restore this rich carbon landscape, not just concentrating on coffee, but ensuring that we get diversified crops. To get diversified, we can grow jackfruit. I mean, it's the state fruit of Kerala. You can have ancillary works like keeping Malabar goats. You can have, there's a whole lot of crops that you can grow within a coffee landscape, from silviculture all the way through to Ayurvedic herbs. And so,
David.
Yes.
Sorry, can you just conclude?
I'll conclude. Thank you.
I'm very sorry.
No
because
problem.
we are running a very tight timeline. And, yeah.
No problem. Yes. So just to conclude that when we went to Wayanad and we had these discussions with Dr. Thomas Isaac and my colleague Ajit Mathai of Mbiome, we concluded a roadmap for Kerala, which in principle was the same as Araku, but it was a different variety and it could develop a quality product with value addition. And I think that's the way forward for Wayanad coffee. So I'll conclude with that and take any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, it's a pity that we don't have more time, but we have to run the session on time till 7 p.m. So I'm very sorry for that. Ninek, you have I'm sure you have seen some of the questions that have appeared on the Zoom box. The people are interested to know which among your products has the maximum market acceptability globally, and what is the benefit cost ratio of labor, input cost, and finished product line in your products. Is it the cold pressed oil that is further used for value addition? I'm sure you've seen these questions. There is another question from our Sujata to Ninek. Though we have technology for several value-added products from coconut, products with global branding are very few in Kerala. Starting from the local market, your firm has developed into an international brand. What is your advice to entrepreneurs aiming for the global market? Mr. Harris asks how you are successfully creating global brands. What support are you getting from the government? That's a question. Let me chip in with a small question to you. Kerala is a state with a large number of small marginal farmers cultivating coconut. So, what is your advice? What is your opinion about creating such value addition possibilities when you have the proliferation, the large number of small and marginal farmers without economies of scale in production at the ground level? What are your views on such a strategy of value addition in coconut? David, a question to you: which coffee do you process, Robusta, Arabica, or both? There's another question to David. From 1 rupee invested, how much can a farmer earn from coffee in Araku Valley? Where exactly is your activities in Wayanad currently going on? Then there is another question which has come from Irina Madhavan. What are the prospects of mechanized tapping in rubber that you see from across the world? That's to Dr. Jacob. What will be the future of rubber growers of both traditional and non-traditional tracts of India, as many are moving to alternative cropping systems recently? And one more question is there: where does natural rubber stand in the increasing competition from synthetic rubber that we are seeing from across the world? These are the broad questions that have come, and I'm constrained to limit each speaker to exactly 3 minutes. I'm very sorry for that. I'll give you I'll buy you a drink next time if you finish in 2 minutes. Ninek, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much about the questions. So the first question is, what is the profitable product and the best-selling product in the company? So I would rather explain that the organic cold pressed virgin coconut oil is still the best-selling product in our company, and then the second bestseller is a skincare product, because a lot of people use a skincare product category. And the second question is about how much the profit of the product. So it's very difficult to answer this question, but I think that we can categorize the product in three major types. The food product is have lowest profit because of highly consumption and high cost of production. But the cosmetic product and pharmaceutical product is provide a lot of the profit, because when people buy the cosmetic product, they buy the product by emotionally, not logically. Like if you have a wife and your wife go to department store or supermarket and they came across the cosmetic shelf, they buy it emotionally, even they have a lot of reason to do anything, and you will get a high profit from that product. And the third question, what I do from the normal coconut oil. I use the cold pressed coconut oil to value added product from skincare product like body lotion, body butter is a main cosmetic ingredient, and also the oral care product like coconut toothpaste, coconut oil pooling, and also facial care products. And the fourth question, to be globally, how you be globally in the market. I think to encourage entrepreneur to be globally, you have to be good and very strong in locally markets first, and then go think about globally. Because if you exhibit in international trade fair and your customer ask you that where you buy in your own country, where you sell your product in your own country, and you cannot answer the question to the customer, it means they don't trust you that you have a good quality enough to sell in your own country, even your own country. So think about locally first and improve your quality again and again and again, better and better, and then you can think about globally. Okay. And the last question, what you get support from the government. So Thailand have the department called Department of International Trade Promotion, that they support some budget to bring you to be in the international trade fair, and they can pay you half of the full budget. But sometimes you have to provide your own budget, like a plane ticket and hotel, but they will support you some trade fair costs. This can help you reduce the cost to be in the global market. And also Thailand have the other campaign called One Province, One Product, that they can develop your product, and they have many instructors to help you to develop on the packaging and the quality of the product. So I think that's all for the question from the delegate. Okay, thank you very much.
Ninek, one quick question. People would like to know whether companies like yours are following contract farming agreements with farmers to procure coconut, raw coconuts.
Again, please.
Companies like you, like yours, do you sign contract farming agreements with farmers
yes.
in order to supply raw materials at a predetermined quantity and price to ensure regular supply to you?
Yeah, I do around 5 coconut farm in Thailand and sign the contract farming to them, because we do organic certification. We have to do contract farming, and we pay them about certification cost to the certified body, and we purchase the coconut from them higher price from the normal market price, 1 baht for 1 nut in every shipment, to make the sustainability environment about the supplier and the manufacturer. Okay.
Thank you, Ninek. Dr. John Jacob.
Yeah, thank you. I have 3 questions. I will answer in the reverse order. The competition from synthetic rubber. In fact, actually, the competition between synthetic rubber and natural rubber is it's a people belief. It's a wrong perception actually. Actually, synthetic rubber and natural rubber are complementary to each other. For manufacturing each product, there is a proportion. For example, a truck tire, 80% is natural rubber, 20% is natural rubber. It may slightly vary from company to company, and according to the models. And for a passenger car tire, around 50% is natural rubber, about 50% is synthetic rubber. So that means according to the expected performance of each product, there's a proportion. And usually the the production managers will not allow to change this proportion when the relative price changes. So this is a wrong perception, but only in limited extent its substitution is possible. So there is nothing like a competition from synthetic rubber. That's a wrong perception. But if the synthetic rubber price comes down substantially, yes, maybe around 2% substitution may be possible. That can have a negative effect on the market because of the speculation. Number 1 question. Number 2 question, what is the future of natural rubber? In fact, within the next 2 years, actually, around 2024, maybe 2023 or 2024, world is expected to have a severe shortage of natural rubber because there is no planting taking place over the past 6 or 7 year period. Planting is not taking place. That means a new area opening into tapping is much less. So that means we are expecting severe global shortage of natural rubber from around 2023 or 2024, and that is likely to continue for the next 10-year period, because when the price goes up again because of the shortage, people will start cultivating again, and we have to wait again another 7-year period for those trees to open into tapping. So that means the good time for rubber is going to come, but when the good times comes, many other people may not be having the rubber cultivation. This is a problem coming in. Third question is regarding the automated tapping system. So what I mentioned was not the automated tapping system in China. What I mentioned was a motorized tapping knife made in China. So that course is a simple knife. It's a motorized tapping knife. So an individual is applying it for tapping, and instead of applying putting our hand force, the motor is working on it. So it costs around $150 if we import from China, and it's very popularly used in Myanmar, Indonesia, Thailand, even Malaysia also. And recently it has been introduced to Kottayam also. And in fact, actually there is a review on this by the Kashakasri magazine. There's a review on this. I have given my inputs. I have operated that one. Even I managed to tap rubber trees within 1 hour. So means anybody can tap trees. Only thing, the bark consumption may be a little bit more. So only thing. So this is not the automated tapping machine system in China. That is not practical. It is too expensive. And what I mentioned was the motorized tapping knife, which costs around $150 if you are importing from China. And maybe the local version can be produced manufactured in Kerala with the reverse engineering process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jacob. David, I'm very sorry. 2 minutes for you. Just 2 minutes. Thank you.
No problem. So I think the first question was asking what we're processing in Article, and we're processing only Arabica coffee, as opposed to Wynard, where it's the bulk of the coffee is all Robusta. The key point here is that Robusta coffee, the astringency of the Robusta coffee that it's well known for, can be modified if you process right, if you harvest well. If you harvest ripe cherries and you create parchment Robusta, you can make a very, very, very good cup. And I think MBiome and the government is exploring marketing the coffee in dispensing units, but it's also looking at things like cold coffees. And I think there's a lot of interest in, there's quite a developed palate in Kerala, and I think there's a lot of opportunities there for that, for Robusta coffee. The second question was to do with basically about profit. How much can the farmer expect from his 1 acre? So in the case of Article, we've taken the coffee because of the increase in production, because of the increase in interest. We've taken the drudgery away. He is concentrating on his core competence, growing the coffee, harvesting the coffee at the ripe moment. And we're able to pay calculated in terms of green coffee, we pay 270 rupees, which is well above, which is about two and a half times the market value. So we do not look at the commodity prices anymore. The farmers do not look at, they know in August what the price is going to be the coming year. So they can pick towards that and they know what their income is. So there are commonly farmers making just from the coffee alone, not counting the pepper, they're making as much as 1 lakh just from the coffee from 1 acre. So, which is a very encouraging thing for them. I think the last question was where in Wynard. So I think it's the actual site for the processing is yet to be finalized, but I think it's been cleared by the Planning Commission. I think now the question is aggregating farmers. All the hard work comes now. And I think it'll be interesting to work with the MBiome and the government to ensure that farmers take an interest, that there is a collective formed, and that there is a common sense of purpose in the coffee growing for Wynard. So I think that's the important thing. As far as the location of Wynard, it is yet to be established. I think the registration of farmers is yet to happen, but it's underway now, as I understand it.
Yeah. Thank you, David. Thank you very much. I must use this occasion before the official vote of thanks to take a few names of people behind the scenes in these sessions that we had in the morning. I want to specifically thank Mr. Rajendran, Ms. Dhanya, Ms. Aparna in the control room in Trivandrum, Mr. Anil and Ms. Roshni in the room of the Chief Agriculture, Ms. Sangeeta, Ms. Roshni, Ms. Rinsi, Mr. Jayachandran in the rapporteur's room, Mr. Jimson and Ms. Soumya in the typing desk, and Ms. Steffi, who takes care of food and refreshments in the control room and the planning board. Thank you, everyone, for the wonderful work you have done behind the scenes through the morning. I thank all the delegates, all the participants. I invite Mr. S.S. Nagesh, Chief at the Planning Board, for a formal vote of thanks. Nagesh, 1 minute, please. I think
value addition, especially in coconut, rubber, and coffee. I thank Dr. Ramkumar for conducting these sessions. I'm sure that the views expressed by the participants are invaluable for us. We have distinguished guests from ICAR, NABARD, regional offices across India, KVKs, and Kerala Agriculture University. Thanks to all of them. and we have been joined by the agriculture officers of Kerala, the real professional heroes who lead the agriculture growth in Kerala, and also all the district planning officers and planning board staff, and above all, Gayatri Madam, Harshan, and the entire VC office for coordinating the event so well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nagesh. I must declare the session closed for now. I invite you all for the next set of sessions in the afternoon, which will deal with animal husbandry and fisheries. We have a session on modernizing milk cooperatives and value addition in the milk sector beginning at exactly 2 p.m., where former chairman of NABARD, Harsh Banwala, Dr. R.S. Sodhi from Amul, and Mr. Minesh Shah from NDDB will join, which will be followed by other sessions on the meat sector as well as fisheries. We have a special lecture in the evening at 4 o'clock by Dr. Modadugu Vijay Gupta, who was the World Fish Prize winner as well. Thank you, everyone. Hoping to see you again at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much for joining. Bye.
സംസ്ഥാന ആസൂത്രണ ബോർഡിൻ്റെ സംഘാടനത്തിൽ കേരള ലുക്സ് അഹെഡ് എന്ന
കൺട്രോൾ റൂം രാജേന്ദ്ര സർ, എല്ലാരെയും അഡ്മിറ്റ് ചെയ്യൂ. എല്ലാരും അഡ്മിറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് തുടങ്ങും. വെയിറ്റിംഗ് റൂമിലുള്ള എല്ലാരും അഡ്മിറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് തുടങ്ങും. എല്ലാരും അഡ്മിറ്റ് ചെയ്തോളൂ. വെറ്ററിനറി യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിക്ക് ഇൻവിറ്റേഷൻ പോയിട്ടില്ലേ? വരുന്നു. ഡോക്ടർ ഹർഷ് പാൻവാല ജോയിൻ ചെയ്ത കൺട്രോൾ റൂം. പാൻവാല സാർ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തോ? ഹലോ, has Dr. Bhanwala joined? ഇല്ല, വേണ്ട. ഞാൻ ചോദിക്കുന്നത് ഭാൻവാല സർ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തോ? In different name. Anwala sir, can you change your name? It is coming as CI.
I am using somebody else's this thing.
Oh, can you change the name in the panel, sir? It is possible.
We'll try to.
Those 3 dots are there. 3 dots are there. So if you click that, select Modernising agriculture sector.
Hello, I am Minish. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, thank you.
All academics. Dr. Ramkumar, 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Good afternoon to all. On behalf of Kerala State Planning Board, Government of Kerala, I welcome our esteemed guests to the Kerala Looks Ahead conference. We are honored to have you here today in this session on modernizing agriculture, fisheries, and animal resources. We are specifically on animal resources section. Before we proceed to the session, I would like to draw kind attention of all participants towards certain guidelines to be followed in this online conference session. I request all participants to mute their audio while others are speaking. Participants are requested to address their queries through the chat box and use the discussion time to express their views or clarify their doubts. The sub-sessions will be moderated by Dr. R. Ramakumar. I also request speakers to strictly adhere to the scheduled time of their sessions. We look forward to an interesting session. I now request Professor Dr. Ramakumar, Honorable Member, Kerala State Planning Board, Government of Kerala, to take over. Over to you, Ramakumar, sir.
Thank you, Nagesh. Good afternoon, everyone, from wherever you're joining. There are people with us in the Zoom box here, as well as we have people watching us live on Facebook as well as YouTube. Thank you very much and welcome to this international conference on Kerala Looks Ahead, organized by the Kerala State Planning Board. Now, this session that we are organizing from now on is on animal husbandry. We will have 2 sessions on animal husbandry, followed by fishery sessions. In the morning, we had sessions on agriculture. Primarily, this session is on modernization of milk cooperatives and value addition. Kerala has a very interesting place in the milk map of India. It's not a big producer, but it imports considerable quantities of milk. However, it is very close to food self-sufficiency. Over the last 4 to 5 years, we have been able to reduce our imports of milk from other states to considerable levels. A big advantage for Kerala in livestock farming is its very high percentage of crossbred cows in the overall cattle population. Over 90 to 92% of its cattle are crossbred, compared to the corresponding figure of about 26 to 27% in India as a whole. Secondly, Kerala is the state with the second highest level of productivity of milk in India, after Punjab, which has about 13.5 to 14 kg per day per cow. Kerala has a productivity of about 10.2 kg per day. That's the second highest in India. These are positives that Kerala has in the field of livestock cultivation, livestock production. A third important advantage or positive that Kerala has in this sector is its historical legacy in ensuring that there is considerable growth of the cooperative sector in the fields of rural production. It has a strong presence of cooperatives in credit. It also has a good presence of cooperatives in dairy. We are hoping that about at least 30% of the total purchase of milk in the state happens through our dairy cooperatives. And this is one area that Kerala really wants to focus on as it moves towards, as it is at a point close to self-sufficiency. We do believe that by about 2024, Kerala is likely to be fully self-sufficient in milk production. Post that period, we are likely to enter into a period of surplus, and that's where the whole question of surplus management in terms of storage, processing, value addition, etc., comes into play. And Kerala would like to prepare for that surplus era now itself. And that's one of the reasons why we are heavily concerned about how we can position our dairy cooperative sector in a modern way, in a technologically advanced way, to prepare ourselves to handle the challenges of value addition that might come very soon. This is the context of organizing this session. We want to learn basically from other states, other experiences, other countries, etc., on how they have managed their sectors of production in milk and dairy, how they have leveraged the use of looking forward to learn through this session. We have three very important speakers joining us today. Chairing this session would be a very distinguished banker, former chairperson of the National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Harsh Kumar Banwala. He is here with us. I welcome Dr. Banwala to this session. I also welcome Dr. R.S. Sodhi, who is the Managing Director of the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, or AMUL. He has promised to join us, but if he is not able to join us right now, he'll be joining us in a few minutes. We could start with the
Good morning to everybody.
Good afternoon, Minister. Minister of Dairying, Sri K. Raju, has just joined us. The third speaker is Mr. Minesh Shah, Executive Director of the National Dairy Development Board, Anand, in Gujarat. Both Mr. Sodhi and Mr. Shah will speak to us about modernization of milk cooperatives and value addition. In case Dr. Sodhi is a bit late, we will start with Mr. Shah, and after that we will go into Mr. Sodhi. Now, let me begin by welcoming Advocate K. Raju, Minister for Forest, Animal Husbandry and Zoos in the Government of Kerala. Let's begin with an opening address or set of remarks from the Minister. Can we please go to the Minister, please?
Good morning to everybody. കേരള സംസ്ഥാന ആസൂത്രണ ബോർഡിൻ്റെ സംഘാടനത്തിൽ കേരള ലുക്സ് ഹെഡ് എന്ന പേരിൽ ഒരു അന്താരാഷ്ട്ര കോൺഫറൻസ് സംഘടിപ്പിക്കുന്നു എന്നറിഞ്ഞതിൽ വലിയ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. ഇത് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമ്മുടെ ആസൂത്രണത്തിനും പൊതുവായിട്ടുള്ള സംസ്ഥാനത്തിൻ്റെ വികസനത്തിനും സഹായകരമായിട്ടുള്ള ലോകത്തെമ്പാടുമുള്ള വിദഗ്ധരും നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലെ ഈ മേഖലകളുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുള്ള വിദഗ്ധരുമെല്ലാം പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു സെമിനാർ എന്നുള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് വലിയ പ്രാധാന്യം ഉള്ള സെമിനാർ തന്നെയാണ്. ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്യുന്ന ഈ സെമിനാർ ഫെബ്രുവരി 1-2 തീയതികളിൽ നടക്കുന്നു എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. 2-ാം തീയതി നടക്കുന്ന അനിമൽ റിസോഴ്സ് എന്ന അതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് വരുന്ന സെഷനിലാണ് നാം ഇപ്പോൾ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നത്. ഈ കേരളത്തിൽ പ്രളയത്തിൻ്റെയും കോവിഡ് മഹാമാരിയുടെ എല്ലാം പശ്ചാത്തലത്തിൽ അനിമൽ റിസോഴ്സ്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഡയറി, മിൽക്ക് കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ്സ്, മീറ്റ്, ഈ മേഖലയ്ക്കെല്ലാം തന്നെ വലിയ പ്രാധാന്യമാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ കൈവന്നിട്ടുള്ളത്. നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിൽ കന്നുകാലി സമ്പത്ത് വളരെ കുറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരുന്ന ഒരു സ്ഥിതിയായിരുന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞ ഏറെ വർഷങ്ങളായി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നുവെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ സന്തോഷത്തോടു കൂടി എനിക്ക് സൂചിപ്പിക്കാൻ കഴിയും, 2019 നടന്ന കേന്ദ്ര സെൻസസ് അതിൻ്റെ റിസൾട്ടുകൾ പരിശോധിച്ചാൽ കന്നുകാലികളുടെ എണ്ണം കേരളത്തിൽ കൂടുന്നു. താഴോട്ട് പോയിരുന്ന ഗ്രാഫ് ഇപ്പോൾ മുകളിലോട്ട് വരുന്നു, അതിൻ്റെ സൂചനകൾ കാണുന്നു. കന്നുകാലികളുടെ എണ്ണത്തിൽ 1%, ആടിൻ്റെ എണ്ണത്തിൽ 9%, പന്നിയുടെ എണ്ണത്തിൽ 86%, കോഴി 25%, താറാവ് 4%. ഇങ്ങനെ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ലേറ്റസ്റ്റ് സെൻസസിൽ ഈ റിസൾട്ടാണ് കാണുന്നത്. അത് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നല്ല കാര്യമാണ്. കർഷകർക്ക് ഒരു കരുതലെന്ന രീതിയിൽ മൃഗസംരക്ഷണ ആവശ്യങ്ങൾക്കായി എടുത്തിട്ടുള്ള ലോണുകൾക്കുള്ള പലിശ സബ്സിഡി നൽകി വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇത്തരം ലോണുകൾ ദീർഘകാല ലോണുകളായാണ് ബാങ്കുകൾ പരിഗണിക്കുന്നത്. ഇവയ്ക്ക് 10 മുതൽ 12.5% വരെ പലിശയും ബാങ്കുകൾ ഈടാക്കുന്നു. അതിനാൽ ഇത്തരം ലോണുകളിലെ പലിശ ഇനത്തിൽ 5000 രൂപ പരിധി നിശ്ചയിച്ച് സബ്സിഡി നൽകുന്ന പദ്ധതി മൃഗസംരക്ഷണ വകുപ്പ് മുഖേന തുടർന്ന് നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്നതാണ്. നമ്മുടെ പല തരത്തിലുള്ള ഫാമുകൾ, 2 പശു യൂണിറ്റ്, 5 പശു യൂണിറ്റ്, 10 പശു യൂണിറ്റ്, 20 പശു യൂണിറ്റ്, ഇത്തരത്തിൽ ഉള്ള ഫാമുകൾ, ചെറുതും അല്പം വലുതും ഒക്കെ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഫാമുകൾ സംസ്ഥാനത്താകെ നമ്മുടെ റീബിൽഡ് കേരളയിൽ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തിയും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ പദ്ധതിയിൽ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തിയും വെള്ളപ്പൊക്കവുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുള്ള ദുരിതാശ്വാസത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായും ഒക്കെ സംസ്ഥാനത്താകെ ഇപ്പോൾ നടപ്പിലാക്കി വരികയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ക്ഷീരമേഖല കേരളം ഇപ്പോൾ സ്വയം പര്യാപ്തതയിലെത്തി നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. സഹകരണ മേഖലയിൽ കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന പാല് നമുക്ക് വിപണനത്തിന് ആവശ്യത്തിന് ഉപയോഗിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാലും അധികരിച്ച് നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു സ്ഥിതിയിലേക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ എത്തിച്ചേർന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്. സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് ആകെ എല്ലാ മേഖലയിലും കൂടെ 82 ലക്ഷം ലിറ്റർ പാലാണ് നമ്മൾ സംഭരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിൽ ക്ഷീര സഹകരണ സംഘങ്ങളിലൂടെയുള്ള പാല് സംഭരണം 21.3 ലക്ഷം ലിറ്ററാണ്. വിപണനത്തിന് ആവശ്യമുള്ള കഴിഞ്ഞ് മലബാർ മേഖലയിൽ പാല് എക്സസ്സാണ്. എറണാകുളം മേഖലയിലും ഇപ്പോൾ പാല് എക്സസ്സായിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഈ തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തേക്ക് കുറവുള്ള പാല് മറ്റു മേഖലകളിൽ നിന്ന് എത്തിച്ചാൽ കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ തന്നെയും അതിനുശേഷവും പാലിൻ്റെ വർധനവ് ഇപ്പോൾ നിലനിൽക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ആ മേഖല നേരിടുന്ന പ്രതിസന്ധി, പാലിൽ സ്വയം പര്യാപ്തത നേടിയ കേരളത്തിൽ ഈ കർഷകർ ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുന്ന പാല് മുഴുവൻ ഏറ്റെടുക്കാൻ കഴിയുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് പാൽ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങളുടെ മൂല്യവർദ്ധിത ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങളുടെ ഉൽപ്പാദനം വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കണം. ഏറ്റവും ഗുണനിലവാരമുള്ള പാൽ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾ ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിച്ച് സംസ്ഥാനത്തും അന്യസംസ്ഥാനത്തേക്കും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ വിദേശത്തേക്കും കയറ്റി അയക്കുന്ന പദ്ധതിയിൽ നാം ഊന്നൽ നൽകേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ മലബാർ മേഖലാ യൂണിയനും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ എറണാകുളം മേഖലാ യൂണിയനും പാൽ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾ ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിച്ച് വിദേശത്തേക്ക് കയറ്റി അയച്ച് തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് നല്ല ഗുഡ് വില്ലാണ് യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉള്ളത്, പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും മിൽമയുടെ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾക്കുള്ളത്. ഈ ഒരു പ്രത്യേക ഘട്ടത്തിലാണ് നമുക്ക് പാൽപ്പൊടി നിർമ്മാണത്തിലേക്ക് കടക്കേണ്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നത് ഒരു അനിവാര്യ കടമയായി മാറിയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. എല്ലാ പാലും കളക്ട് ചെയ്ത് അത് വിപണനത്തിന് ശേഷം വരുന്ന പാല് നമുക്ക് പാൽപ്പൊടിയാക്കി മാറ്റാൻ കഴിയണം. അതിന് പൊതുമേഖലയിൽ ഇവിടെ ഇപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിൽ സ്ഥാപനമില്ല. അത് കണക്കിലെടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് ഏതാണ്ട് 55 കോടി രൂപ ചെലവഴിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു പുതിയ പാൽപ്പൊടി നിർമ്മാണ ഫാക്ടറി മലബാർ മേഖല യൂണിയൻ്റെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ തന്നെ മലപ്പുറം ജില്ലയിൽ മൂർക്കനാട് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സ്ഥലത്ത് നിർമ്മിക്കാൻ പോവുകയാണ്. അതിൻ്റെ തീരുമാനമെല്ലാം എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞു, നബാർഡ് അംഗീകരിച്ചു. ഈ വരുന്ന 9-ാം തീയതി അതിൻ്റെ തറക്കല്ലടിയിൽ നടക്കുകയാണ്. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അത് നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിലെ ക്ഷീരമേഖലയ്ക്ക് ആക്കം കൂട്ടുന്നതായിരിക്കും എന്നുള്ള കാര്യത്തിൽ സംശയമില്ല. കോഴിയിറച്ചിയുടെ ഉൽപ്പാദനവും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നല്ല മാംസം മീറ്റ് അവയുടെ ഉൽപ്പാദനവും ഈ കാലയളവിൽ വർദ്ധിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ മീറ്റ് പ്രോഡക്ട്സ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിലും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കുടുംബശ്രീ, കെപ്കോ, ബ്രഹ്മഗിരി സൊസൈറ്റി തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ളവ സംയുക്തമായി ചേർന്നുകൊണ്ട് കോഴിയിറച്ചിയുടെ ഉൽപ്പാദനത്തിൽ കാര്യമായിട്ടുള്ള വർധനവ് വരുത്താൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. എങ്കിലും ഇനിയും നമുക്ക് വളരെയേറെ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാനുണ്ട്. ഈ പ്രത്യേക പ്രതിസന്ധി നിറഞ്ഞ ഈ കാലഘട്ടത്തിലും ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് ആശ്രയിക്കാൻ കഴിയാവുന്ന ഈ മേഖല വൻപിച്ച പുരോഗതിയിലേക്കാണ് എങ്കിൽ പോലും തുറന്നു വരുന്ന നാളുകളിൽ കൂടുതൽ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ കഴിയുന്നതും കൂടുതൽ ആളുകൾക്ക് തൊഴിൽ നൽകാൻ കഴിയുന്നതും പാവപ്പെട്ട ആളുകൾക്ക് ജീവിത നിലവാരം ഉയർത്താൻ കഴിയാവുന്നമായ ഈ മേഖലയെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ഈ കോൺഫറൻസ് സമഗ്രമായി ചർച്ച ചെയ്യണം. വളരെ വിദഗ്ധരായിട്ടുള്ള ആളുകൾ ഈ കോൺഫറൻസിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട് ഈ സെഷനിൽ എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ഡോക്ടർ SK ബൻവാല, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഡോക്ടർ RS സോധി, മിസ്റ്റർ മനീഷ, ശ്രീ നാഗേഷ് അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ ചീഫ് തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള ആളുകൾ ഇതിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നു എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. പ്ലാനിംഗ് ബോർഡിലെ മെമ്പർ ശ്രീ രാംകുമാർ, അദ്ദേഹം ഈ സെഷനിലെ സ്വാഗതം ആശംസിക്കുകയും അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ പൊതുവായ നേതൃത്വം നൽകുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. രാംകുമാറിൻ്റെ നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങളും മറ്റും ഈ സന്ദർഭത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടാകും എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നത്. ഈ കോൺഫറൻസ് നമ്മുടെ ഈ മേഖലയ്ക്ക് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ ശക്തി പകരുന്ന ഒന്നാകട്ടെ എന്ന് ആത്മാർത്ഥമായി ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ ചുരുക്കുന്നു. പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും എല്ലാവിധമായിട്ടുള്ള ആശംസകളും നേരുന്നു.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that warm welcome address to everyone. We shall now begin the session. I'm very happy to inform that Sodhiji has joined us. He had a very busy day. There was, in fact, a little doubt that he might not be able to join us, but I must thank him for his openness in accepting our invitation and ensuring that he is here on time. Thank you very much, Sodhiji, for ensuring your participation. Thank you. I now leave the stage to Dr. Harsh Kumar Banwala, who will give his opening remarks for 5 minutes. And he will then open up the session to other speakers. First, Mr. Sodhi for 15 minutes, and then Mr. Shah for another 15 minutes. Over to you, Dr. Banwala. You're muted, sir. You're muted.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are now.
Namaskar. Thank you, Dr. Ramkumar and Nagesh from the Planning Board, Kerala Planning Board, for giving this opportunity. We all know that India is a land of small farmers. 85% of the farmers are small. And really, the land owning is not as rightly distributed the way it should be. So the 85% farmers own around 47%. But when it comes to animal resources, nearly 85% of the small and marginal farmers, they own around 75% of the milk. So there is a lot of distribution, a good distribution in land, other than land resources in terms of animal resources. And we all know that this animal livestock management is a major function in our country in terms of its contribution of nearly 40% coming of agriculture GDP coming from this. Now, that's a sizable. And I will also share this with you that average monthly income of households in India is around 9,800 at 16-17 prices, which is the NABARD Financial Inclusion Survey that we had done. And nearly 9% of this comes from animal sources. So, outreach to small and marginal farmers. The cornerstone of any intervention in animal husbandry sector in India has to be seen as a distributive justice to the society. And if you look at another dimension, the most of the domestication work is looked after by the women in many states, especially the small animals. And average size of milk animals is also 2 to 3 milk animals per household. That's what it comes to. So despite the fact that we have the largest production of milk in the world, we are not processing as much. So in animal husbandry sector, while we have started producing in a large way at the world stage, but it's quite distributed across the country. So what I'm trying to say is, unless we have a good infrastructure to procure, the advantages of value addition do not go back. The value being generated from the farmer is not, from the market is not equally shared with the farmers. We have examples with us of Amul where the larger share gets passed on to small and marginal farmers. We have models. We have NDDB's initiatives also in the form of some companies. So they will be sharing some of those initiatives. Shah Saab is there and Sodi Saab are there. Another highlight which I would like to share for the importance of animal husbandry sector is that the rate of growth of the sector per se in the entire agriculture sector is highest for livestock. Fisheries are growing at around 8%. Dairy is also growing in the range of around 5 to 7%. And similarly, poultry also close to 5% on a year-to-year basis. So if this is the scenario, whereas the agriculture overall production is 3.5%. Last time it was there, it was better than most of the other sectors of the economy last time. So there is a additional dimension that larger growth will come from there. And if you look at two other dimensions, our focus is shifting from food security to nutrition in terms of consumption. So with that happening, I think the focus for transforming agriculture in the country has to be equally seen as transforming or improving the infrastructure and the entire livestock production system and productivity. Kerala's share in meat production is fairly high, but Kerala's share in milk production is not as high at the country level. Though the Honorable Minister was saying that they have achieved self-sufficiency, but still only around 25 to 30% is getting procured through the cooperative system. And there is a possibility of improvement there. Also, the animal husbandry infrastructure in terms of improved milk production needs to be, particularly the forage production, as also improving the entire yield further to crossbred cows, as well as reducing the inoculations, improving the artificial insemination so that attempts taken for conception are less compared to what exists today in Kerala. I think Kerala is a tourist hub country. Although the Kerala people require, many of them are meat loving, but a lot of other people visit, particularly in the winters. So they have their own food requirements. And the focus on nutrition security focuses on the animal proteins because they are finer proteins. And as such, they will continue to be looked after in a positive manner in the times to come. Before we hear my colleagues, the two honorable speakers, I would also say that this entire exercise of rejuvenating of any economy, Professor Ramkumar will agree with me, requires investments. And these investments have to be, to be coming from not only the producers, but also investments by public as well as private entities, which are institutions. I think this endeavor of Kerala State Planning Board to focus on animal resources sector and to attract investments therein is a laudable effort. And one example from NABARD side, which when I was the chairman till May last year, I would love to share, is that along with the NDDB, we launched the Dairy Infrastructure Fund, Dairy Infrastructure Fund for the cooperative sector of 8,000 crores with an outlay of around 10,000 crores. I think when I left, already sanctions had been done to the extent of nearly more than 3,000 crores. And there was a good response. Although because of certain reasons, some of the cooperatives were not participating. In particular, I would say Amul, but there are other state cooperative dairies which have taken not from this fund, from Rural Infrastructure Development Fund. I remember 1,000 crores going to the UP cooperative entities 3 years ago from Rural Infrastructure Development Fund. Now, this kind of investment is only in the cooperatives for improving the infrastructure, whether it is laboratory, whether it is chilling center, whether it is refrigeration units, whether it is the plant per se. Because most of the investments in the cooperatives happened during Operation Flood, which was in 80s and 90s, in fact, mostly in 80s. So all that investment, infrastructure created, machinery, etc., requires replacement or augmentation. I think the private sector should also be encouraged, because I have seen some of the modern private scale-up dairies and some others who have taken up good IT bases, SCADA and internal control systems to streamline their operations. I think this investment from private public has to be going in tandem with the IT-based innovations also happening in the sector, which will be bearing fruits for the state of India. I think I'll stop here. I'll request the first speaker, Dr. Sodhi. Dr. Sodhi, I've been a loud fan of yours. The way you have functioned yourself, placed Amul at the center stage and among the top 6 brands in the world in terms of certain numbers which you'll love to share yourself. I think I invite Dr. Sodhi for the interaction, and then we'll love to hear from Nisha. Dr. Sodhi, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. H.K. Banawala. Honorable Minister for Forest and Animal Husbandry, Shri Rajuji, Professor R. Ramkumarji, and the Chairman of the session, Dr. H.K. Banawala. It's my privilege to give my views in this very important session on animal resources for Kerala. Like Professor Ramkumar mentioned, I was slightly held up in some other meetings, but I have come out for 50 minutes. Okay. First of all, I like to congratulate Government of Kerala and the Planning Commission of Kerala for considering animal resources also a very good source of state development. And let me tell you, animal resources are different than the other industry because it has got masses both the sides. One side the producer, other side the consumers. Both side masses, lakhs of people as far as the Kerala state is concerned. And one side it provides the livelihood, which I believe Kerala is looking for the rural Kerala people who are coming back, providing very dependable livelihood. The other side, a very, very good nutrition and self-sufficiency in the food. First, let me talk to you about dairy. In India, dairy is the biggest sector, or I say the largest crop, 8 lakh crore per annum. It is much bigger than paddy, wheat, sugarcane, all put together. And the growth-wise also dairy, I mean, today we are 195 or 96 million metric ton. We are not only world largest, but fastest growing. And India is also biggest dairy products market, and also the fastest growing market. So we are very fortunate that we are located in a country which has got great potentiality. Reason is simple. 1.35 billion people in India and 1.35 billion stomach, which will be 1.7 billion stomach with more disposable income by 2050. So future is assured. India, if you see, out of 8 lakh crore, only 2.5 lakh crore is organized market. Balance is unorganized, there's nothing wrong, but out of that 40% I can say in the villages, but remaining gradually shifting towards packed and branded side, and COVID has accelerated it. Now, coming to the Kerala per se. Now, Kerala, what are the positive point about dairy or animal sources in Kerala is that as far as the data available with me, Kerala is producing around 70 lakh liters of milk per day. Around 11-12 lakh liters is collected by the corporates. Another 2-3 maybe the private. So 20% of Kerala milk production is already coming to the organized sector, which is more or less at par with the India. There are a number of states where it is 1, 2, 3, you like UP or in Punjab or in Odisha, the organized sector is just 3-4%. So that way Kerala is much ahead of India, although in Gujarat it is around 70%. The other biggest advantage in Kerala is the literacy level very high. Disposable income, when I say disposable income for the food, because once you have got more income, you spend more, is highest in Kerala. Then other advantage position in Kerala is because of the exposure to the other overseas market, people working outside, they are more prone, more positive about packed and branded food or dairy product or MMS-rated product. So these are the all positive points. Now, what are the areas where I think the Kerala Planning Board has to look into? See, total dairy market for Kerala is around, as per my calculation, around 16,000 crore per annum. Out of that, 10,000 crore per annum is met with the local production, maybe organized, maybe unorganized, or packed. The balance 6,000 to 7,000 crore dairy products or milk or whatever you say are imported in Kerala from other states. So market is there, gap is there. Now, second is, now Kerala government is also looking, providing the livelihood or employment in the Kerala, whether the rural Kerala or semi-urban Kerala. So which is the area where you can employ, you can give livelihood millions is dairy, where you don't require land, okay, you don't require big investments, market is local. And today's youth is looking for something like that where they are assured about it. But only thing is how to make dairy modern, or you can say contemporary, or a hot, or a very, very glamorous enterprise. So the today's youth who's educated, they're attracted towards the dairy as a startup. So how to do it? I mean, our calculation says that if you can attract an educated youth by providing some good loan facility of 35 to 40 cows or buffalo farm, after meeting all the expenses and EMI and everything, he can earn around 50,000 to 55,000 rupees per month sitting in the rural Kerala employment. And he is also replacing the imports of other dairy products from the other state, including Amul. So we'll be the bigger loser. Okay. And for that modernization, what is required is modern dairy farm, milking machine, at village cooperatives with automatic milk collection system, so that transparency is their system, a very bulk milk coolers to chill the milk, and very modern dairy processing plant. And then no doubt branding. But let me tell you, for that you require nothing but operation Flood Kerala, like our Dr. Korean said. If you go for Operation Flood Kerala for dairy, by investing not more than 300 to 400 crore rupees for the next 3-4 years, you can not only make Kerala self-sufficient, but also can be exporter of dairy products to other states of South, plus can provide jobs. See, today, if you are processing 15 lakh liters, and if you process from 15 lakh to 30 lakh liters, the 15 lakh extra which you produce and process will give jobs to 90,000 youth. There is no other sector which can provide these many jobs. So what is required is, I think, is for Kerala Planning Board is long-term planning. You can't do planning of 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year. Dr. Varghese Korean, all the way from Kerala, when he planned Operation Flood, it was 25 years plan. So you have to plan and allocate resources for next 10, 15, 20 years. And I'm hopeful that if you really allocate resources and the very, very strong policy platform, Kerala can become self-sufficient dairy and also can provide the livelihoods to at least 1 lakh youth of Kerala. I think with these words, I like to end, and I thank everybody who has given me this opportunity, especially the Professor Ram Kumar, who really pushed me to this. So, Dr. Banwal, I will also like to apologize you. So I have to go back to the meeting. People are waiting. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Whatever issue you could come, that's important for us. Milkman could come. Can we have Dr. Shah now? Mr. Shah, Minesh Shah, you are not a doctor.
Yeah.
Probably you would be a doctor anyway.
I am not doctor. I'm sorry. I'm MBA. I'm a graduate of IRMA.
Minesh ji, we love to hear from you.
Thank you so much, sir. So good afternoon, all. Advocate K. Raju, Honorable Minister of Government of Kerala, Professor R. Ram Kumar, Member of the Kerala State Planning Board, Dr. Banwala, Chairman of this session, Dr. Sodhi, Mr. Nagesh from Kerala State Planning Board, and all other distinguished guests and participants of the conference. I am delighted to be part of this international conference, Kerala Looks Ahead, which has been organized to discuss future prospects for Kerala in different areas. As we all know, and both the earlier speaker told, India is largest milk producer in the world, and dairy is an important source of income, at least for the small and marginal farmers. And Dr. Banwala put the perspective in right place that animal holding is far more equitable as compared to the land holding in our country. So it's means of employment for a large number of people especially in the rural India. And as he told, if we see the figures of milk production in India, we find that in last 6-7 years, it has grown with a CAGR of 6.4%. I think by far this is the greater than the global dairy output. If we say the value of milk output at 7 or 8 lakh crore rupees is higher than combined value of paddy, wheat, sugarcane. So milk is, I think, a single largest agriculture commodity, we can say. And so dairying is undoubtedly a growth story. And therefore, I also must congratulate Kerala State Planning Board that they have rightly identified dairying and animal husbandry as one of the critical areas for growth of the state. At NDDB, we firmly believe that dairy cooperatives, among all other form of organizations we have, they are the best suited in our conditions to ensure sustainable and inclusive growth for dairying and our small and marginal farmers in our country. Generally speaking, dairy cooperatives in Kerala, they have managed to do very well. However, to build and retain a competitive advantage and also to grow for the benefit of the small milk producers, I think the stakeholders of dairy cooperative sector, they must be constantly aware of and address the issues that could weaken or undermine the cooperative's future. I think that is the most important factor. the couple of aspects which I would like to highlight for the modernization of milk cooperatives in Kerala. First is the strengthening of procurement cold chain. I think Dr. Sodhi touched upon this aspect. So we need to create a fair and transparent milk procurement systems at the village level. That will build and retain trust of milk producers in the cooperative system. If we see the recently concluded National Dairy Plan, which was implemented by NDDB, we tried to address this aspect by taking help of technological options which are available. We have provided more than 29,000 automatic milk collection units and data processor at the village level. And in them, Kerala got around, I think, 400 AMCUs at the village level. We wish that more number of dairy cooperative societies of Kerala could have participated in this program. The second aspect is the microbial quality of milk. We all know milk is a perishable product, and it is desirable that we arrange its transport immediately after chilling of milk at the village level to the processing center. So again, in the National Dairy Plan, we provided about 4,000 bulk milk coolers throughout the country, of which about 50 DMCs were installed in Kerala. Kerala has about 3,400 dairy cooperative societies and about 475 clusters for the bulk milk coolers. So I think given the topography and geographical aspects in the Kerala, it is important that we have more number of bulk milk coolers, of appropriate sizes. So if the geographical condition doesn't allow the large BMCs, maybe the smaller BMCs that can be installed at the dairy cooperative societies, which will improve the raw milk quality further. And by following the strict SOPs in the entire dairy value chain, starting from maybe a farmer to dairy dog, the average raw milk quality can be improved. The another aspect for modernization of cooperatives is, I think, integration of various stakeholders of dairy cooperative structure. So we have dairy farmers, we have dairy cooperative societies, milk union, then federation at the state level and at the national level. So how do we integrate all of them and focus them for the modernization of the cooperatives in the Kerala? NDDB has developed integrated software. I think Dr. Sodhi touched upon this AMCS software. So it has a collective provision of financial inclusion and mobile application for key informatics. So currently the software developed by NDDB is used by almost 25 milk unions in the country, and it's also available in the Android platform. So farmers can also get the digital passbook through this software. So it is important that such developmental tools are used by the cooperatives in Kerala. Further, we have apps for dairy secretaries or even the dairy supervisor apps, which can get relevant information and also the alerts, at appropriate levels for the better transparency. The farmers and for stakeholders, I think the app can provide relevant information in real time, which can enforce the accountability and transparency in the operations. Thereby, ultimately the returns to the farmer will be higher. I will be very happy to help the farmers in Kerala in case this app and applications which NDDB has developed are required. We don't charge anything. In fact, we provide it free of cost to all the cooperatives. The another area is, I think, complete digitization of the payment system. If we see in Kerala, there are about 1.72 lakh farmer members associated with Milma, and about 43% of the farmers, they receive payment directly. So I think it is a time that we cover more and more farmers for the direct payment, so that all the payments which is going is directly credited to the bank accounts of the farmers. I think what the state can do is, at the dairy cooperative societies, they can establish micro ATMs in collaborations with some of the banks, so that it will be very helpful for the farmer. You don't have to travel large distances to withdraw the money. We have also recently tried a model for milking. So I think Kerala, there is a shortage of labor. And if we can provide doorstep milking service to the farmers, to the dairy farms, which are fairly large in size, a bike-mounted milking machine will be very useful for the dairy farmers in Kerala. We have now the prototype developed, and we can provide such machines if required to the state. The second aspect I would like to focus is on the livestock productivity enhancement. I think the growth associated with increase in population of livestock is not sustainable unless we have breed improvement, better feed and fodder, and increase animal health coverage, which are important measures of raising the livestock productivity. So we took number of steps under the National Dairy Plan for enhancing the milk productivity. Artificial insemination, I think Kerala has the 100% rate for AIs in this state, which is a very good tool, for the genomic improvement of the livestock. However, if we see as a country, we have a major challenge in, in providing the disease-free semen doses in the country. And we also have very poor infrastructure at the semen stations, including the 2 semen stations in Kerala. So we supported under National Dairy Development Plan, for improving the biosecurity, for improving the processing capacity of these semen stations. We also set up the SOPs for generating, disease-free semen in the country. And all these semen stations in the country were upgraded and strengthened so that, we have a better high genetic merit bulls going to these semen stations, and we are able to provide, to meet the demand of a good disease-free semen doses in our country. Along with the NDP, there is ongoing scheme of Rashtriya Gokul Mission, and most of the programs which we initiated under National Dairy Plan for improving the the genetic merit of our livestock, like progeny selection program or progeny testing program. I'm happy that all these programs are now being continued under the Rashtriya Gokul Mission scheme, and we are supporting all these states for improving the genetic merit of our animals. One more problem is the entrepreneurs interested in dairy farming. I think Dr. Sodi touched upon how can we have more and more youth coming to the animal husbandry sector, or how they can see the dairying as a profitable business, but they face the shortage of high yielding animals. So I think by providing high grade heifers to such newcomers who are coming in the dairy business is one of the solution to take care this problem. In vitro fertilization and embryo transfer, I think these are the other 2 tools now. The technology is developed. Lot many players in our country are using these techniques now, both for cattle and buffaloes, and it has gained considerable popularity. So technology, one more technology which I would say is the sex sorted semen. So you have sperm sorting by which you can have the only female sex sorted semen, and it will be very handy to increase female cows and prevent birth of male cows. We have at NDDB has very recently developed a eGopala app, which is again on the Android platform. It modernizes the service delivery system for farmers. So it was inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister for providing a digital platform. They can manage their livestock with this app. It's available in Malayalam language. We have recently released the version of Malayalam language also. We request the cooperatives in Kerala to propagate this digital platform so that maximum number of dairy farmers can download this app and get benefited. So, and beneficiary of all these steps, as I told, would be our dairy farmers. Milk animal productivity will increase and feed cost will reduce. They will be able to increase their production by keeping fewer animals without resorting to the higher number of animals and herd size. And the third aspect which I would like to touch upon is the value addition. The profitability of dairy cooperatives can only be increased by the value addition and launching new products. So Dr. Banwala told, how can we improve the return to the farmer if we are not possible to add value? I think this is a major principle, and value addition will play a major role. Cooperatives can afford to pay higher prices only if their profit margins are increased. So if we look at the consumer side, the dynamic nature of demography, customer need, convenience, socio-economic factors, buying power, and the evolving market taste. Now, these factors are defining the nature and quantum of products which will be manufactured from milk. Currently, I think there are 14 dairies under Wilma. They are procuring about 1.5 lakh liters of milk for, especially for making the products. And I think majority of this milk is going for curd. So diversifying into other value-added product has to be accorded priority for enhanced profit margin and better positioning in the market. If we see the Indian dairy market, it is growing at more than 15%, and maybe by 2023, it will have a value of more than 19,000 billion rupees. So that is the size of market which we are talking on. And focus on premium range of fermented products, coagulated products like sad curd, yogurt, paneer, cheese. All these products will provide much needed growth to the dairy cooperatives. Ice cream, I think perhaps is the another product. Ice creams and our kulfi, the local ice cream. They together can help the cooperatives in Kerala to scale up their existing growth. Another thing is strengthening the presence of UST milk market and utilizing the full capacity of UST plant in Kerala, for the improvement of the margin.
Mr. Shah, can we conclude in a minute?
I'm just concluding. I think some composite products, since the Kerala is blessed with significant production of coconut, I think the composite product of milk and coconut can also be think of for adding the value. So finally, I would like to emphasize that cooperatives have to be competitive enough to survive as viable entities. In the wake of liberalization and consequently increased competition, both for sourcing of milk and also for marketing of milk and milk products, the dairy cooperatives are expected to be as efficient, as their counterpart in the private sector to better serve the interest of their member producers. If dairy cooperatives are to thrive in current economic era, then they have to be equipped with the inbuilt mechanism of good governance, superior business model, and transparent, efficient, and objective operating systems. I wish all success to the conference and also the intended objectives. Again, I thank for giving me this opportunity to speak on this occasion and giving my views for this important subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. It was a pleasure hearing you, and you went into quite a details, operational details, production details, etc. Good. I have overall summary I can do of the two people. Basically, mass consumption and mass production. Lots for equitable job creation. Geographically widespread job creation, not just few urban centers packed in terms of industrial production. So it is a huge potential. In addition, the Kerala, with its endowments, is capable to take this up, and it has identified rightly as a area to focus on for sustainable and equitable growth in the times to come, in addition to job creation. There were also numbers given, product diversification given, operational efficiency given. No, I have one or two things to suggest from my side. Kerala has pioneered in the cooperative credit movement by delayering one of the layers. I know which one is done is the decision of the state for operational efficiency. So there was a reference to this interaction also, that we have a 3-tier structure: village cooperative, federation, and milk union in between. With today's modern IT infrastructure in place, control systems in place, transportation arrangement very well done, Bharat broadband or other ways to reach to the farmer through IT, do we require this 3-tier structure? Or eliminating, if it is so, should we not look at even alternate structures, or it is sacrosanct? So that's one point which I'm raising, which can be replied to. Secondly, from my side, I have a suggestion. We have, for the large scale impact that it creates, it requires sizable investments, which will come from private sources, public sources. 2 or 3 other sources are gaining prominence these days. One are the venture funds. Many of them are investing into at least private endeavors for dairy production, and at least to fintechs, which help in scaling up or improving the outreach, as well as reduce costs for the agriculture ecosystem, including the animal husbandry. There are specific NBFCs also catering to agriculture funding, particularly FPOs, etc., which is NAP Kisan or Samruddhi, etc. And some of them are emerging as unicorns as well. In addition, another source of fund is which I'm reminded is going to be impact finance. This kind of a sector with the kind of well-educated states and the exposure, etc., and the kind of endowments you have, a tourist attraction. So a lot of impact financiers can get attracted for making business. And I am right now I'm the chairman of a technical group which is working on the social stock exchange establishment. So once the guidelines come out, we should be open to receiving, we should have favorable environments in the policies to support impact finance as well as venture funding, in addition to institution-based public and private funding sources. Because we're seeing after post-COVID, many state governments are finding it difficult to contain their fiscal deficits. And the money left for investments in different sectors is not as much as it was, because a lot of it is going for contingency, etc. So I think this is from my side, which I would say, but I would certainly, Professor Ramkumar takes up some question answers. I would profusely thank the Honorable Minister for setting the tone, Kerala Planning Board from the top management, as well as in particular Mr. Nagesh for ensuring that this happens. And particularly Dr. Ramkumar, for whom, being really the moving spirit, although he's not moving at the moment, he's stationed in Mumbai and reaching out to the people from there. But IT enablement in animal husbandry and incubation center development, particularly for, we are catering to the export market. So, considering that also, after achieving self-sufficiency, Kerala will also export, and the country is export. So I think these are another 2 areas which will help build a good ecosystem for nurturing animal stock, animal resources, production, productivity, processing. Thank you very much from my side. Dr. Ramkumar for question answers, if you could handle yourself. I would love to listen to you. I've not really listened quite some time. And my regards to Dr. Madan, I am seeing you on the screen. He has been my teacher, sir. Namaskar.
Happy to be the platform for old friendships to be renewed as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Banwal. I have a quick, we have very little time, but there's one question that has come from Dr. Jose James, who's the Managing Director of the Kerala Livestock Development Board. He asks, Mr. Shah, do you think that ET and use of sex-sorted semen are viable propositions for Kerala in the angle of farmers' acceptance and terms of cost involved? That's one question that has come to you. I will also request, there's also one question from the Vice Chancellor of the Kerala Veterinary and Animal Sciences University, Dr. Shashindranath. I'm going to unmute his mic. He'll ask a question. He has a short question to ask. Dr. Shashindranath, please.
Thank you, Professor Ramkumar. Anyway, it was a very nice session on dairy industry. And we had a pre-conference session 2-3 days back. And one important question asked by Professor Ramakumar was whether we will be able to achieve the production rate of Punjab, 14 liters per day per animal. And of course, the experts have given different explanations for that. But still, that was not answered properly. But now today, we had some more answers from that, from the learner speakers. We have got a very good genome, but the environment to produce that is not at all available in the field. That is one of the important things. And a lot of things have been narrated here by these learner speakers. My question is whether just by giving these high yielding animals, or whether heifers or animals alone to the entrepreneurs who are coming to this field, will it be sufficient? Because they are coming and we need to give some, my suggestion is to give some more training for them. Then, other area, value-added production, then the app, different kinds of apps produced by NDDB and other leading dairy industry managers, and as well as one important thing, the quality of milk to be produced in the field. So, considering studying Kerala's structure, the learner speakers, please tell me whether in Kerala we will be in a position to produce milk of high quality and reach the #1 position in India with the present stock and with the present infrastructure, good infrastructure we have. So, what is there any lacuna? If that lacuna is there, please enlighten us.
Thank you, Dr. Shashindranath. Thank you. May I request Mr. Shah to respond? Mr. Shah, we have a little short of time, so just 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
I will do it quickly. So first question was on the sex-sorted semen and ET, whether they are viable in the context of Kerala. I think that was the question. So let me say that I will first say sex-sorted semen. As of now, we are using two technologies. Both are imported, and the cost of sex-sorted comes to about 800 to 1200 rupees. So I agree with the respondent that it is high price as of now. But NDDB has now developed indigenous sex-sorted technology. We have the machines developed. By June 21, we will be in a position to make this sex-sorted commercial production of sex-sorted semen. And our aim is to provide this sex-sorted semen to farmer at 200 rupees. So I think it is just a matter of few months, and we will have affordable sex-sorted semen available to the farmers. That was about the sex-sorted semen. On the embryo transfer also, I think the cost of ET is now slowly going down. Now we have recently published some tenders, and we have got a price of about 20,000 rupees for a viable pregnancy. So when I say a confirmed pregnancy, it takes almost 3 embryos. Taking into consideration 33% conception rate, and the cost of embryo comes to about 5,000. So what we have seen is now 20,000 rupees for a progressive farmer as of now is not very high amount. Plus, we are in advanced talk with the government of India to provide at least 5,000 rupees, the 25% of this 20,000 as subsidy to the farmer, whoever wants to take the embryo transfer and make use of IVF technology to produce the better genetic animal. So I think 15,000 rupees in that schemes come through for a farmer for producing a better yielding animal, which gives him guarantee that this is the production of milk which I am likely to get from the cow. Before going for the ET, that is a good proposition for farmer, and we believe at NDDB that both sex-sorted and ET will be viable. And if you want any more information, we will be very happy to provide you the same once the conference is over. The second question from the Vice Chancellor of the University on only by providing high animals, can it be, is it sufficient? So I think no, sir. I fully agree with you. Only providing high genetic merit animals to the farmers will not solve the problem. We will have to see that the high genetic merit, whatever animal has, we take the true potential. We use that potential to produce the genetic merit it has. And as you are rightly saying, better fodder, good health services to these animals, and the the upkeepment of the animals. All this will play a major role. And I think the technology and the digitization, some of the apps which I told, I think that they will be very handy for the farmers if they want to use high genetic merit animals and take profit from this profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Just I have a quick request from the director of the Dairy Development Department in the state. She wants to have just 1 minute, probably less than that, to make a quick comment. Director, can I invite you to make your comment? You have to unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, it is unmuted.
Director, we'll send you a request. You can say yes to it. Just hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
thank
please.
you for a valuable time. I have just to give some 2 points only, because in Kerala we have flourished like anything even after natural disasters and COVID pandemic. But in this stage, we want to change our focus to changing in breeding policy, because 80% of our animals are here exotic animals. Now people are very much interested in this indigenous breeds like Gir, Sahiwal and all in our state. But it is not mostly available here. So we want a change in our policy and to bring some more animals into our state. And also this product diversification is the next area we have to concentrate on, because here milk production is now 26.7% is collected by dairy cooperative sectors in Kerala. Now at present, that is the December 2020 is the latest position I am talking about this. So here a lot of chances are there for youth and other people also, but we have to make utilize, and we have to get some funds from central government for this indigenous breeds. That's all I have to tell in this.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. I'm sure you can have a discussion with Mr. Shah after this conference and discuss how Kerala can leverage the central sector schemes and funding in a more effective way.
Surely.
I'll be happy to share Mr. Shah's contact details with you, Director. Thank you. Thank you very much. I must thank now, Nagesh, I'm going to usurp your time. I'm going to you say the vote of thanks myself. I thank Dr. Harsh Kumar Banwala, former chairman of NABARD, Dr. R.S. Sodhi from Amul, and Mr. Vinesh Shah from NDDB for providing us a great 1 hour of deliberation in terms of how we can look at Kerala's dairy sector, dairy cooperatives, modernize them, value add, and so on. I'm sure the dairy department will take forward these suggestions and create a new plan to modernize the sector in the state. I thank you all for your participation. You're all busy people. You have taken time out to talk to us. Extremely thankful. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This session is officially closed. We now move on to the next session. This is a subsession which specifically focuses on the meat sector in the state, how we can learn from other experiences in other states of India and so on. I must say with apologies that one speaker in this session, Mr. P. Wilson, Secretary of the All India Poultry Products Exporters Association, is unable to join us because of an emergency health reason which emerged nearby him. He will not be joining us. So we will have to do with the remaining speakers. I'm very thankful to Dr. Tarun Bajaj, Director, Animal Products Division at the Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. He has coordinated this session. He has helped us with identifying the speakers. I thank Dr. Bajaj profusely, and I welcome him to this session. Thank you very much for joining us. I welcome Mr. Fauzan Alvi, who is the Vice President of the All India Buffalo and Sheep Meat Exporters Association, to this conference. He will be speaking to us on enhancing bovine meat production challenges and possibilities. I also welcome Dr. R. Thomas, who is the Senior Scientist and in charge of the Food Quality Control Laboratory with the NRCP of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. Thank you, Dr. Thomas, for joining us. We look forward to hearing from you as well. A note to the chair, Dr. Tarun Bajaj will take over as the chair of the session and will moderate the rest of the session. But a request is Dr. Tarun Bajaj will speak for exactly 5 minutes, and all the other speakers will speak exactly for 10 minutes. This is a request from us because we have a long day till 7 p.m. today, and we have to be extremely tight with time. This will also allow us more questions at the end. So I hope you all will stick to your time. There will be a short, mild, gentle reminder from me, maybe at your 9th minute, so that you'll be reminded that 10th minute is not very far away. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Tarun Bajaj.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramkumar. Thank you very much, in fact, for giving us an opportunity to speak on this very important subject. I'll just, little bit take an improvisation that since Mr. Walson is not there, I will also be talking a bit on his behalf on the poultry sector. I'll cover it. So I think I'll take 10 to 12 minutes. Then I'll give both the speakers more 10 minutes, and then of course leave it to this, because I would be setting the tone. I want to tell you how important is the meat sector. I think everybody, all the experts are here. I can see on the screen also. I need not, overemphasize, but let's share some facts. Our exports to the world of agri products is to the tune of 34 billion US dollars. Out of 34 billion, around 34 billion, around 16.5 billion is agricultural and processed food product. The rest, of course, is tea, coffee, rubber. All these products are there, but exactly fruits, vegetable, processed fruits, meat, all this is 16.5 billion US dollar. Out of this 16.5 billion US dollar, meat sector is around 4.5. Okay, I'm here, when I'm saying meat, I'm saying animal product I'm covering. So it is 4.5 billion US dollar, and meat per se is nearly 3.8, 3.7 billion. Rest, of course, is dairy and some honey sector. So how important this sector is, I'll just share the screen. So this is, the sector. And when we talk of buffalo meat, as per the India's production, of course, is quite good. We are global #1, but in the states are Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Punjab, Telangana, and to some extent Kerala. The global export, our export, as I said, is 3.2 billion US dollar only of buffalo meat. The government policy is that it has to be regulated. This is a very well regulated industry. And meat plants, we have around 65 meat plants. Only one plant is in state of Kerala. The top 10 destinations which we have, of course, is Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, Egypt, Indonesia. We are exporting to more than 70 countries. And in the 70 countries, if you see in many of the countries, we hold number 1 position or number 2 position or number 3 position in our exports. This is the trend which has been seen. Of course, this year, this 3.2 billion, because the COVID started in the internationally in the January, February last year only, and the exports little bit came down. But this year again, we are 3.5 billion US dollar. It is since 1993 we made standards. India made standards, and we are exporting to various countries. We have now very well regulated framework, and also traceability. Of course, not traceability to the level of farm, because now once the FMD tagging system will be there under FMD control, then we may be having till farm also. But from the, at least from the animal mandis, there is a traceability until the end it is available. This is just an example of some of the most modern abattoirs. We have the most modern abattoirs in the world. We can match even European standards, these abattoirs. Just one part is that having a meat unit means gives you not even a single thing is wasted. Raw material goes inside the factory, and each and everything is consumed. Either it is consumed by the pharmaceuticals, or I mean, talking of the bioproducts, these are by pharmaceuticals or by the cosmetic industry, or even by even fabrics. They use it in one or the other things. Not even a single thing. Even the hair of the animal is also used for making brushes and everything. So not even a single thing is wasted. Everything is consumed. We are, of course, going for the most important challenge which we have now faced is rearing of male calf, which is what is happening is that many of the areas, the male calves are allowed to die and they are not reared. We are now encouraging people to rear male calves so that we are able to increase meat production in the world. Another important area is sheep and goat meat. Sheep and goat meat, of course, this is export is not much to the extent of our production, because we ourselves consume a lot, but still there is a good scope for having this sector, because this sector gives employment to the farmers also. We, of course, rank 9th in the meat production, and goat production we are 2nd, and our the states which are there are West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Bihar, Odisha, Rajasthan. These are the states, and of course, many of the states are taking up special programs to promote these. The importing countries are China, United States of America. For us, we are mainly sending to Middle East. This because we are very costly. We are not competitive in the world. As I said, we are self-consumed. The difference is that New Zealand prices are 3.5 US dollar, 3,500 US dollars, and we are 8,000 US dollar. This much difference is there. But still, because of the Middle East, people prefer Indian sheep and goat meat. They are consuming, and we are selling to the this Middle East areas. I'm going a little faster, coming to the poultry sector. The poultry sector, we rank in the egg production, we are 3rd in the world. And we are in the poultry, if you see, the Kerala has a good share in this, 5.54%. And so this is one sector which is already there in Kerala, which needs to be further strengthened. Of course, the leader in these Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra, they are the leader in this field, and Haryana. And most of the exports is happening from Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra in this sector. But yes, there is a good scope for Kerala in this sector also. The egg powder is the main item which is exported, and it goes either in the egg yolk, egg in the white portion or the yellow portion, or in the liquid egg also they are exported. And we are exporting to Middle East, but egg powder we are exporting mainly to developed countries, and also to USA, to CIS countries, to Europe also. The main issue which is coming up, of course, is avian influenza. But to handle avian influenza, now we have been able to control it through compartmentalization. India has, Department of Animal Husbandry has declared more than 40 compartments. Now we are negotiating with the UAE and other GCC countries. They are going to recognize our compartments. Of course, the talks are going on Newcastle disease. They are satisfied on the avian influenza field, but they are asking Newcastle disease free also. Of course, we are negotiating with them that we can't give you this certificate, but yes, we can certify that the produce is free from Newcastle disease. And hopefully very soon, maybe next month only, we'll be able to sign a memorandum of understanding with GCC countries and UAE, and our exports will continue even if there is a bird flu in the country. What is happening presently is there is a bird flu, they ban the entire country and exports are stalled. With this agreement, we will be able to export from the compartments whenever there is a bird flu or any other threat is there. Still, we will be, so the exports will not stop. That I said, on the compartment side, we are working. Swine moat, I will speak less because we have Dr. R. Thomas, he's a specialist on pork meat, and on the pig, he'll give you more information. Yes, but one the important point is that our pig population is decreasing in the country. Pig population is decreasing, and we have to work towards developing this sector. This is another potential sector from export point of view. And even in the domestic market also, the consumption is increasing. We have to work for exotic breeds and other breeds, which of course Dr. Thomas will share information. And we are, the important again in pork is China, EU, USA, Brazil, Vietnam, and other countries. We are not exporting much swine meat to the world. It is very less. This is still a developing sector. We have started working on this. We have made standards. Dr. Thomas has played a vital role in preparing standards. It has been notified under Foreign Trade Development Regulation Act. With these standards, now it is also going to be regulated. Of course, this has got jolt because of outbreak of African swine flu in Assam and some part of the country. But despite this, we will be able to have a breakthrough. One of the most modern unit with the assistance of Ministry of Commerce is coming up in Assam. And this is the thing that we want to tell state of Kerala, that under TICE scheme of Ministry of Commerce, you can take a subsidy and have a modern unit in the state of Kerala, which will serve purpose both, will provide safe and hygiene meat for the people of Kerala, and this will also be a unit from where exports can also be take place. We will also encourage your department officials to visit Assam. We'll organize this visit also. Please do visit Assam, see this unit, so that you will know what is required to have a most modern unit in the state of Kerala. This is important part. And rest, of course, I am now skipping in this because of the paucity of time. And will be, as I said, the important part is that we have this meat sector is another sector which is so important, and state of Kerala has a scope, and we can develop in the state of Kerala, both for the purposes of domestic consumption and for the purposes of exports. Now I invite Mr. Fauzan Alvi, who is a Vice President of our Livestock Association, and also he's also representing one of the leading countries in the sector of meat sector. They are having almost 22 to 24% share in the international market. So I invite Mr. Fauzan Alvi to tell us something how buffalo meat can be, the sector can be developed in state of Kerala, and what is the overall scenario in this sector. Mr. Fauzan Alvi.
Thank you, Dr. Bajaj, and thank you all the participants. Dr. Bajaj, you have covered almost everything that that one could say about this sector. But coming back to where you finished, Kerala has only one export unit. Now there are so many schemes that are coming in from the central government supporting animal husbandry and meat for export sector. My only request would be that the government should focus on rearing, especially the resource like the male salvaging of male buffalo calf, which can be a big resource as for export as well as local consumption. To my knowledge, there is a lot of movement of livestock from neighboring states for local consumption. I mean, I might not be correct, but this is what the feedback that I have. Secondly, export sector has huge potential. We feel as exporters and as association that we have not even begun to start exporting. The demand is huge and potential is huge. And in another way, if you see, livestock sector is the only consistent factor in the life of a marginal farmer, and with the aim of doubling farmers' income. This could be the fastest and the best bridge that can be that can be considered and that can be undertaken. And what as a sector we feel that Kerala as a government should focus on eradicating of the foot and mouth disease, which will give a unique status to the state in order for exports, in order for traceability, and in order to more value realization for the farmer or for the exporter from the state. Secondly, it's also very important to link the state with the incentives and several policies that are being rolled out by the central government. Animal husbandry, there is a separate budget. There is a separate budget for setting up units. APEDA is supporting in every possible way. Then also the disease control program, which I feel is the most important. If the state wants to take the livestock sector to a different level internationally as well as in the country also. And what I feel is also important, that since Kerala itself has a lot of local consumption, and there could be a huge value realization for the local farmers if there is a certain plan to it. Also, it will be also important to upgrade the municipal slaughterhouses that are available in the state, so that one reaches an international benchmark, which is very important because the world over now people are looking at India as a main component for the supply chain, be it food grain, be it meat, be it marine. So it's very important. What has gone by in terms of quality, in terms of standards, need to be upgraded for a better future for the state exports, as well as keeping a small farmer in mind. That's what I feel.
Thank you, Mr. Fawzan Alvi. You have rightly said that there are schemes of central government, and now Department of Animal Husbandry also has a special schemes, which can also be state government, Kerala can also take advantage of it, and APEDA also has schemes. We are also encouraging. There are schemes with which one can establish units, and after establishing units, on the quality and food safety measures, there are schemes where entrepreneur can take advantage of it. Just to mention that the environment is conducive, one has to take and go into this field. Now I invite Dr. R.S. Thomas. He's a senior scientist from National Research Center of Pig. This is the ICR center, and they are doing very good job in the field of pig research and development. In fact, they also have an incubation center within the premises. I've seen myself where they are making the products of pork products and also selling it to the market. They are, Dr. Thomas has a good exposure, and now in fact in our pork standards, he was chairman of the committee which made these standards at par with international standards, which has been notified. I invite Dr. Thomas to throw some light on the aspects of export and development of pork from state of Kerala.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. So a warm good afternoon to all of you from Guwahati. So I'm at Assam right now. In fact, our chairman of the session, Bajaj sir, has already outlined the potential of the meat sector. And sir has skipped a few slides with respect to piggery. Otherwise, sir is the, we consider he is the treasurer of meat sector. So in fact, one more thing, I'm more happy today in the fact that the last 1 year or 1.5 years, I couldn't go to my hometown. So this time, at least I could see some names, some known faces, at least during the COVID outbreak. So thank you. That's in the outbreak. I know Dr. Ramakumar has already told my time is limited. So I understood. Thank you. I'll stick to that. Sir, I have prepared a small presentation. So with the permission of the chair, I would like to share it with the August gathering.
Please.
Thank you. Thanks.
Control room sharing enable you. Dr. Thomas in sharing enable you.
He is a co-host already.
Yes.
I hope it is visible now. Is it?
Yes.
So the few points when it comes to piggery. Just quickly some facts and figures. If you see the country picture, the pig meat sector in India is valued at around 6,200 crores. And we have over 9 million pigs. And of course, Kerala is not into the top list as of now, but Assam features the list in the top. We have over 20 indigenous pig breeds, of which around 10 indigenous pig breeds are already registered. And we do have presence of more than 8 exotic pig breeds. The most commonly one which is used for the commercial productions are, most of us know, it is the large weight Yorkshire, Duroc, the Landrace and Hampshires. And we have almost 150 pork processing units. Of course, they are in small scale, but and mostly in the private sector. And our total requirement of pork in the country is valued at around 1 million tons. But our current production is around 0.4 metric ton with a shortfall of around 0.6 million tons. So when it comes to specifically to the state of Kerala, we have roughly around 60,000 pigs in the state. And if we calculate on an average per capita consumption on a 2 kg, our pork requirement in a year comes to not less than 20 million kilogram. If you assume 25% of our population eat pork, that may be much less than the actual value. So even at that level, if we calculate, we require around 3 lakhs pigs, live pigs in a year. So there exists a gap of almost 2,50,000 pigs, live pigs requirement. So currently this gap is filled by the import from the neighboring states, mostly from Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, even from Hyderabad. And recently, I know that there is import from Haryana, Punjab side. So just a little quick fact about specific to our production system. Why I kept it? Because unlike poultry or bovine sector, the piggery sector is still in the initial stages, not only in Kerala, in most of the states. So, but in production, if we take, we do have both breeding and fattening systems in Kerala. Most of the people are following fattening systems, and our production is usually semi-intensive to intensive. We do have compound feeds available for especially for the breeding pigs, but the fattening units are mostly run by the inputs from the chicken and hatchery industries. Housing, of course, it is up to the mark, but we are lacking with respect to breeding. Still, we don't have a breeding policy for the state of Kerala, pig breeding policy, and pedigree is not maintained except in some government farms. And the level of exotic inheritance is mostly it is decided by the breeders, we say the private players. And artificial insemination is not in practice. we have the records it is showing, we do have presence of most of the pig diseases. India is now endemic to most of the viral diseases across the world, which is common in pig. But Kerala, of course, African swine fever is not yet reported. And vaccination for FMD and CSF, I hope around 50% vaccination is happening in Kerala. But no vaccines are currently doing for parvovirus and circovirus. Waste management, yes, it needs a significant improvement. Regarding marketing of pigs and processing, if you see the marketing, like any other states in the country, our marketing is also highly fragmented. It's handled by producers, aggregators, wholesale traders, interstate traders, retail traders, so and so. Slaughter facilities are minimal. Mostly in villages, the clandestine slaughter is happening. Slaughter waste management also needs improvement. And the consumption of pork is like other states in the country. In Kerala also, people prefer the hot meat. The preference for chilled and frozen meat or pork is very limited. And with respect to traceability, meat inspection and value addition, yes, we need to go further much. Not much is practiced at the field level. So with this backdrop, I have just penned down a few points where we can plan and we can improve upon. We can discuss to augment the piggery sector in this state. So first and foremost is the breed improvement. So if we have to have this, we need to implement the pig breeding policy for the state. It is essential to streamline the indiscriminate breeding, and it's important for import of the new germplasm. In case the state need to import the germplasm or even frozen semen, the DADF, the mandatory criteria is we need to have a state pig breeding policy for that. The second point, we need to somehow bring the pig vaccinations also under the compulsory vaccination schemes, as in the lines of dairy sector. So it will help to facilitate in establishing designated disease-free zones, especially for the animal sourcing for export purpose. And we need to shift our development focus to the cluster-oriented approaches. I'm not going to elaborate any of the points because of the time limits. And another thing we need to focus is we need to ensure that the crossbred or the improved germplasm which we will give away through the government scheme should go to the correct hands where the provisions exist for better feeding and management options, where it is available. And we need to strengthen the disease monitoring, diagnostic and reporting systems of the Animal Husbandry Department, which in turn facilitate the health certification process required for our export. Another aspect, we know pig is like us, it's an omnivorous animal and it can eat vegetables also, meat also, milk also, whatever we give. So the cost of feed is the main thing which determines the profit generation from the pig business. So we can focus on producing protein-rich grasses. We have open fields, we have spaces wherein we can think of. And another area which needs monitoring of pig transport through the state borders with respect to the disease transmitters and outbreaks. And another important area is focus on traceability. Bajaj sir has already told for the buffaloes and it's from the market. And in case of pigs, at least if it is not individual animal identity is not possible, at least a premise identification or a group or lot identification at the field level. So if somebody is going for insurance, naturally animals will be individually identified with their tags. But if it is not happening, at least premise identification and individual animal identification will start from the slaughterhouse. And another thing, we need to understand the commercial pig production. Say, the stakeholders in the government machinery also need to provide an exposure visit to those countries where really it is present. And next point is establishing a liquid boar semen processing labs at multiple points to promote artificial insemination and plant breed improvement. We can think of improving biosecurity measures in the farms. And the waste management or waste disposal from the farm is the next point, wherein the waste management is really necessary to tackle the public resistance. And Kerala, of course, the Japanese encephalitis incidences are limited, but in northern states or in Northeast India, whenever the rainy season happens, the Japanese encephalitis virus incidence happens in a human. And the health department in those states, they immediately issue the order to close down the pig farms in the nearby vicinity. So it is easy to issue that, but it results in a huge economic loss to the farmers. So for small farms, the liquid waste can be easily managed by biogas plants and solid waste by composting unit. If it is large units with more than 100 pigs, then somehow the mechanical dewatering systems or sewage treatment unit can be think of. Of course, it is little capital intensive, but it needs to be in place. Then we need to have the vaccine production center capacity need to be increased. So we do have a center in Palod, but if it is able to meet the requirement, well and good. If it is not, either we have to increase the capacity or we have to add more units. Then risk assessment and monitoring system should be in place, especially with respect to the residues, which is very much essential for the consumer protection. Then this is a general point where we suggest we need not to worry much about marketing. So we can complete the market chain within the, if we can create a micro entrepreneurship in the cluster itself. So wherein the farmer will be able to sell his produce and the consumer will be assured of hygienic meat. So this covers, say we have small farms, few small farms in a cluster, a small slaughterhouse and a door-to delivery of the product. So from these points, I just pen down few points for the existing opportunities with respect to the piggery sector. So we have opportunities with respect to farming, domestic market, especially for branded pork. Then export opportunities. Now the question always comes, so I have already mentioned we have deficiency in domestic consumption, but we have to really think for export, because this is the one area which hinder the entry of large-scale players into the field. So suppose if somebody starts a farm with 5,000, 10,000 pigs, he or she will come out with at least 200, 250 market-ready pigs in a day, and which will be difficult to penetrate into the unorganized sector. So they have to plan their own the slaughter and processing sector. So in large-scale slaughter, what happens? The meat enters into the cold chain. So once the meat is frozen, our domestic demand goes off. So we have to have a separate line. It will not interfere with the domestic consumption or domestic production, but this a parallel line should be enabled for export purpose. Then biomedical options are there. Bone handicraft industry, it is now a coming up industry in especially in Southeast Asian countries, and we do have options with the pet food and fertilizers. So it will be injustice from my side if I stop without telling the support what we could as an institute, ICR National Research Center on Pig could support for the development of piggery sector in across the country, and Kerala is not an exception to this. So we can support, if the state demands, we can support in developing the pig breeding policy. We have done the pig breeding policy for all the northeastern states, the state of Punjab. Now Karnataka is coming up. We can support in establishing liquid boar semen processing labs, establishing micro pig abattoirs, establishing IoT-based traceability and meat inspection systems. We can support in quality control of pork and pork products, and we can assure technical support to entrepreneurs or startups through our agribusiness incubation center. So this is a small slaughterhouse.
Thomas,
I understood, sir. Just 30 seconds or 40 seconds. So this is a small slaughterhouse which we designed. Otherwise, when we think of slaughterhouse, what happens? People think in crores. This can, including building, it can come in 10 lakhs rupees in a 25 by 25 feet area. The products technologies we do have, and as Bajaj sir was mentioned, we as an institute, we collaborate with all the agencies associated with the meat sector, APEDA, BIS, Ministry of Food Processing, and FSSAI. And the last slide. So this is, so when we talk about the pig sector, always the constraints. There are all, as we have seen, there is constraints for breed, feed, market, vaccine, so and so. But the one fact is that wherever we say the livestock sector is developed in the world, it is developed by the private sector. It is not by any of the government sector. So the government sector will have to give an environment, an ambience for flaring up the private industry. So that the same applies in our case also. And our solution, what one-line solution is, we need to give an environment for flaring up the commercial unit. So support to the industry. That's it. And that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just intervening just to moderate the question answer session. I'll just give it back to Dr. Bajaj soon after that. There are some questions that have come up. One is from Dr. Faslu Rahman. Whether Kerala can develop a sector in beef cattle, not Cara beef, as the male calves are removed from herds early enough? So that's one question. I think Dr. Alvi can take it up after this. He also has another question. Kerala requires a scheme in development of beef cattle according to Kerala's environment. That's more a comment. Now, may I request Dr. A. Prasad, I don't know where he is, but if he wants to make an intervention, I'll be happy to give him 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Ramkumar sir, for that opportunity given. Actually, my question is regarding availability of male buffalo calves, sir. Because most of the time, our people are finding it difficult to get the quality buffalo calves in our area. So they have to go to Tamil Nadu or some other area, and it is causing a big problem because even though we say that buffalo male calf rearing is profitable in Kerala, it is actually a season-based one. Only when it is sold in a season, a particular season only, they get the kind of benefit that is accrued. So if we can have a real market in Kerala available to the people, then then really we can make a big change there. So that is one aspect. Another aspect which I just wanted to mention is that the Rajendra Thomas sir's point on mini slaughterhouses. That is exactly what we require, because in our nowadays the problem is that our slaughterhouses as well as our rearing system is not quality conscious. The kind of selling of the meat in the sector is very pathetic. We can say that's the only word we can say. So in a futuristic perspective, when we think about the diseases and in the COVID situation and all, this is going to be a big area. We cannot continue like this. So the mini slaughterhouses, whether we can start in a block level or something like that, will make a big change in Kerala situation. So not only in pig sector, in all other sectors, can ICR can provide such an input? So that is one.
Thank you. May I now invite Dr. Shahul Hamid, he wanted to ask a question. I've just unmuted him.
Sir, thank you for the time, sir. What I suggesting is for the doctor was mentioning about the spoilage of male cattle as the reason for, as a scope of improving the meat industry. For increasing the meat production, we can rear the male cow. So what I suggest is the cost of spoiling them or killing them is the cost of rearing that. So if we introduce the calf milk replacer, which will reduce the cost of production, then it will solve the problem. This will support in case of female calf also. The health of female calf will improve once this is introduced.
Thank you, Dr. Shahul Hamid. One last question from Dr. Suraj is for promoting meat production from large animals, identification and transportation of male calves from available areas to potential areas is to be supported through electronic marketing system and transportation channels. That's more like a comment. I now give it back to Dr. Bajaj. Dr. Bajaj, you can invite the speakers to answer these questions in 2 minutes per person at that rate. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In fact, since the time is short, permit me to just answer these questions. See, as far as beef is concerned, one can do it probably for depending upon the law of the particular state, and that will be mainly for the domestic consumption. For export purposes, only buffalo meat is allowed. So answer to your question is this. Male calf rearing, yes, it is to be encouraged. And I think they have given a comment that it can be, there is also a thought that FCR ratio, that by rearing a calf, male calf, and then getting the value of it doesn't match. But yes, the Department of Animal Husbandry is also coming up. A National Research Center for Meat has already come out with the SOP that how you can rear a male calf so that you get the value. After that, it can match it and they can fatten it early also. Identification, yes. as per the government of India, this is important. Your comment is yes, identification is required. That's why we are not able to have a traceability back to the livestock. Traceability, in order to have traceability, this is important. The 13,400 crore scheme which Honorable Prime Minister announced for FMD control program, the primary and the first task is to start from the identification. The identification of animals will start, and with this, I think not only this, all the livestock related issues will be resolved, including dairy into the meat and other even disease control program also. This will be there. So identification, I think we will be able to reach, as far as Department of Animal Husbandry, within 4-5 years, we'll be able to reach to this sector. Mini slaughterhouses may be useful for the domestic consumption again, but for export purposes, certainly not. We need most modern integrated meat processing plants. I invite those who are willing, we can also organize your visit to the Fozan is with me. Fozan will facilitate your visit. Whosoever wants to see, you see yourself, because from the outside, I can say one sees it looks like a 5-star hotel. Nobody can make out that inside it is a slaughterhouse. We get we have delegations from abroad. They come and inspect and visit. They follow all food safety management systems. All are HACCP certified, and right from one entry and then exit, all the processes are followed. Very health and hygiene systems are followed. So small slaughterhouses only for domestic purposes. Yes, for export purposes, we need modern integrated slaughterhouses. These were the things I think we have answered. Just a concluding remark, Fozan, if you want to make, and then we'll close this session. Fozan Alvi.
Dr. Alvi, you're muted.
Unmute yourself.
See, if Kerala focuses on first working on the foot and mouth disease, second, what some of the colleagues over here and as talking about availability of a male buffalo calf. Now, what happens is if there is a process that is put into place, the suppliers will already will reach reach wherever you are wanting to buy. It is just that the system is not in place, hence it is not finding its way. Secondly, it is time that for local as well for export, it's important to upgrade the quality, the sourcing, and the traceability. Now, that will help not only in your exports, it's also keeping in mind the local consumer. It's important, it's a duty to provide them with healthy, hygienic meat, whatever they're eating on a daily basis. It could be poultry, it could be buffalo, it could be piggery, anything. So this is how I would like to see this.
Thank you, Mr. Fozan, and Dr. Thomas has already highlighted that there is a scope, great scope. I think 2.5 lakh pigs are required, and this is for domestic market and for international market. It's a one sector, huge potential, which can give food security of the Kerala state and at the same time generate employment. So I conclude on your behalf, Dr. Thomas.
Thank
and
you, sir.
This, I come to the conclusion of this session from my side. Over to you, Mr. Ramkumar.
Thank you, Dr. Bajaj. I have about 2-3 minutes left, so I'm going to do two things with your permission, Chair. One is to ask if Mr. Thomas has a concluding remark to make. We have about less than a minute for that. Also, Mr. Rajkumar Singh has requested for about Mr. Rajkumar Singh. I can give you 30 seconds. I'm very sorry. We need to move into the next session, so I'm just unmuting you. If you want to give your comments, kindly provide now, please.
Yeah. Main points have been covered, only 2-3 small points. Number one, that our focus should be on creating the disease-free zones and compartmental biosecurity, was Dr. Bajaj has already mentioned. But then we really should focus on it. Second, pig is very important, and at IBRA we had been conducting entrepreneurship training programs, and the hundred of people coming up, and the list has been growing. So here what we have seen, that there are younger people, younger generation coming up who are very keen in initiating the programs. Now they have opened up farms. So we should encourage the younger ones, and we should encourage startups for breeding of pigs, AI, and also pork processing. And then male buffalo calves, not only in Kerala, throughout India, we should encourage. This is one of the very important commodity which can really yield the meat sector. And last point, sex sorting for female calves production we are doing. But then we can also see the reverse sex sorting and embryo transfer and IVF. They are the best options for creating more milk process. And last point is good animal husbandry practices will help in quality assurance of the meat and milk products. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Thomas, anything to say? A final word?
No, I don't have any points to add, but I really thank the organizers, and I have seen Madan sir is also here. First time sir is in the audience side, otherwise we were on the other side. Thank you very much.
Dr. Madan, any quick comment? 30 seconds.
Well, it has been really a pleasure listening to this, but there are two things which need to be taken up close if I'm talking of both the sessions which we had. One is that when we approach the buffalo situation, the same comes in terms of the buffalo meat. And when we come to the pig situation, the same comes that we're talking of the buffalo pig meat. For buffalo meat, the essential is that this is the state where we are talking of dairying in the real sense, where we have got the males and the females also being utilized. And this is the biggest opportunity which we have in the country today, that where we can have two simultaneous approaches, where we will have really revenue being generated. And that is where the farmers have to come in. And for them, we have to look for increased productivity through use of the modern technologies, and at the same time, taking care of the male ones. And for the pigs, as Thomas has very rightly pointed out, that today the demand is very high, though there's a selected demand in India, but there is a great demand outside because of the quality of the meat which is being produced. And therefore, that if Kerala picks up a position where they will be able to provide an excellent facilities for processing, that will be a step forward, and that will be a great revenue generation for the small animal holders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madan. Thank you very much for coming, spending your time, and giving your comments as well. Pleasure. I must say two things now. We are almost at the end of the session. One is I'm going to invite SS Nagesh, who is the chief of the Agricultural Division of the Planning Board, to offer the formal vote of thanks. But before that, one small point. There is a session that follows this, which is a session on fishery sector in Kerala, where the World Fish Prize winner, Professor Modadugu Gupta, he will be giving a special lecture. The Zoom link for that is different. So I'm going to put it in the...
You're on mute, Mr. Kumar.
Dr. Ramkumar, you are muted. You are muted, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I hope I was muted only for about 10 seconds or so. I was saying that the fishery session where the World Fish Prize winner, Professor Modadugu Gupta, will be speaking is in another Zoom link. I've just posted the Zoom link in the chat box. Those you're all invited to come to that session as well. I've copied it. You can copy this particular Zoom link from here and join it immediately after the session is completed. So you're all welcome there. Nagesh, over to you for vote of thanks. And from my side, everybody, thank you very much, especially to Dr. Tarun Bajaj.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ramkumar. It has been a very informative session from Dr. Tarun Bajaj, Mr. Fausan Alavi, and Dr. R. Thomas. Dr. Thomas is an alumni of Veterinary College Manuti 96 batch. Doctor, we would like to benefit from your experience. Thanks for joining. Dr. Tarun Bajaj has nicely coordinated the entire event. Thank you, sir. And we had distinguished professors, Dr. R.K. Singh, former director IVRI, Dr. Mahendra Yadav, again former director IVRI, both NAS fellows, and Dr. Motilal Madan. Thank you, dignitaries, for joining us, Kerala State Planning Board. Thank you very much.
I declare the session as closed. Thank you very much, panelists and all participants.